Story 1 of Great Explorers in Space, Ed Reed's Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pioneer by Irving Cox, Jr. The old ship wheezed and clattered into the landing slot. Greg was an expert pilot, but skill was no substitute for outdated equipment. He unstrapped the safety webbing and eased himself out of the cabin, cluttered with its worn and scarred electronic gadgetry. With a hand crank, he opened the airlock. Rusting metal screamed as the panel slid back into the hull. Greg found himself panting from the sudden muscular effort in the heavier atmosphere of the Earth. I'm an old man, he thought bitterly, old at 40, as antiquated as my ship and as much in need of repair. But no one can do anything for either of us. I gave them the stars, and in 20 years, they've forgotten. They've made me a museum piece, these pampered, undersized kids of the new generation. Greg walked down the ramp. He hadn't been home for 7 years, but he was still surprised that no flight inspector met him with the officious clipboard of checkout sheets. The landing fields in the colonies were far more efficiently supervised. Greg saw a light in the field control building and walked toward it. The field, sprawling for miles across the California desert, was empty, a mocking moment in the magnificent dream the new generation had rejected. Behind him, Greg saw the long rows of landing slots, towering metal shafts raised against the night sky. Only 4 ships rested in the slots, his and 3 other rusting cargo carriers. In front of the unlighted terminal building, the passenger liner stood untended, decaying hulks that would never lift again. 15 years ago, even as recently as 10 years ago, the California field had hummed with activity. Greg could remember the tide of humanity, the clattering pickup trucks, gliding like curious ants among the freighters, the shotgun blasts of lift tubes, the parade of ships trailing flame across the sky. Now the dream was gone. The terminal windows were filmed with dust. Grass grew in the cracking asphalt of the field. Greg pushed open the door of the control building. One man sat with his feet propped on a desk. Once the room had required 100 technicians. Once the traffic control panel, filling a wall nearly a quarter of a mile long, had been a maze of dancing colored lights. Now the board was dead. The enamel was peeling. The exposed metal was red with rust. The attendant took Greg's manifest without interest. "You're our first landing in 2 years, Captain." He glanced at the sheet. "Captain Greg, I see you're in from Mars." "I'm carrying 5 tons of red earth." In the old days, such a cargo would have cleared $3 million after transportation costs. A whole new industry had been built on the Martian antibiotical spore. "No market, I'm afraid, Captain." The attendant flipped the manifest aside. "Sell it at auction. I have to raise enough cash that you won't get a buyer. I've got to get some new equipment for my ship. You'd have done better in the colonies. Mars has excellent repair facilities, we understand. At sky-high prices, sure. The Earth isn't building flight equipment anymore. What's the point? The kids don't want it." The attendant shrugged his shoulders. "You ain't the first one, Captain Greg, who's come home for nothing, and you won't be the last. Check with me tomorrow. I'll see what I can work out. If I can't dispose of my cargo, we waive all field charges in case of destitution. You can dump the red earth and the kids will stake you to a cargo of iron ore. It's going at triple premium on Venus, we're told." Greg turned on his heel and walked stiffly out of the building. One bitter word burned in his mind. Destitution. It was like a kick in the teeth. He thought, in a fury of blind anger, I gave them the stars and they make me a charity case, this new generation. Children who could never build a colonial bubble or pioneer a star route. Soft-minded and soft-muscled idiots. The field attendant hadn't even recognized Greg's name. Suddenly the past was alive again, like an angry nightmare. The speeches and the headlines, the bands and the screaming mobs, the politicians, the scientists, the generals, Hand clasps the newsreel pictures. "Just one more, sir, for the TV cameras. A citation by a joint session of the Congress of the United States to Captain Victor Gregg, U.S. Rocket Forces. Gregg makes Mars. L.A. welcomes Gregg. First spaceman in New York parade. And I say to you, my constituents, the name Gregg shall be forever writ large in the hearts of a grateful people. Gregg lands first Martian cargo. For the discovery of Red Earth, the eternal gratitude of the medical profession, Gregg takes Nobel Prize. A small token of the gratitude of American industry, Gregg joins import firm. The undying gratitude of the United Patriotic Mothers of America. First colonists on Mars. Colonies on the moons of Jupiter. Venus bubble completed." The dream of yesterday. And the dream was gone. The rocket ports were dead. The machines were crumbling into rust, and Captain Victor Gregg, a destitute tramp, waiting for a handout from a generation of brats which had forgotten him. He crossed the field toward the clutter of buildings beyond the terminal. Port City, raised in less than a year on the California desert, the first minor miracle of the new frontier. The endless mass of traffic, the noisy honky-tonks, the nervous neon shimmering in the night, the brassy bands and the fancy women. All of it was gone. Desert sand had drifted across the streets. The high-poled intersection lights, still burning, cast a blue halo in the empty, dirty windows. Gregg's shoulders sagged as he walked towards the central square of Port City. He had to see the monument again. He had to drain the last bitterness from his homecoming. In the Martian colony, they had told him it would be like this. He hadn't believed them. How could a legend be forgotten in a generation? From a block away, he saw the metal statue, turned a sickly blue by the corner streetlight, the high shaft of a primitive rocket ship, with its nose foregear lifted proudly toward the stars. In the foreground, the towering giant of a spaceman, his legs spread wide to embrace the symbolic sphere of the Earth. Sky Frontier, the sculptor had named it that. Gregg sat wearily on the granite base of the monument. He could read, all too clearly, the lettering on the plaque. Commemorating the first solar flight, Earth to Mars, made by Captain Victor Gregg of the U.S. Rocket Fleet, launched from this site on the first day of June, and completed. Gregg ground his fists against his eyes, yet still the words danced through his brain. His attitude of dejection was an ironic counterpoint to the confident metal monster rising above him. 20 years and a new generation made the difference. Yet there was a striking similarity between the statue and the man, for Gregg had posed for the original model. Gregg was still a powerful, muscular man. His face was still clean-cut and unlined. Only the torment in his eyes reflected the dream he had lost. "But nothing is lost. It is just different." Gregg looked up. A serious-faced boy of 12 stood close to him in the shadow of the statue, one of the new children. Gregg felt a cold chill crawl up his spine, fear and loathing. He hated them. They had destroyed his world. They had made him a non-entity. Yet when the boy came closer, and Gregg saw how frail and small he was, the fear seemed foolish. "You live around here, kid?" Gregg asked. Out in the colonies, they said the new children read minds, which really wasn't much, considering their other abilities. But Gregg refused to believe it. "Not minds," the boy corrected him. "We know your feelings, which is probably much the same thing. No, I don't live in Port City. I came from Chicago after you landed. I thought you might need me." From Chicago, 1,500 miles, the instantaneous transportation of living matter. Gregg's mind boggled at the familiar fact. He felt the hate and the fear again. These were not the natural children of men, but monstrosities, spawned by an unknown universe and eating out the heart of human culture. Gregg stood up, his arms stiff and his fists clenched. "When I need the help of a kid," he growled, "I'll know it's time to cash in my chips." "It's wrong to think that way, Captain Gregg." "No pint-sized child's going to tell me." "I wanted to make things easier for you. You should have stayed in the colonies. It was a mistake to come home." "Now you're trying to drive us off the Earth." "We want to save you the discomfort of homecoming. We can't turn back the clock. Neither can you." Gregg strode down the deserted street, through the small drifts of sand. He recognized the corner where there used to be a bar. He flung open the door and entered the long, dark room. The stale air smelled of dust and neglect. His boots echoed hollowly on the oak floor. He fumbled for a match, and in the pale yellow light he saw the bottles crowding the shelves. He snatched a fifth of bourbon and ripped off the cap. He gulped the liquor thirstily, and the hot fire burned warm in his veins. After the third drink, he felt the strong self-confidence of his manhood again. He leaned his elbow against the bar and glanced toward the street. The sad-eyed kid was out there somewhere, waiting like a nightmare. Or maybe he had already done his magic and transported himself back to Chicago. It didn't matter. The kid wasn't human. Greg took another pull at the bottle, and he saw it all very clearly. In the beginning, men had speculated about life forms on other worlds. Before Greg's pioneering flight to Mars, the Sunday supplements had been filled with a vast number of lurid speculations. Yet the spacemen had found nothing but virgin worlds, which became the colonies of man. The truth was, Greg understood it now, they had looked for intelligent life in familiar forms. But there had been something out there, something as undetectable as a virus epidemic, and as deadly. It had invaded the Earth and captured the minds of the children. Greg killed the bottle. By that time, he was very impressed with the brilliance of his own reasoning. Small inconsistencies kept nagging at his mind, and it seemed strange that no one had ever thought of it before, but all of that was of no consequence. Greg heard footsteps outside. His body tensed. Was it the kid coming back? He would know what Greg was thinking. He would know how close Greg was to the real truth. And the new children, no, invaders, Greg must remember that, would not let him survive. They were puny and undersized. Physically, Greg had no reason to be afraid of them. But how was he to fight an enemy who could instantly disappear and rematerialize thousands or millions of miles away? The shuffling steps came closer. A stooped, white-haired man, wearing soiled and unpressed tweeds, stepped through the door. Greg seized the newcomer's shoulder. The man gave a bleat of animal terror. "Who the hell are you?" Greg demanded. "Dr. Vale, Adrian Vale." The astrophysicist? Greg remembered the name from the ponderous text he had studied in the flight school. The old man straightened his shoulders with a semblance of pride. "You know me? What are you doing in Port City?" "This is where I live. I couldn't stand it in the city any longer, and I didn't want to emigrate to the colonies. The children don't object. They bring us supplies. Holly and I are quite comfortable." Dr. Vale ran his fingers over Greg's uniform. "You're a pilot. I haven't met one in years. Usually the children send them back to the colonies as soon as they land." "Where do you live, Dr. Vale?" "The best hotel in town. I'll show you." He bent closer and whispered. "And I'll let you see what we're working on, but I have to have my nightcap first." Vale groped in the dark for a bottle. He drank the liquor eagerly, wiping his lips on his sleeve. Greg and the astrophysicist went outside. Greg looked along the deserted street for the 12-year-old, but the boy was nowhere in sight. Perhaps he had returned to Chicago. Yet, if he had come to send Greg back to the colonies, would he have given up so easily? The blue intersection lights swam in a comfortable haze, spinning when Greg looked at them directly. Occasionally, the drifts of sand seemed to run like water, and Greg became unsure of his footing. He knew he was drunk, but alcohol had never interfered with his reasoning. Back in the bar, he had made a tremendous discovery. He mustn't let it slip his mind. The children were alien invaders. That was it. In the morning, he would be able to decide what he was to do with the information. The old man took him to a pseudo-Spanish structure across the main highway from the field, a Biltmore hacienda, at one time the gaudiest and costliest hotel in Port City. Now the neon signs were out, the street-front shops were closed, and only a pale light glowed dimly behind the ornate iron gate. As he followed Vale up the 3-tile steps, Greg looked back toward the field. He saw his ship standing in its landing slot. Someone was working to unload his useless cargo of red earth. The field attendant was displaying an unusual conscientiousness, Greg thought. He hadn't expected action in less than a week. Then, abruptly, Greg knew the real significance of such prompt service. It fit with the discovery he had made in the bar. The only trouble was His mind was too hazy for him to grasp the connection clearly. It would come to him later, he was sure of that. He followed Vale through the dusty, thick-carpeted lobby. Vale slept in a disorderly room adjoining the cavernous hall of the dining room, where the tables were covered with dust, and the band instruments lay rusting on the bandstand. The astrophysicist swept a litter of loose manuscript pages from his bed and sat down. He fished a bottle of gin from under the bed and took a long drink. "For my nerves," he apologized. Greg saw a score of empty bottles in the debris on the floor. Apparently, Vale had been treating his nerves for a long time. Greg picked up one of the manuscript pages. It was part of a book. At least, the patter of phrases was familiar, but the whole context was incoherent, without beginning or end. "My new text," Vale explained. "When it's finished, the kids have promised to publish it. That's why they let me stay here, so I can work in peace." He pulled at the bottle again. "They're still children at heart. An adult can twist them around his finger, if he goes at it properly." "You mean the book's just a blind?" The scientist eyed Greg carefully. "You're too old. You can't be one of them." He rolled back the mattress and took out a thin file of paper, holding it tenderly in his hand. "I'm analyzing the cause, sir. I'm going to demonstrate how children have made us believe they are able to defy the laws of physics. When I publish this, the nightmare will be over." Vale handed over the file reluctantly. Greg turned back the cover, and the shock sobered him. Vale was an established authority. Vale was an eminent scientist. Vale was a man Greg had learned to respect. But the book Vale showed him contained nothing but blank pages. "You're interested in our project?" The throaty, silky voice came from the open door. Greg whirled. He saw a tall, thin woman, heavily painted. She was wearing a bangled scarlet gown, which hung loose from her shoulders. Her beauty had faded long ago. Her face was a lined marble mask. Her yellow hair was streaked with grey. 15 years ago, Greg could have found her counterpart lurking in any Port City honky-tonk, her thin hips swaying with the brassy jargon of the music and invitation in her eyes. "This is Holly Wilson," Vale said. "My secretary." Secretary, Greg thought. So that's what they're calling it now. Holly Wilson's profession had gone by many names. The pickings on Earth must have become mighty thin, if she was satisfied to saddle herself with a white-haired professor of astrophysics. Greg introduced himself, grinning contemptuously. "You're just in from the colonies, Captain?" she asked. "Yes." "Staying long?" "That depends. I have a cargo to auction, and the kids will take care of that. But you'll stay through tonight, of course. Let's see if we can find you a room." Greg thought he knew what she had in mind, but as soon as they were out of earshot of the scientist's bedroom, she said, "Come outside, Captain. I have to talk to you." They went into the tiled patio of the hotel. The kidney-shaped pool was empty, and its basin was crisscrossed with gaping cracks. Many of the potted shrubs had died untended, but the palms still flourished. The fronds laced skeletal fingers across the face of the full moon. The dry desert wind washed through the trees, the ghost whisper of the dream that had died in Port City. "Don't say anything to Dr. Vale about his book." Holly Wilson's voice was surprisingly sincere. "Play along with him, please. Let him go on thinking he's found the great secret." "What is it? Alcoholism or madness?" "A little of both. No one's really sane anymore." "I came home the last time 7 years ago. It wasn't this bad then. What's happened?" "Most of the adults have emigrated to the colonies. There are only a few derelicts left, like Adrian Vale and myself." Nearly sober, Greg remembered the discovery he had stumbled on in the bar, and the logic still held up. "They've taken over the Earth and thrown men out. The children, you talk as if tell me everything about it from the beginning." "The kids are different. That's all there is to it. They read minds. They move themselves anywhere they please, simply by thinking about it. God knows what else they'll learn to whip up after they get the hang of it." "Are all the children like this?" "No. The others emigrated with their parents. Dr. Vale says there are about 5 million. That's approximately the total population of the Earth now. They've shoved the rest of us out. By force? Who wants to hang around like a pet ape to amuse his own brats. Dr. Vale was too old to go. I couldn't get a medical clearance. I don't think the colonies are aware that the emigration was so large. Why should they be? We've half a dozen worlds out there. They could absorb us all. So the kids have taken over everything. What they wanted, yes. For a while we thought it was temporary. Dr. Vale didn't begin drinking until we knew the change was permanent. The oldest kids are 19 now. They're beginning to marry, and all their children have the same abilities. A witchcraft. Call it what you like. As old as 19, then the change dates from your first flight, Captain Gregg. I sometimes look at that damn statue in the square and laugh till it hurts. A brave new frontier you discovered, but that wasn't all you gave us. You believe I'm responsible for— Gregg gestured toward the slow decay in the patio. For this? Who else, Captain? It's the kids who should build you a monument. You gave them the earth. For the first time, Gregg saw the monstrosity hidden by his dream. He had made the pioneer flight, and he had created this new generation. The relationship was plain, if he could unravel it and find the real cause. But he knew that now. An invasion, an invisible virus life that had taken over their minds. How, when he knew that, how could he fight it? How could he turn back the clock and restore the earth to man? He walked slowly to the end of the patio, where he could see the deserted field across the highway. In the slot, they were still scooping the red earth of Mars out of the hull of his ship. He smiled grimly. A decade ago, the red earth had been priceless. That one import alone had made the conquest of space commercially possible. Red Earth had built Port City and the colonies. Red Earth had created the import companies, once so tremendously profitable. A light burned for a moment above Gregg's ship. Clearly he saw the puny 12-year-old boy and the 4 other children who were dumping the cargo. It gave him another explosive insight. Gregg knew then how the invasion had come from the stars. The red earth of Mars. The invisible molds of that unknown world. That was the alien life form no man had recognized. The enemy was tangible. The enemy was real. And such an enemy could be conquered. Gregg's first inclination was to cross the road and smash with his fist the pint-sized weaklings who had stolen his world. Physical conflict, that was something man understood and respected. But the children were not human. He must never allow himself to forget that. They had to be fought on other terms. First, Gregg had to escape the earth without letting them read his mind and measure his hatred. Until he could lift his ship, he had to play along with whatever plans they made for him. The children didn't want him here. Escape should be easy, if he could only wall off his thinking. He turned back toward the faded woman in the scarlet dress. As matter-of-factly as he could, he asked her to show him his room. I'll probably leave tomorrow. They're doing an efficient job out there. The kids don't waste any time. They'll stake you to a cargo of iron ore for Venus. That's the usual procedure. She put her arm through his. And you promise, Captain, you won't say anything to Dr. Vale. Why are you so interested in that old fool? We're derelicts. It would be damn lonely without him. He has something to believe in. Nonsense, yes. But what difference does that make? Sometimes I can almost believe in it, too. Men aren't licked yet. She laughed. You noble souls who drop in on us out of space talk so bravely. That's your brand of madness, Captain. Thank your stars you don't have to get to know the kids as well as we do. She took him to a room on the first floor of the hotel. The air, when he opened the door, was stale. The full moon behind the Venetian blinds made an unpleasant symbolic shadow pattern of prison bars on the carpet. Gregg ripped open the zipper of his flight jacket. His chest was wet with sweat. The woman turned to go, and he caught her arm, pulling her toward him. This much, at least, hasn't changed, he grinned. She neither resisted nor responded. She stood looking up into his face. Her eyes were cold and tired. I have to go back to Adrian, Captain Gregg. He's frightened when I leave him alone too long. That doddering greybeard? None of the things that used to be so important matter anymore. All we have left is our love for each other. Adrian and I have that. I don't want to lose it. She glided away from him. Angrily, Gregg jerked up the blinds to erase the prison symbol and ground open the windows. The hot desert wind whispered through the screen. Greg stripped off his uniform and lay naked on the bed. After a time he slept, fitfully, caught in a confusion of fragmentary dreams. The hope of yesterday and the disillusionment of now. His pride as a pioneer and the pain of his responsibility for what his frontier had created. Out of the chaos, a pattern of action slowly emerged. Sometime in the small hours before the dawn, Greg made up his mind what he would do. It would be futile to try to arouse the colonies to attack the Earth. Each man in his own soul might admit the truth, but as a culture they would all reject it. They needed to keep the symbol of Earth as home, though they might never return to it. Even if that psychological objection could be overcome, war was not the answer. Only if the children were taken completely by surprise, given no time to use their alien abilities, could they be effectively destroyed. Greg knew how that could be done. A decade before his pioneer flight to Mars, the first artificial satellite had been sent up in an orbit around the Earth, a purely military weapon, capable of destroying any objective on the surface of the Earth. The satellite had overturned the balance of power and forced the creation of a united world. The resources of a planetary government had made Greg's first flight possible. Afterward, in the excitement of exploiting the new frontier, the satellite had been forgotten. But it was still there, still armed with a firepower capable of wiping the Earth clean of life. It would be the murder of a world, but murder to save humankind. Greg could do it alone. His only problem was to lift his ship without the children knowing what was in his mind. He felt no guilt, no pang of conscience. Once the decision was made, Greg slept easily, and he awoke completely refreshed, with only a slight headache from the liquor he had drunk the night before. Dr. Vale and Holly Wilson insisted that Greg breakfast with them in the hotel. He would have preferred to forage for himself. The painted woman's protective, maternal affection for the astrophysicist made Greg acutely uncomfortable. It was not the sort of behavior he would have expected of either of them. Greg's discomfort quickly became a feeling of guilt. If he used the old satellite wheel to destroy the alien children, he would be slaughtering the few human beings who remained on the Earth. Discreetly he asked how many others had stayed behind. "It's hard to say," Vale told him. 100,000, perhaps. Do you keep up any sort of contact? Why should we? We're outcasts. With a sudden rationality, he added, We're ashamed. When we're together, we feel bound to face the truth. It's impossible for man to admit he's a second-rater, so we hide out in deserted villages like this one and pretend all this nightmare never happened. Then Vale slipped back into his delusion again. However, all that will be different as soon as my research is finished. Why, do you know, Captain? I'm leaving this morning, Greg broke in. Would you like to go with me? Vale shook his head. I'm too old to make a new start on your frontier, Captain. He reached for the woman's hand. And as long as my secretary can't have a clearance. Leave us as we are, Holly said. Your dream is no better than ours. After breakfast, Greg left the hotel and crossed the highway to the field. It was still early morning, but the desert sun blazed hot in a copper sky. As Greg passed the old terminal building, the 12-year-old boy suddenly materialized and fell in step beside him. This was the thing Greg feared most. He began to walk more rapidly, fighting a rising panic. How could he keep the kid from prying into his mind? Desperately, he tried to think of something else, anything, inane or banal. The children were not gods. They couldn't dig deeper than his conscious thought. Or could they? Greg wasn't sure. We're giving you a cargo for Venus, the boy said conversationally. It will put you in business again, Captain. The Martian colony is equipped to repair your ship. You'll have enough cash to pay for it now. Fine, Greg grunted. In his mind he was frantically reciting a rhyme his grandmother taught him ago. 1, 2, buckle my shoes, 3, 4, open the door, reciting it with fervor, like a prayer for survival, which it was. After this, Captain, it might be better if you stayed in the colonies. Don't get me wrong. You're welcome on Earth any time you want to come home, but conditions are different here, and suddenly the boy's tone changed. But you aren't responsible, Captain. Greg's muscles tensed, so the boy had probed that deep. A new frontier always means change, Captain, but not tragedy, not defeat.
We've never supposed any of you would believe that. You gave us a miracle, the greatest frontier men have ever crossed. When all the other pioneers have forgotten, Captain, your name." Pretty words, like the pretty speeches Greg had listened to 20 years ago. They wanted to confuse him, make him doubt the decision he had made. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, open the door. The boy caught Greg's sleeve. "You might as well blame Galileo or Copernicus because they studied the universe. Or go back to the beginning. Blame the unknown who did our first scientific pioneering." Copernicus and Galileo? What was the kid trying to say? And why would a 12-year-old speak so glibly, so unknowingly of the giants? That proved his alienness. When Greg was 12, the only thing he had thought about seriously was football or baseball or summer vacation or how he was going to get out of the piano lessons his mother imposed on him. The boy pulled him to a stop. "The first pioneer, Captain. Do you blame him for it all? We don't know his name, but we do have his monument. Look, Captain Greg." In the drifting sand, the boy sketched the outline of a wheel. Greg panicked. He was too intent upon keeping his mind impregnable to make any other interpretation. The wheel symbolized the satellite riding above the Earth. Then the boy knew what Greg was going to do. Greg swung his fist blindly. He took the boy by surprise. The child had no time to rematerialize at a safe distance. Greg's fist struck his chest, and the boy went down with a cry of agony. Greg felt a subconscious surge of satisfaction. Humanity hadn't been defeated after all, and the children were by no means invulnerable. Surprise, physical initiative, gave men their trump card over these undernourished mind-readers. Greg sprinted toward his ship. The body lay on the drifting sand, gasping for breath, gesturing futilely with his small hand. Greg's foot was on the ramp when he heard a scream behind him. He looked back toward the road. He saw Dr. Vale and Holly Wilson running toward him. A mongrel, frothing at the mouth, was yapping at their heels. Greg reacted with an altogether human instinct. He ripped a metal bar loose from the ramp rail and went back to help them, 2 fellow humans in trouble. A tiny warning of logic flamed briefly in his mind. This could be a trick. His only real chance of escape was to leave now while he could, but he ignored it. He ran across the field and swung the bar at the dog, crushing its skull with one blow. The woman clutched his arm. Her hands were shaking. Her face was white with fear. "What happened?" Greg demanded. "Adrian and I were clearing the breakfast table. Suddenly the dog he was just there, growling at us." "A mad dog," the astrophysicist added. "The kids did it. They can make any living thing appear anywhere they please." "A trick," Greg said. The whisper of logic had been right. He glanced at where the boy had fallen. The child was gone. "They're trying to make me leave," Vale complained. "Before I finish my research. They know I have the answer to—" "Now you have no other choice," Greg snapped. He pulled the scientist toward his ship. The woman followed. Greg reasoned that he might still have an outside chance. The children obviously had expected him to take Vale back to the hotel. That would have given them a chance to disable his ship. Greg pushed the 2 through the airlock. His luck still held. He shoved them toward the safety webbing and jerked down the firing toggle. As the ship quivered in the thunder of the power tubes, Greg dialed the satellite course on the pilot computer. It was the simplest setting he could make. His was an old ship, built when the satellite had still been used as an initial landing station, before the new fuel had made the big wheel obsolete. Every ship had once had an automatic satellite course projection taped in the pilot computer. Without a new setting, the ship would move into the core ramp of the wheel, and the lock would open automatically when the magnetic seal was completed. Greg felt the sudden crushing weight of gravity. He caught the safety webbing until the pressure stabilized. From that point, if he remembered his early flights accurately, it would be 6 minutes before the ship reached the satellite. He had won. Nothing could stop him. Nothing. Then Holly Wilson screamed, and Greg saw this 12-year-old boy standing beside the flight console. "It wasn't a virus invasion," the child said, shouting to be heard above the roar of the power tubes. "I didn't know you were thinking that this morning. I could have explained if—" Greg swung his fist against an emptiness. The boy rematerialized 2 feet away. "Reset your course," the boy cried. "You understand machines, Captain. We don't, and I can't get enough technical information from your mind to do it for you." 1, 2, buckle my shoe, Greg thought in an ecstasy of triumph. He had kept that much of his thinking safe. The kids were making one last effort to save themselves. He was sure of that, but it wouldn't work. They had the alien skill to pry into a human mind,
but they were helpless against man's machines. Inexorably, the computer would drive the ship to the satellite. Nothing could stop it.
"Think rationally," the boy pleaded. "Not with your emotions. You have only 4 minutes left, Captain Gregg. If the Red Earth was a virus invasion, as you believe it was, why were only the children affected? We made it an antibiotic. We used it for millions of people. Every colonist was inoculated before he emigrated."
He was lying. He had to be lying. He was trying to confuse Gregg with side issues. It didn't matter now how the virus had been brought back to the Earth. 3, 4, open the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks.
"We aren't different, Captain. We've simply crossed your frontier in a different way. We have a theory how it happened, but no proof. The Martian Red Earth worked as a sort of mental catalyst when it was used for newly born infants. It awoke the full thought potential of our cerebral cortex. That's all. We have no ability that men haven't always been capable of. If you believe that, you can do it yourself."
Belief? Mystical nonsense. Did the kid really think Gregg would buy that? Gregg glanced at Adrian Vale. The scientist's face was grey with horror. Sweat stood in beads on his lips. Holly Wilson clung desperately to his hand.
"I drew a wheel in the sand for you, Captain. Another monument to another pioneer, the first primitive, who grasped what we might do with a rolling disc. He gave us terror and disaster, yes, but he gave us progress, too. Do we blame him because his heirs sometimes misapplied his discovery? Do we call ourselves alien invaders because we have a more complex technology than his? Then why heap shame on yourself because you gave us a frontier in the stars? It won't end the way you thought it would. Nothing ever does. We're your children, Captain. We're your new frontier."
"Aliens," Gregg spat.
"My research was for nothing,"
Dr. Vale said numbly. The words were a whisper of agony, the torment of soul ripped out of the comfortable world of madness.
"Don't say that. You'll finish your work,"
Holly told him soothingly. He pushed her away. "Not now. It was pointless." The boy wrung his hands.
"You have only 2 minutes left. Forget your emotions. Put aside your self-pity. It's a luxury you can't afford any longer. Use the brains God gave you, Captain Gregg. You can't land on the satellite. You must—"
Gregg swung again, and again he missed the boy, but he lost his balance and plunged into the pilot computer, smashing the machine. Gregg saw what he had done and began to laugh. It was impossible now for anyone to change the course setting. The boy's pleading was for nothing. The 12-year-old rematerialized and stood looking at the broken computer, then shrugged his shoulders calmly.
"1.5 minutes left, Captain, and now you have no choice."
The child sighed, as a parent might have sighed over the prank of a mischievous son.
"You killed the mad dog," he said. "You didn't hesitate about that. I thought him into Port City to give you an object lesson. You missed the point, I'm afraid. You couldn't understand that you were yourself a mad dog, yapping at our heels. Potentially all the older generation threaten us the same way. Your kind of emotional reasoning, in one form or another, will sooner or later infect them all. We encouraged the migration to the colonies in order to prevent a conflict. By administering the Red Earth to every adult who left the Earth, we thought we might make a few of them realize their mental capacity. Apparently the catalyst works only with an infant, and not always then. In a sense, Captain Gregg, your frontier has made us 2 species. Ours, mankind. Yours, the rejects, the unfinished men."
Dr. Vale made a choking sound deep in his throat. His dream was gone. The comfort of his madness had been stripped away from him.
"And if it does come to the point of conflict," the boy went on quietly, "we fully intend to survive."
"Not after I reach the satellite," Gregg answered grimly. His voice sounded hollow and uncertain, even to himself. The boy had destroyed the dramatic fiction of a virus invasion. Gregg's dream, too, was gone. "I tried to save you, Captain, but by your own violence you made that impossible. Now you will provide another object lesson. What I have told you is true. Every man has our ability. In 60 seconds your ship will reach the old satellite. The airlock will open automatically, only there will be no air in the wheel. The shell rusted open years ago. You face death just as certain as if you leaped into outer space. But you can save yourselves, all 3 of you, by thinking yourselves back to the Earth, or out to one of the colonies. This experiment interests us a great deal. We didn't intend to resort to it quite so soon, but you've given us an ideal opportunity. If you can unshackle your minds now, we have hope for the rest of the rejects. There will be fewer mad dogs for us to dispose of later on." The boy was gone. Greg felt the ship slide into the ramp of the satellite. He heard the grapples clang against the hull and the scream of rusting metal as the airlock began to open. A paralyzing emotional opiate flamed through his mind. This was a dream, nothing more. In a moment he would jerk himself awake and be amused by his terror. There was something else in his mind, too. A stirring of greatness, a fire of magnificence, a new self he had never known before. He groped blindly toward that pinpoint of light. From a great distance, like an echo of shattering ice, he heard Adrian Vale's voice.
The children have mastered the art of hypnotic illusion, but obviously they cannot violate the established physical laws. Our problem is entirely mechanical. I'm sure Captain Gregg can work out.
Vale had found the sublime ignorance of sanity, and that was no solution.
"Kiss me,"
Hallie Wilson whispered.
"Nothing else matters, Adrian."
And she had chosen the equally blind sterility of resignation. Greg knew they were both wrong. He was a realist. A spaceman had to be. The kid had been able to read his thoughts. Naturally, the kid could put this weird sense of a new self in Greg's mind. It was only a clever semantic manipulation of words to keep Greg from using the satellite. He squared his shoulders. The star point of greatness flickered out in his mind. Greg was a man, a product of a sophisticated and intelligent culture. This undernourished alien generation wasn't going to confuse him with mystic mumbo-jumbo about belief. He knew how to sort out fact from childish magic. He walked toward the lock, straight and proud with the confidence of man. He was smiling savagely. Mankind was no mad dog to be crushed into oblivion by a pack of puny children. They might as well learn that now. And then the airlock screamed open. End of Story 1. Story 2 of Great Explorers in Space, Ed Reed's Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. Flight Perilous by Ray C. Knoll. As Fred Hiller slid back the door to his quarters in answer to their knock, he found them lined up tensely against the bulkheads of the companionway. It was the best assembly area the jammed ship could offer. Here the commander, with a short turn of his head, could meet any pair of eyes in the 9-man crew. They had met here before, in a more friendly atmosphere, soon after acceleration stopped, and once for planning. He considered it more effective for personal communication than the ship's speaker system. But this assembly was different. It was their idea. They wanted a decision. They stood without moving, waiting for him to speak. Their discussions by this time probably had narrowed the alternatives to 2. As commander, of course, he was paid to make decisions on Mars Ship 3, and he began to realize by the faces which alternative the consensus expected. Their expressions indicated that, in a degree, every damn one of them was scared enough to unitize their thinking. Phil Bleck was the one fishing for an impressive opening. He moved forward to face the ship commander with hands pressed on his hips defiantly. This was the Phil Bleck, young man genius of United Nuclear, pressured aboard Mars Ship 3 as nuclear engineer through a couple of senators and Secretary of Defense. Oh, he was good, as long as he wasn't under fire. So good posterity required him, and he was obligated to save his skin. Hiller had expected Bleck would be the spokesman.
We want to know if you decided yet, Hiller.
Bleck nearly mocked. I'd have called this assembly if I had, Fred Hiller replied, emphasizing a commanderish tone of voice.
Then you haven't.
Bleck turned to the others significantly, and brought back with him a harsher gaze, which he leveled at the commander.
Most of us here think there's only one sane way out. A couple will go along with any decision, but most of us, including me, want to turn back. Isn't that right?
He turned again to the men for support. Some nodded.
We figured the chances if we keep on course,
Bleck went on, breathing a little heavier.
3-1 against making it. I don't like those odds, Hiller.
His upper lip was curling a little.
And we didn't agree to odds like that when we volunteered. With what we know now, we can plan another trip and avoid this mess next time. That way, you'd only waste time and money. Going ahead, we waste that, plus the priceless knowledge of these scientists, the best the States has to offer.
While Bleck was blowing off, Hiller had studied each man in turn. They hardly represented a crew, though the men had specific jobs to perform during takeoff, transit, and set-down. They represented specialists who would bring back for the first time authoritative reports on Mars. The first 2 ships had not returned. Mars Ship 3, several times the size of the first ones, but not 1/100th as much publicized, had been under construction since the first Mars ship attempts. The crew technicians Hiller possessed on the ship were 3, and as he found the eyes of each, he realized they were not with Bleck. Art Eastburn, an all-round engineer whose capacity continued to amaze Hiller, and who had helped build the Mars ships. Dave Hollander, astronavigator, bucking for a space ride ever since the moon missile days. A cool thinker who had the solar system duplicated and in accurate motion inside his skull. Wendell Merrick, electronics engineer, who supervised the wiring of Mars Ship 3 and was sensitive to the click of every relay in the almost fully automatic craft. These were with him, which fundamentally meant they were willing to continue on course if he so decided. The others had succumbed to fear, and they recognized no authority nor purpose. Their choice was a reactionary earthward course.
Damn it to hell, Hitler, we want an answer.
The commander's silence had edged Bleck better than words.
The issue can't be plainer. Let's get this indecision over with. Give the orders to circle back, or do you want us to end up as dead as the first 2 Mars attempts?
Again, Bleck, I haven't decided, said Commander Hiller cruelly. I'm going to take more photographs with the Newtonian. What comes out of that will affect any decision I have to make. But since we're so concerned with decisions, Bleck, have you decided what you'll do if I should order us through? The commander's unexpected and pointed directness left Bleck blinking long enough for Eastburn to cut in before any heated rejoinder by the young nuclear engineer. Eastburn, because of his prominence and experience, held the respect of most of the men. When I volunteered for this jaunt, I also agreed to follow the commander's orders, Eastburn said firmly. He may be wrong, but I could just as well be wrong in thinking he is. We're after unity of action, so at least something gets done in some direction. Hiller smiled inwardly at that choice gem of rationality, because the crew's emotional perception made of it no more than a granule of gravel. They would have to be appealed to emotionally. Under the pressure, they understood nothing else. The stir of resentment evoked by Eastburn's words was dying down. Bleck had started to say something, but Hiller's voice drowned him easily with its overpowering bass. Then let's put it this way. Suppose I decide to hold course and you, let's say, persuade me to circle back. When we all testify at the hearing, I hope you don't expect me to protect you. I'll tell them exactly what was behind the mutiny, your yellow vertebrae. And what would that do to your reputations? Hiller had to shout the last words because Bleck was screaming interruptions.
It's your word against ours,
yelled Bleck into Hiller's sudden silence.
It's your word against ours that you didn't crack and blame it on us.
The commander lifted his eyebrows. What perfect projection. I guess somebody in a spot like this could crack, couldn't he? Hiller purposely addressed the remark to Bleck's followers. Most of them were staring uncertainly at Bleck's perspiration-soaked shirt, his white face, the hunching shoulders and moving wordless lips. For the time being, let's leave it this way, said the commander authoritatively. Unless conditions improve, we're turning back. If the odds seem later about even, we're going through. In the meantime, we'll make these preparations just in case we can chance the clusters. Possibly the instructions he gave sounded casual and spur of the moment. Actually, they were the careful product of his close figuring and planning made through the last 8 hours. It was more a recitation, yet he had to make it seem ad-libbed. No one yet knew he had resolved on what data he had at present to hold the ship's Marsward course. Even as he energized the lock mechanism on the door of his quarters, Fred Hiller began to tremble, a violent physical reaction of taut and unrested nerves. It had been capped by the crisis of the crew's resistance, a matter hardly settled, mainly delayed. He fell into his bunk and let the shakes take over. Right then they felt ghastly, but he realized he'd feel better when they stopped. As they subsided, he tried to keep the problem out of his mind. He was too tired for that. The pictures returned again and again in front of him, mostly beyond his control. He stopped fighting them and let the pictures progress. He justified the surrender with the thought he might learn something, might conceive a better protective device against the myriad missiles of the belt. The same picture always started it. Lord, was it only a few hours ago, when Dave, the ship's astronavigator, called him to the observation bubble. Dave spent his time at the compact reflector, peering into his frequently changed eyepieces, and setting up one photograph after another. The instrument was his own design, with a revolving optical flat tempered for space temperature that could be suspended out from the ship and rotated, effecting nearly a 270-degree field for the telescope. "Take a look," Dave said. At the time, he thought there'd been a slight edge to the astrogator's voice. "Don't tell me you brought me up here again to admire colours and another variable," he'd grumbled. "You won't admire this a bit," Dave replied. "Where are we looking?" he asked, slipping into the seat behind the eyepiece assembly. "Space," Dave murmured. He was sighting in the finder and made azimuth adjustments. When the field slid to rest, Hiller viewed once more the gripping vastness of black, wantonly perforated with intensely glaring stars. It was impossible to study the closer ones. Their brightness and energy coursed pain along his optic nerve. Rather, he let his gaze wander over the distant sprinkling of light that marked milestones toward infinity. "Notice that hazy part in the upper field?" Dave was saying. He found it, a faint stellar gauze wisping before the stars. It appeared to be moving, but that kind of rapid movement was out of the question. It would have to be too close. "No, now, I'm tripling the power," the astrogator informed him. With the new eyepiece in place, Hiller noted that the haze had condensed into fine dust, each particle of which contrasted dimly against space compared to the stars over which it was superimposed. And it did move. Part of it already was creeping into the invisible curve of the eyepiece rim. He pulled back from the telescope to look at Dave's grim features. The quickening in his stomach meant anxiety. He recognized it easily. Anxiety over what? How could he have known then what it meant? Sub-awarely, he must have. "What the hell is it, Dave?" Harlander handed him photographs out of a transparent file cabinet. "Here's some blow-ups under high power. Visible proof from these, but nothing highly accurate from the spectrography." "But this is asteroid stuff," Hiller nodded at the photographs. "They look like pinhead star clusters." "That's what they are. Clusters," Dave replied seriously. "Fragments of planetoids, evidently revolving around common centers of gravity." "What are they doing around here? I mean, are they strays from the asteroid belt or something?" Dave swept the back of his hand over a row of astronomical texts. "If you find any mention of them in there, I wish you'd let me know, and they're a long way from the asteroids." "Well, you're the damn astronomer in this blowout," frowned Hiller impatiently. "What's a good guess on them?" "I don't know how good it is, but my guess is we're running into an inner asteroid belt. I'll bet the first two flights ended here." "A what?" "Inner asteroid belt," Dave stated. "A puny one compared to the one outside Mars, but nonetheless a belt, uncharted and deadly." Tension spread along Hiller's back. "We've had no advanced data on crap like that, not one bit." "We have now," Dave shrugged. "Why didn't one of the first trips miss this?" "This inner belt orbits, too. Clustered minor particles with low reflectivity may be a phenomenon found only in scattered sections of the belt. The first Mars ships happened to hit them, just like us. Certainly no light instrument on Earth I know of could pick them up. They'd move out too fast to register on a plate. So, they're our babies." The commander remarked soberly. "You evidently already know what this means. It's a lousy break. The first ships must have tried to get through." Hiller brought his palms together to bolster the searching of his mind. He was surprised to find them moist. "What about the size of the particles in these clusters?" "From what I've calculated, they're fruit stand variety, for the most part." "Watermelons?" grunted Hiller pessimistically. "A few, maybe, but they're not cranberries either." "Density?" "Roughly 8 or 9. I can get that figure closer later on." Hiller became irritated at himself for letting what started to be short silence grow longer. The astronomer may have followed his thoughts. He handed him a long photograph. "Here's one I made at 150 diameters off the general area of the inner belt we're due to pass through on our present course." Hiller winced at the sight. The fuzzy glow thinned in the foreground and thickening, paraded through the middle distance, still stretching on until it faded from the lens's capability. "We'll have to revise some of our theories about the formation of the outer belt," Dave was saying. "It's apparently much deeper and wider than anyone's guessed. Looks to me like a dead star went through our system, breaking up a planet and maybe peeling a little off itself. That would account perhaps for the retrograde orbit." "Dave, I don't give a good goddamn about any dead star." Hiller exploded his tension. "How far apart are these space fruit?" "A mile here, a couple of miles there. I really haven't figured that aspect yet." Well, figure it. The commander jumped down from the observation seat. Get George, the psychologist. He types fast. Compare what data you have him type it, send it down to me. I'll be in my quarters. And hurry, man, or there'll be more than stars dead around here. He slammed open the entrance panel to the observatory. By that time, he had cooled enough to pause and throw Dave a half smile and limp salute. Thanks for the wide-awake work. Now get busy. His watch showed he had been drowsing for more than an hour. The pictures had exhausted themselves, and his head felt clearer. He had needed that rest badly. Sitting up, he reached into the bunk cupboard and poured a drink. Now that Bleck was temporarily emotionally neutralized, and the brains uncertain, it was time to follow up with a little rationality to substantiate his position. Anyway, he wanted verification and cross-checking of his plans. He could be way off base. Over the ship's speaker system, he summoned Merrick, Eastburn, and Hollander to his quarters. They arrived promptly, almost too promptly, as if they'd been waiting. It was probably obvious to them, as it was to him, the problem called for more than one man's calculation. Nothing was said while he splashed out drinks. The men spread over the floor where they could find room and left him in the bunk. They were evidently going to let him say something first, so he didn't disappoint them. I don't think I'm surprising any of you when I say we're pushing through the clusters regardless of Bleck's nerves, he began. What's probably on your mind is my motive. You may understandably feel Bleck, no matter how badly he expressed his point of view, may have something. Sure, maybe my pride is driving me ahead. Maybe I'm being as emotional in wanting to buck the clusters as Bleck is in wanting to run. I'll let you judge that for yourselves after you hear what's back of those orders for preparation I gave. First, I want to hear from Hollander. What's the latest and most accurate you can give me now on density of the particles, particle proximity, and our relative velocities? The astronavigator unfolded a paper taken from his shirt pocket. Well, I have 3 results on density because of observation problems. I'll give you the average. Mean density comes out to 7.8, lower than I first figured. Roughly on proximity, 1,800 yards, and that's more bunched than I estimated. They're clusters, and that's about it. He shrugged. Now on relative velocities, he continued. I could get it pretty close, knowing ours is a constant power-off glide. We exceed the cluster's orbital velocity by 3 MPS, but our angle of intersection with the belt will reduce any actual impact to about 2 MPS. In other words, particles will be overtaking us at about that speed. Hiller nodded. That's about the way I worked it out. One more thing, Dave, the depth of the cluster band. The part we have to worry about's only a little over 100,000 miles in depth. The rest is scattered asteroid strays and shouldn't bother us. We'll be 3 hours, maybe, in transit through the stuff. The men in the cramped commander's quarters stirred slightly, wincing at the transit time. The other figures could not be readily personalized, but each of them could visualize himself sweating out 3 hours of stellar bombardment, the effects of which would not be known accurately until the belt was entered. And each could visualize ultimately Mars Ship 3 as a whirling, shredded mass, spouting synthetic atmosphere and glowing redly from rampant and uncontrolled fusion. On the fuel? The commander asked of Eastburn. Anything new on that? Deceleration definitely out, the engineer replied firmly. We couldn't afford the drain needed later to catch Mars on our way around. But what I gather of the problem, acceleration wouldn't do anyway. That's even more impossible. It would increase set-down consumption. Hollander and I have calculated the fuel drain required to circumnavigate the clusters. It came close enough to make you want to cry, but not close enough. The wall of the clusters happens to be too spread out, and in near perfect line with our point of rendezvous with Mars. If we'd spotted them sooner, we could have hurdled them with a few spurts of the guide jets. By the time we got it figured, we'd already passed the critical point by 23 minutes. That's how close it was. The fuel was figured for this trip with very little margin, and we used some margin already because of that lovely instrument error on takeoff. I'd be a lot happier if we had a fusion system with fewer limitations, like the ones they're working on now. We agreed to this firing system and realized its risks, all because we'd rather not wait for the ones in development, Hiller reminded. We're comfortably powered anyway, provided we follow our original firing schedule. So that means we enter the inner belt at our present velocity without changing course. Merrick spoke up, ruffling the red hairs that partially covered his shiny scalp. Backtrack here a minute. You boys went over that rapid. I think I get everything but the velocity business. We connect with the belt at 2 MPS. Sounds like optimistic but bad arithmetic to me. Screwing up his mouth, he squinted at Hollander. Hiller found himself laughing, and it felt good. Pardon our dynamic-centered minds, he said. He unsnapped his ballpoint from his pocket and placed it over the air-blower grill. Say the horizontal braces on this grill running parallel are the cluster's paths at 12 MPS. My ball points the ship at 15, traveling in the same direction as the clusters. In that case, we would collide with the particles, overtaking them at 3 MPS, right? Merrick nodded. I see that, but okay, Hiller went on. Now suppose we cross the belt at right angles to the paths. He moved the ballpoint straight up the grill. They'd suck us at 12 MPS, Merrick deduced. So what you're getting at is the angle. The angle makes the difference, finished Hiller. If we entered the belt at about this angle, he inclined the ballpoint up slightly from the horizontal, we would sail through with the same velocity as the particles. If we hit any, it would be a nudge from our transit motion through the belt or from their velocity or revolution, which is probably very low. I get it. Merrick slapped his forehead. Our present course cuts the belt at such an angle that we get bumped to 2 MPS instead of 12. The others nodded. He reflected a moment, adding, So I got a bullet through the head at 1,200 feet per second or 200 feet per second. I still get it in the end. Not in this case, Hiller smiled. There's been quite a little work done on effects of meteor impact by the Air Force. I've got a summary of it in the control room. Art here could probably tell you more about it than I could. Eastburn hugged his knees.
Not much, I don't think. He arched an eyebrow. Fred's being modest. The guy who designed the meteor scanning device used on all Mars ships. I'll take the ball, though, on this one. Dale, we've got a brute of a hull on this ship. Twice as resistant as the ones on 1 and 2. Second, it's smooth and curved. Third, it's going awfully fast. The studies the Air Force has been able to make so far show that small-sized meteors either glance off the ship and disintegrate swiftly from the excessive rotation set up from the collision, or they explode on contact from built-up kinetic energy. There seems to be 3 types of contact explosion, where the angle of impact is quite perpendicular. The particle creates the hull and explodes along its trajectory. This is the usual situation in the heat generation collision and rarely harms the ship. Perpendicular impact, however, does the damage. At low velocities and densities, perpendicular impact craters the hull and most of the blast effect is dispersed laterally and to the rear. At higher velocities, the particle vaporizes, but the explosive force craters the hull and shapes inward, a lot like the effect of airgun pellet on plate glass. Although the hull penetration may be more pea-size, blast and compression inside can be terrific, besides the sharp shock throughout the whole ship.
Hiller grinned. Thanks for bringing out the situation so well, Art. Hollander's the mathematician here, and I don't go in for formulating odds, but I'll give odds right now on our getting through with 1 perpendicular strike. Any takers? That's a hell of a lot, Merrick griped. If you lose, who's around to collect? I'm talking odds, the commander said. Anyway, you overestimate the effect of a perpendicular strike. In a closed compartment it could be rough. By leaving every compartment hatch open, the compression would dissipate throughout the ship with less damage. Art Eastburn frowned.
How about the air supply, Fred? With no compartmentations, one big enough hole, most of the ship's air supply could escape before we could patch up.
Good point, Hiller replied. But if the hole were as large as you may be imagining, the blast pressure would probably blow out ports and open seams, leaving us in hopeless shape. The smaller holes, on the other hand, could be patched, the kind we expect. I have reason to believe that won't be a problem. A hunch, maybe.
I guess we can let you get by with one hunch.
Eastburn smiled wryly.
But I can see what you're getting at in the odds you mentioned. Considering Hollander's estimates on the spacing of this fruit-sized stuff, I might not take your bet.
Another factor, the commander noted, finishing his drink. You don't go through a barbed wire fence standing up. Granted, agreed Merrick. Are you giving again with that ballpoint? Last time, promised Hiller. He held the pen over the grill, pointing it at the approximate angle the ship was to take through the inner belt. That's the way we're heading now. We've set the gyros to keep our nose in front, for the time being, to satisfy tradition and maintain a consistent sighting base. Our main problem is avoiding perpendicular strikes and encouraging oblique ones. The position of the ship in relation to the particle direction becomes important then. He moved his ballpoint at nearly a 45-degree angle to the grill lines. We won't head in the course indicated by the nose, but we'll gyro the ship to this position. That way we obtain the maximum deflection. The men were silent momentarily. Merrick suddenly sat up straight. It seems to me pointing the nose right at the asteroid flow will be better. You forget our transit velocity, Dale, the commander observed. We'd be chancing running into as many particles perpendicularly with the ship lengthwise at 2 MPS as we would miss by pointing our noses at those catching up with us at the same speed. Merrick threw up his hands. Okay, he surrendered. All I hope is you math boys have it figured right." "We're running it through the calculator to round off the rough edges," Hollander assured him. The silence grew until the commander stood up and asked, "So on the basis of what we've covered, am I too much of a gambler and going ahead?" The others had risen, and Eastburn was the first to offer his hand, the others following. They spoke at the same time, their assurance and backing. But Hilla's thoughts were already dwelling on the most bothersome variable of all, Phil Black. When he discovered from Hollander before he left that Black had no idea when the ship would enter the inner belt, the variable began to assume minor proportions. "Text drill 30 minutes, text drill 30 minutes. The commander adjusted the mic closer to his chest and turned up the volume on the portable transmission unit for the ship's speaker system. Under the coming circumstances, he would need as much freedom as possible. The panel before him gradually lighted up as the stations checked in. They were in no hurry, since he had informed them in the last meeting that the inner belt was still 6 hours away. That had provided Black with enough time to map what counteraction he had in mind to oppose a decision for continuing Marsward. The commander noticed with satisfaction the colored lights wink on over the board, each with its own vital significance. The row to the left on the panel, half alight, indicated locked-open compartment doors. Near the bottom, a circular array showed Eastburn was prepared to activate the gyros from the mechanical control center of the ship. The green bulb, newly burning, indicated Merrick had completed his check of the electronics at the control center in the next compartment to the commander's and was standing by. The blue glow at the top of the board was Hollander at his observation post. The fire control posts, too, stationed near the ship's center, blinked in almost together. Wayne Somerset, chemical engineer, headed the pat crew made up of the zoologist and archaeologist, the team which was the last to signal readiness. It lacked 12 minutes until drill time. Hiller switched on the monitors for the nuclear chambers, which he lighted up by activating remote spotlights. He had some trouble adjusting the scanning in one of the monitors for the fuel compartments, but it came in clear by 10 minutes until drill. "Test drill 10 minutes, he announced. "I want an oral report on these items from your stations. Suits, rations, extra oxygen portables, first aid and anti-ray kits." The reports came in affirmative, and Hiller relaxed slightly. The phrase shipshape kept coming into his mind, but he rejected it as histrionic. But maybe that was the word for the whole situation, with his being guilty of plenty of hamming. Come to think of it, it was more like TV fantascience than anything else. "Black," he broadcast. "Leave George at the fire station and report for special orders." He suspected Black was sulking through the preparations and would do George little good. The best place for Black was with him, suspecting what he did about the man's reactions. "Test drill 5 minutes, he was announcing as a sullen Black arrived at master control. "Art, better adjust the pumps to lower air pressure. Somerset, plug in the patch kits for Moulton. Fire crews, uncap and pressurize your mist tanks." Hiller swung in his chair to face Black. "Sit down," he said. He caught the puzzlement on the man's face over the realistic degree of the last orders he gave. "Adjust the magnetizing on your boots to high, unless you have to travel," he continued. "Unbind emergency deceleration straps and stand by." Black's color faded with the commander's last words.
"Why the hell all the realism, Hiller? Your rank puffing you up?"
Keeping his eyes on Black, the commander went on. 1 minute to test drill. Only this isn't a test drill. Repeat, this is not a test drill. It's the real thing. We are now into the belt. Repeat, this is the real thing." Black clawed over the bulkheads of Master Control's cubicle, searching tactilely for the deceleration straps, his eyes riveted blankly on Hiller. "I take complete responsibility for this deception," Hiller spoke to the crew, "and I can justify it. Yes, Hollander, Eastburn, and Merrick were in on it. They also agree with me that our chances of getting through are good, as long as everyone does his job. You should be glad I saved you worrying. We're inside the belt now, and the way to get out alive is to stay alert and follow the drill plan. I'll keep you informed from Master Control how we're doing without pulling punches. Let's have nothing on the intercom unless it's strictly business." Black had found the straps, but he had not fastened any. Instead, he crouched, burrowing his head into one of the pads. He was curling up in a knot and sobbing. "I figured you'd break," Hiller mumbled more to himself than to the quasi-chromatic nuclear engineer. Breaking. This was the best place for him. He wouldn't exactly boost the others' morale were he around them. Nor with Hiller's dirty pool could Black get the chance now to lower morale enough to push over a mutiny. "Art, let's gyro her to the transit angle," he broadcast. "I'll cross-check on my indicator up here." A faint vibration seeped through his feet as the electric motors revved. Watching the unmoving starscape through the front ports, he waited for the slow shifting of the field. The effect was as if the heavens had begun an expansive revolution about the ship, the stars drifting lazily from their familiar positions in the ports. The commander watched the positional needle creep away from the arbitrary course 0. It swept behind 10 and slowed at 15, halting a little beyond 16. "I show 16.2, Hiller communicated. "Check," Art answered on the intercom. There it was, physically as much as any commander could do under the circumstances. The rest was largely luck, and of course how fast he acted to offset any bad luck. Hiller took the time to explain to the crew the tactics planned in traversing the belt. "You guys are gamblers, or you wouldn't have volunteered for this commute," he concluded. "The only difference with the hand you're holding now is that somebody else had to figure the odds for you. They're not bad odds either. If you grouse and jump for the straps every time a plum taps the hull, they're 50-50. Keep your heads and follow my instructions and the odds go in our favor. We're going to be hit. We're going to be hit again, and maybe a couple of dozen times after that. If a big one slams straight into us, somebody might get a bloody nose. But we can get through even if the ship turns out to look like a thick piece of Swiss cheese. Right now we're sailing in between thinned out stuff, Hollander tells me. The first hour will be a tea party compared to the second. The air pump room sits smack in ship center. Anybody who'd like to zip his suit and shut himself in with the pumps has my permission. Speak up now, I can't force cooperation in something like this." The intercom stayed silent. "Thanks," the commander said. "One more thing. Fish a couple of hunks of cotton out of your first aid. After you hear the first hit, you'll know where to put 'em." Hiller watched the changed stellar configurations through the ports. The stars shone in a friendly brightness compared to the darkness around them. That darkness held invisible missiles, which possessed only velocity and direction, harmless vectors. Only when they met the hull would there be a molecular and not only calculative indication of their presence. The ship rode silently, weighted with the heaviness of a grim expectancy. Hiller curiously switched on his meteor scanner, making sure to keep the circuits connecting to the guiding jets and gyros cold. Even if they could afford the fuel, the gadget would tear itself apart with the plethora of loose particles to monitor. The greeny glowing 2 radar scopes' limited field was clear for the first few moments. Then 3 fine lines spread down the center, and before they faded 2 others plummeted beside their fading tracks. Watching the scope fascinated him. The lines traced, glowed and faded, always cutting the same angle, so far staying fairly clear of the center. He caught himself tensing when one began at top center and coursed swiftly toward the ship. A trail actually disappeared under the center marker, but came out the other side too swiftly for him to wince under the anticipated shock. Were they increasing in frequency? Definitely they were. A shower of lines bracketing the scope center substantiated him. He realized why more tracks appeared near the center than at the edge of the scope. Most particles evidently were small enough so that at the outer limits of the radar's range the trails made no register. Also, the tracks glowed brighter near the center and faded toward the edge. Too, he became aware the trails were hardly straight. The ship's transit velocity through the belt bent the trails toward an arc in the scope face. He saw the track start at the top, but before realization came that it had gone no farther than the center, his head jarred in an instantaneous headache. The quick jolt through his feet and buttocks arrived at the same time, and his sight washed away into a watery blur. Naturally, after admonishing the crew to use earplugs, he had neglected to use his. While his eardrums still throbbed with the sharp compression, he fought for clear vision. The hull mock-up illuminated. He searched for the point of impact on the electronic 3-dimensional damage guide. No wonder all the rough stuff. It turned out to be a good-sized crater above the control compartment. Perhaps it hadn't been as bad elsewhere. There was no penetration, but after that wallop, he wasn't looking forward to any. "Check in," he announced. Dutifully the crew responded, their voices sounding heavy with affected steadiness. "That landed on the front above control. The party is livening up, so stand by." Hiller noticed with concern the starfield drifting by the ports. The positional dial showed 17.6, but falling. "What's with the gyros, Art?" he asked. "Impact shifted the ship position," he answered. "I'm resetting." The commander bit his lip, suppressing the pun crossing his mind that this was a new angle. He hadn't figured that much kinetic energy affecting the ship position. As long as the impact came near center, fine, but with a strike near the extremities of the ship, naturally the effect was to spin it, like a top without a molecule of friction. Oversight number 1. Hell, why count 'em? This one in itself could be fatal. The gyros were never meant to counteract that kind of gyration. Maybe a couple of impacts, yes. After that, they could burn out. Somebody opened the door of a boiler factory and shut it in a millisecond. The reverberation surprisingly proved slight. The commander peered closely at the damage guide, a short dark line near the stern. It had taken him a second inspection to find it. He'd been looking for a crater. "Crease over the firing chambers," he reported, then shifted his attention to the indicator. The needle faltered at 18 as the gyros kicked in harder and fell toward 16 again. "What's the condition of the gyro motors, Art?" Hiller asked. "Warming up," was the answer. "They're going to have to run full to do any good at all." "How about using the jets once in a while?" Hiller suggested. "Too hard on the fuel?" "Once in a while it wouldn't be," the engineer replied. "Constantly steadying a spinning ship this big with the guide jets would take more fuel than we could spare." Hiller swiftly considered the few possibilities there were. Burning out the gyros was a risk he couldn't take. Going over the fuel margin was out of the question. And the alternative to these? Spinning until they left the belt. Spinning provided the only choice. It wasn't necessarily fatal, but it increased the chances for perpendicular strikes. Actually, with such conditions, Bleck's sneering odds held more merit. Bleck. The shadow behind him, only a vague outline on the control panel, moved. Hiller fell sideways from the seat, twisting around one of the arms. Bleck's magnetized boot slammed into the seat and left him overbalancing long enough for Hiller to scramble to his feet. The man appeared berserk with fear, except he had it channeled toward the destruction of what he assigned as its cause, the ship commander. No need to search. Nothing serving as a weapon lay within reach. Taking the time to stoop and remove his boot meant suicide. Warily, Bleck advanced with the retrieved boot upraised, clumsily limping on the other. Hiller backed until he felt the acceleration straps behind him on the bulkhead. There was no more backing after that. The last resort, something he did not relish doing, was broadcasting the crew his plight, pulling them from their stations. Anyway, by the time someone arrived, if that didn't faze the man, he would have to try ducking under the weapon and fighting it out. As Bleck paused to savor his ascendant position and measure the clobbering distance, Hiller started the first word of the announcement. His thinking was riding the crest of a wave of fear, which threatened at any moment to break, and the first word was all he managed. What saved him was his grasp of the straps behind him. On low for movement, his boots would not have held. His grip had tightened instinctively the moment the ship lurched to the port side, a lurch so sharp he swung out from the bulkhead. His head and chest felt as if they would cave in under the compression. Wearing only one boot, the other demagnetized, Bleck probably was only beginning to analyze how he was dying when he sailed the length of the control room. His free boot dented the bulkhead and rang against the floor. The boot, attached to his foot, was hidden under the mixture of sodden clothes and shattered limbs that clung wetly to the bulkhead and began oozing toward the outside of the centrifuge. For the ship was now gyrating tightly, the stars parading endlessly past the ports. Coming out of shock, strangely, was what bothered Hiller most, the merry-go-rounding. His hands hurt, he noticed, so he released the needless grip on the straps. Dazedly, he navigated to the control seat, sat down, and this time fastened his nylon safety bands and set his boots for high. The concussion effects wouldn't blink out of his eyes, and he stared blearily at the damage indicator. He also found it difficult keeping his eyes from Bleck's remains. "Fred?" It was Art's voice. Of course, he hadn't announced damage yet. How long had it been? "Report," that's all the commander could get out. The crew responded weakly. The roll gave him time to locate the damage as a definite penetration in the fuel chambers, evidently by a large particle. The TV monitors showed no tanks dented, and the fine gauges indicated no leaks. One thing, though, the temperature of the tanks had skyrocketed. He announced the damage and ordered suits on. It felt good to be thinking again. A penetration in the air-filled portion of the ship, and the temperature could bake uninsulated flesh promptly. Oversight number 2. Art reminded him over the intercom diplomatically. "I'm not counteracting the spin, Fred. That's all we can do," the commander returned. "We're going to have to spin through and like it." "We'll be in the thickest in a couple of minutes." It was Hollander's voice. "I think the patch crew ought to get some business." "Belt in unless you're traveling," Hiller reminded. Only then did he bring himself to relate to the crew how Bleck died, hoping it would be of constructive value, provided they didn't frighten. With the next oblique collisions, Hiller found the suit better muffled the sound. He wished there was something to be done about the wrenching of his insides at each impact. The suits helped little on the more direct collisions. Added to that, the ship was gyrating faster, and pseudo-gravity pulled at him from the front ports. Giddiness on top of everything else was not improving matters. He crumpled under the wave of heat and compression when the first particle penetrated the air compartments of the ship. 3 of his instrument dials cracked, and he felt as if he had received a blow on each square inch of his body. The penetration he located as in the sleeping quarters and sent the patch crew there at once. About that time the second one penetrated. The jolt was sickening. Somerset reported both members of his crew unconscious when their boots let them slide against bulkheads at the impact. Worse, he said the patch equipment had spun loose and shorted, bent and fused. He made clear any patch repair as being hopeless. While Hiller listened to the report, he was sick inside his suit from the centrifugal effect. He recalled how he'd also been sick on the whirlwind ride at the amusement park when he was a kid, a hell of a space commander. They could use a good collision against the direction of gyration any time, provided the sudden deceleration of the twirl didn't hemorrhage them internally. Why was he worried about gyrations when the patch kit was a casualty? That latest development cinched it. The odds on getting through were falling every minute. He wasn't facing it either. One favorable element, however, was appearing. The particle size remained uniformly small. No structural damage of any consequence had occurred from the collisions already experienced. The hull, at least, could sustain the heat and explosion effects. Sub-awarely, the commander realized his thinking was punchy. The impacts of missiles against the heating ship's hull constituted a slowly fading pattern of noise and pressure and pain, which he was observing objectively, almost amusedly. When he attempted to read the damage indicator or communicate with the crew, the effort became immense and the discomfort great, so much easier to remain contemplative about it. No doubt this was the condition of the crew. After so much beating, the organic function can tolerate no more. Oversight number 3. The commander was aware sufficiently to hope Art Eastburn kept the air cooler circulating. He had already assumed, since the crew was suited in, that the engineer had cut off the fresh air supply. They didn't have to lose it all, just most of it, enough to suffocate somewhere in space. That hunch seemed a hunch fitted in there somewhere. Was it really important? Nothing seemed important except escaping the punishment of the particles of the inner asteroid belt when inflicting on the near-senseless bodies in the spinning ship. His thought processes alternately raced and then froze in a semi-conscious sleep. Between impacts, rationality awoke in brief segments of contemplative continuity and slowed when another concussion shuddered the ship. And soon there was no rationality, but fantasies rooted in present trauma. Starlight seeped through the punctured hull around the control chamber. The air supply had long since whistled into space. What ship atmosphere that was salvaged had been piped into the suits and rationed among the men. They had circumnavigated the inner belt after plotting a course back to Earth. Hollander's computations presented them with a rough chance of making it before the air would no longer maintain their life processes. But it had not worked out. The Earth was yet a bright star in the front ports when the coughing began, when the function of respiration became painful labor. Some were already choosing the quick way out. Hollander had entered the control room, waved a hand in salute, and unzipped his suit, even as Hiller watched. The instant freezing from the space-filled ship bloated the body slightly, but otherwise there was little difference. Hollander stood statuesquely, coldly rigid, clamped solidly by his boots. Art Eastburn arrived next, and smiling. The two men regarded each other, chests heaving, for an endless moment. The mechanical engineer reached for his suit zipper. "Art, hold on! Not yet! Art, not yet! Not what, Fred? Come out of it, man!" Eastburn was standing over him, speaking against the plastiglass of Hiller's visor. He sat before the control board, still cinched in his seat. The mechanical engineer wore no suit, and he was smiling. "We're through," his friend was saying. "We made it, Fred." The ship commander shook his head. The words were supposed to mean something vital. He played them back in his mind. "We're through. We're through." If he could understand why the silence hurt his ears, why he was tense, why, Realization spread over his body in a wave of exhilarating relief. Speech failed him after Art helped him remove his suit. Speech was unnecessary the way Art rapidly filled him in on the lack of casualties and minor damage. "How long was I out?" the commander at last brought himself to ask, noticing Bleck's body had been removed.
"Over an hour,"
Art answered.
"When the rocks stopped punching, I couldn't raise you on the intercom. Found you passed out. You wouldn't revive, so I took advantage of my second-in-command rank and straightened out the ship's spin with the guide jets."
Hiller glanced at the ports. The stars rode steadily, and he was aware his viscera felt stable.
"But damn it, Art, all this air,"
Hiller complained, waving his hand over his head. "Aren't you overgenerous? We must have lost enough through the hull to put us in suits, or at least turn us back." The engineer grinned teasingly.
"I don't think we've lost a cubic inch, Fred. The patch kit? Still out. But all those penetrations with us in a twirl, all taken care of."
Art was enjoying himself. Hiller's hunch, never considered seriously, jumped back into his mind. That had to be the only explanation. Art was going on.
"As a matter of fact, there's a good example right there."
He pointed above them to the bulkhead, layered with plastic, a coolant area, and duralite that separated the men from space.
"One of the toughest hits the ship took. Blasted an inch-round hole, looks like. No wonder you conked out."
The after-effects of the experience again was making it difficult for the commander to focus his eyes. He unbound his seat bands and clanked directly under the spot, his friend following. From the closer viewport, he could see a small, glistening white circle in the bulkhead, surrounded by a ring of heat-discolored metal. That was no patch. He grinned back at Art.
"Automatic, eh?" "I never considered the possibility," Art replied. "I figured the inside pressure would be too great."
"I'm not trying to sound off big," the commander said, "but I had it in the back of my mind when I decided to sail through. As it turned out, it meant the difference between survival or otherwise. Had I known that, I might not have gambled." Fred Hiller returned to his seat and pushed himself down. His strength was only beginning to return. "With a bigger hole, it wouldn't have worked, but I was counting on little holes with our strong hull. It would take more pressure than what's inside the ship to stop the instant freeze of space cold in small openings like that.
I think our frozen air plugs will hold way longer than it takes to repair the patch kit. Matter of fact, I may leave them in until we hit Mars's atmosphere. I'm feeling sentimental about them already."
End of story 2. Story 3 of Great Explorers in Space, Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley. Answerer was built to last as long as was necessary, which was quite long, as some races judge time, and not long at all, according to others. But to Answerer, it was just long enough. As to size, Answerer was large to some and small to others. He could be viewed as complex, although some believed that he was really very simple. Answerer knew that he was as he should be. Above and beyond all else, he was the Answerer. He knew. Of the race that built him, the less said the better. They also knew, and never said whether they found the knowledge pleasant. They built Answerer as a service to less sophisticated races, and departed in a unique manner. Where they went, only Answerer knows, because Answerer knows everything. Upon his planet, circling his sun, Answerer sat. Duration continued, long as some judge duration, short as others judge it, but as it should be to Answerer. Within him were the answers. He knew the nature of things, and why things are as they are, and what they are, and what it all means. Answerer could answer anything, provided it was a legitimate question. And he wanted to. He was eager to. How else should an answerer be? What else should an answerer do? So he waited for creatures to come and ask. "How do you feel, sir?" Moran asked, floating gently over to the old man.
"Better,"
Lingman said, trying to smile. No, wait was a vast relief. Even though Moran had expended an enormous amount of fuel getting into space under minimum acceleration, Lingman's feeble heart hadn't liked it, Lingman's heart had balked and sulked, pounded angrily against the brittle ribcase, hesitated and sped up. It seemed for a time as though Lingman's heart was going to stop out of sheer pique. But no wait was a vast relief, and the feeble heart was going again. Moran had no such problems. His strong body was built for strain and stress. He wouldn't experience them on this trip, not if he expected old Lingman to live.
I'm going to live,
Lingman muttered in answer to the unspoken question.
Long enough to find out.
Moran touched the controls, and the ship slipped into subspace like an eel into oil. We'll find out, Moran murmured. He helped the old man unstrap himself. We're going to find the answerer. Lingman nodded at his young partner. They had been reassuring themselves for years. Originally, it had been Lingman's project. Then Moran, graduating from Caltech, had joined him. Together, they had traced the rumors across the solar system, the legends of an ancient humanoid race who had known the answer to all things, and who had built Answerer and departed. Think of it, Moran said. The answer to everything. A physicist, Moran had many questions to ask Answerer. The expanding universe, the binding force of atomic nuclei, novae and supernovae, planetary formation, redshift, relativity, and 1,000 others.
Yes,
Lingman said. He pulled himself to the vision plate and looked out on the bleak prairie of the illusory subspace. He was a biologist and an old man. He had 2 questions.
What is life? What is death?
After a particularly long period of hunting purple, Lek and his friends gathered to talk. Purple always ran thin in the neighborhood of multiple cluster stars. Why, no one knew, so talk was definitely in order.
Do you know,
Lek said,
I think I'll hunt up this answerer.
Lek spoke the Algrat language now, the language of imminent decision.
Why?
Ilm asked him, in the fest tongue of light banter.
Why do you want to know things? Isn't the job of gathering people enough for you?
No,
Lek said, still speaking the language of imminent decision.
It is not.
The great job of Lek and his kind was the gathering of purple. They found purple embedded in many parts of the fabric of space, minute quantities of it. Slowly, they were building a huge mound of it. What the mound was for, no one knew.
I suppose you'll ask him what purple is,
Ilm asked, pushing a star out of his way and lying down.
I will,
Lek said.
We have continued in ignorance too long. We must know the true nature of purple, and its meaning in the scheme of things. We must know why it governs our lives.
For this speech, Lek switched to Ilgret, the language of incipient knowledge. Ilm and the others didn't try to argue, even in the tongue of arguments. They knew that the knowledge was important. Ever since the dawn of time, Lek, Ilm, and the others had gathered purple. Now it was time to know the ultimate answers to the universe, what purple was, and what the mound was for. And of course, there was the Answerer to tell them. Everyone had heard of the Answerer, built by a race not unlike themselves, now long departed.
Will you ask him anything else?
Ilm asked Lek.
I don't know,
Lek said.
Perhaps I'll ask about the stars. There's really nothing else important.
Since Lek and his brothers had lived since the dawn of time, they didn't consider death. And since their numbers were always the same, they didn't consider the question of life. But purple? And the mound?
I go,
Lek shouted, in the vernacular of decision to fact.
Good fortune,
his brothers shouted back, in the jargon of greatest friendship, leaping from star to star. Alone on his little planet, Answerer sat, waiting for the questioners. Occasionally he mumbled the answers to himself. This was his privilege. He knew. But he waited, and the time was neither too long nor too short for any of the creatures of space to come and ask. There were 18 of them gathered in one place.
I invoke the rule of 18,
cried one. And another appeared, who had never before been born by the rule of 18.
We must go to the Answerer,
one cried.
Our lives are governed by the rule of 18. Where there are 18, there will be 19. Why is this so?
No one could answer.
Where am I?
Asked the newborn 19th. One took him aside for instruction. That left 17, a stable number. And we must find out, cried another, why all places are different, although there is no distance. That was the problem. One was here, then one is there. Just like that. No movement, no reason. And yet without moving, one is in another place. The stars are cold, one cried. Why? We must go to the answerer. But they had heard the legends, knew the tales. Once there was a race, a good deal like us, and they knew, and they told the answerer. Then they departed to where there is no place, but much distance. How do we get there? The newborn 19th cried, filled now with knowledge. We go! And 18 of them vanished. One was left. Moodily he stared at the tremendous spread of an icy star. Then he too vanished. Those old legends are true, Moran gasped. There it is. They had come out of subspace at the place the legends told of, and before them was a star unlike any other star. Moran invented a classification for it, but it didn't matter. There was no other like it. Swinging around the star was a planet, and this too was unlike any other planet. Moran invented reasons, but they didn't matter. This planet was the only one. Strap yourself in, sir, Moran said. I'll land as gently as I can. Lek came to Answerer, striding swiftly from star to star. He lifted Answerer in his hand and looked at him. So, you are Answerer, he said. Yes, Answerer said. Then tell me, Lek said, setting himself comfortably in a gap between the stars. Tell me what I am. A partiality, Answerer said. An indication. Come now, Lek muttered, his pride hurt. You can do better than that. Now then, the purpose of my kind is to gather purple and to build a mound of it. Can you tell me the real meaning of this? The question is without meaning, Answerer said. He knew what purple actually was, and what the mound was for. But the explanation was concealed in a greater explanation. Without this, Lek's question was inexplicable, and Lek had failed to ask the real question. Lek asked other questions, and Answerer was unable to answer them. Lek viewed things through his specialized eyes, extracted a part of the truth, and refused to see more. How to tell a blind man the sensation of green? Answerer didn't try. He wasn't supposed to. Finally, Lek emitted a scornful laugh. One of his little stepping stones flared at the sound, then faded back in its usual intensity. Lek departed, striding swiftly across the stars. Answerer knew, but he had to be asked the proper questions first. He pondered this limitation, gazing at the stars which are neither large nor small, but exactly the right size. The proper questions. The race which built Answerer should have taken that into account, Answerer thought. They should have made some allowance for semantic nonsense, allowed him to attempt an unraveling. Answerer contented himself with muttering the answers to himself. 18 creatures came to Answerer, neither walking nor flying, but simply appearing. Shivering in the cold glare of the stars, they gazed up at the massiveness of Answerer. If there is no distance, one asked, then how can things be in other places? Answerer knew what distance was, and what places were, but he couldn't answer the question. There was distance, but not as these creatures saw it. And there were places, but in a different fashion from that which the creatures expected. Rephrase the question, Answerer said hopefully. Why are we short here? One asked. And long over there? Why are we fat over there and short here? Why are the stars cold? Answerer knew all things. He knew why stars were cold, but he couldn't explain it in terms of stars or coldness. Why? Another asked. Is there a rule of 18? Why, when 18 gather, is another produced? But of course the answer was part of another greater question, which hadn't been asked. Another was produced by the rule of 18, and the 19 creatures vanished. Answerer mumbled the right questions to himself, and answered them. We made it, Moran said. Well, well. He patted Lingman on the shoulder, lightly, because Lingman might fall apart. The old biologist was tired. His face was sunken, yellow, lined. Already the mark of the skull was showing in his prominent yellow teeth, his small, flat nose, his exposed cheekbones. The matrix was showing through.
"Let's get on,"
Lingman said. He didn't want to waste any time. He didn't have any time to waste. Helmeted, they walked along the little path.
"Not so fast,"
Lingman murmured. "Right," Moran said. They walked together along the dark path of the planet that was different from all other planets, soaring along around a sun different from all other suns. "Up here," Moran said. The legends were explicit. A path leading to stone steps to a courtyard, and then the Answerer. To them, Answerer looked like a white screen set in a wall. To their eyes, Answerer was very simple. Lingman clasped his shaking hands together. This was the culmination of a lifetime's work, financing, arguing, ferreting bits of legend, ending here, now.
"Remember,"
he said to Moran,
"we will be shocked. The truth will be like nothing we have imagined."
"I'm ready," Moran said, his eyes rapturous.
"Very well. Answerer,"
Lingman said in his thin little voice.
"What is life?"
A voice spoke in their heads.
The question has no meaning. By life, the questioner is referring to a partial phenomenon, inexplicable except in terms of its whole.
"Of what is life a part?"
Lingman asked.
This question, in its present form, admits of no answer. Questioner is still considering life from his personal limited bias.
"Answer it in your own terms, then," Moran said.
The answerer can only answer questions.
Answerer thought again of the sad limitation imposed by his builders. Silence. "Is the universe expanding?" Moran asked confidently.
Expansion is a term inapplicable to the situation. Universe, as the questioner views it, is an illusory concept.
"Can you tell us anything?" Moran asked.
I can answer any valid question concerning the nature of things.
The two men looked at each other.
"I think I know what he means,"
Lingman said sadly.
"Our basic assumptions are wrong. All of them."
"They can't be," Moran said. "Physics, biology."
"Partial truths,"
Lingman said, with a great weariness in his voice.
"At least we've determined that much. We've found out that our inferences concerning observed phenomena are wrong."
"With the rule of the simplest hypothesis."
"It's only a theory,"
Lingman said. "But life, he certainly would answer what life is."
"Look at it this way,"
Lingman said.
"Suppose you were to ask, why was I born under the constellation Scorpio in conjunction with Saturn? I would be unable to answer your question in terms of the zodiac, because the zodiac has nothing to do with it."
"I see," Moran said slowly. "He can't answer questions in terms of our assumptions."
"That seems to be the case, and he can't alter our assumptions. He is limited to valid questions, which imply, it would seem, a knowledge we just don't have."
"We can't even ask a valid question?" Moran asked. "I don't believe that. We must know some basics." He turned to Answerer. "What is death?"
I can't explain an anthropomorphism.
"Death and anthropomorphism," Moran said, and Lingman turned quickly. "Now we're getting somewhere. Are anthropomorphisms unreal?" he asked.
Anthropomorphisms may be classified tentatively as A. false truths, or B. partial truths in terms of a partial situation.
"Which is applicable here?"
Both.
That was the closest they got. Moran was unable to draw any more from Answerer. For hours the two men tried, but truth was slipping farther and farther away. "It's maddening," Moran said after a while. "This thing is the answer to the whole universe, and he can't tell us unless we ask the right question. But how are we supposed to know the right question?" Lingman sat down on the ground, leaning against a stone wall. He closed his eyes. "Savages! That's what we are," Moran said, pacing up and down in front of Answerer. "Imagine a bushman walking up to a physicist and asking him why he can't shoot his arrow into the sun. The scientist can explain it only in his own terms. What would happen?"
"Scientists wouldn't even attempt it,"
Lingman said in a dim voice.
"He would know the limitations of the questioner."
"It's fine," Moran said angrily. How do you explain the Earth's rotation to a bushman? Or better, how do you explain relativity to him, maintaining scientific rigor in your explanation at all times, of course?" Lingman, eyes closed, didn't answer.
"We're bushmen, but the gap is much greater here. Worm and Superman, perhaps. The worm desires to know the nature of dirt, and why there's so much of it. Oh, well."
"Shall we go, sir?" Moran asked. Lingman's eyes remained closed. His taloned fingers were clenched. His cheeks sunk further in. The skull was emerging. "Sir! Sir!" An answerer knew that was not the answer. Alone on his planet, which is neither large nor small, but exactly the right size, Answerer waits. He cannot help the people who come to him, for even Answerer has restrictions. He can answer only valid questions. Universe, life, death, purple, 18. Partial truths, half-truths, little bits of the great question. But Answerer alone mumbles the questions to himself, the true questions, which no one can understand. How could they understand the true answers? Questions will never be asked. An Answerer remembers something his builders knew and forgot. In order to ask a question, you must already know most of the answer. End of Story 3. Story 4 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Vegans Were Curious, by Winston Marks. The little sun was almost a light year out of his way, and he could have made it on to Sirius without stopping. But the thirst within him was strong. The delicious yellow sun, with its rich corona and tiny, tantalizing streamers, was too tempting to pass up. Even before its gravitic currents were strong enough to be of utility, it was decided. He would pause. He would gorge himself. He would drink until he was blue-white. The thought was the first pleasant, sensuous one he had allowed himself on the long journey. In his haste to indulge, he ignored the 9 planets which normally would have attracted at least a curious glance from him. Not until he veered physically to avoid the 3rd planet from the sun was he distracted from his goal. A bevy of the clumsy little spaceships from distant Vega were swarming just outside the planet's turgid atmosphere. As he approached, one of the Vegans noted his presence and hailed him.
"Greetings, Syrian. Stop a bit and give us your worthy opinion."
Although the message took but half a microsecond, the Syrian was almost past the planet's pale satellite before he could repolarize his photons and reverse his direction. Being the haughty creatures they were, the Vegan's invitation was both unusual and provocative. The Syrian noted, as he returned, that the flight of one-man discs seemed gathered about a mushroom-shaped cloud of opaque, gaseous matter, entirely cold except for a modest radioactivity. When he shot out an open query, the Vegan answered, "They did it. Those incredible little organic creatures down on the surface." "Creatures? You mean there is an intelligent, organic life form on this planet?" the Syrian asked, somewhat incredulously. He had passed this system 100 times without suspecting such a thing.
"Well, not exactly intelligent in a galactic sense, but likely you'll agree that the principles of fission and fusion are somewhat remarkable to find mastered by a planet-bound life form as primitive as these entities. They're ordinary, liquid and solid, carbon ring, ferroprotein, bisymmetrical bipeds. You know, the findy kind scattered about on these oxygen-rich planets. But imagine, nuclear manipulation." The Syrian found the paradox both curious and amusing. Never, to his knowledge, had solid matter lifeforms advanced beyond a rudimentary use of chemical combustion reactions, and even those who did master fire more often worshipped it than made a sensible use of it. Interesting indeed. I think I will have a look." "We were hoping you would," the Vegan replied. "We've done all the investigating we dare." "How is that?" "They've spotted us, we think. Every time we come close to the surface, they dispatch little gas expulsion vessels to chase us." Why don't you simply land and establish communications?
With our limitations, we're not that curious. They're a violent, vicious, suspicious lot, some 2 or 3 billion of them, and they have some nasty little weapons at their disposal. Their nature seems to be to hate what they don't understand. Shoot first, and question later.
Thanks for the warning.
Not that you need it. With your metamorphic abilities, you can easily...
Of course. Now, on what question did you seek my opinion?
The vegan was slow in answering, as if the question was still hazy in his mind. Then he said,
Our observations seem to indicate that these creatures are divided into 2 general categories, but the only distinctions we can detect are so superficial as to be ridiculous. One is in the manner of attiring themselves, and the other...
He paused as if reluctant.
Yes.
Well, this may seem fatuous, but all reproduction appears to be confined to one of the types.
That would be unique,
the Syrian granted.
But if this is true, there must be more important differences between the 2 types,
the vegan went on.
Basic differences, one would expect.
Then your question to me is, what are these differences, if any?
Precisely.
How very typical of the superficial vegan mentality, the Syrian thought to himself, worrying themselves over some minor biological detail, when the obviously fascinating mystery lay in the creature's ability to cause nuclear fission and fusion. These thoughts he screened from them, for the vegans are quick to take offense, a rather childish lot for all their advanced culture.
Very well, I will look into that too,
he agreed, and with appropriate interstellar amenities, took his leave earthward. He looked for a concentration of people, and he found one, scattered along 2 miles of sandy beach, adjacent to a nervously lapping body of liquid which was aqueous, saline, and incredibly full of lower life forms. He hovered over the heads of the bathers at an altitude of less than 50 feet. His person distributed almost the whole 2 miles of beach. The sun being at its zenith, no one looked directly up, and if they had, they would have seen only a faint golden glow. He scanned the general atomic, molecular, cellular, structural patterns of all the entities, inventoried his own energy content, decided he could just about make it, and set about carefully condensing his photons. As the swirling energy came to a focus, people still did not stare up, but hundreds sought the shade of their beach umbrellas, donned their sunglasses, or decided they'd had enough for today. Presently he had himself organized into a ball of evanescence, 200 yards in diameter, all ready for the final compression. This was the most tedious metamorphosis he had ever attempted. All those nerve endings, hair follicles, pores, sweat glands. He found a bare patch of sand some 15 feet across, just vacated by a family of 14. In a rush he sought to complete the transformation before the crowd expanded into it. But wait, there was one decision more. He had indeed discovered that there were 2 kinds of humans on the beach. The physiological differences seemed very minor, and the deciding factor was that one category wore attire only in one place, whereas the other covered its body at 2 points, thus excluding a bit more of the delicious radiance of the golden sun. He decided to be a male.
Well, he's got his nerve.
I should say so. Look at the skinny little runt right in the middle of that nice empty spot.
Tell him to move over, Fred. We saw it first.
The Syrian smiled at the palpable lie.
Please share it with me,
he said pleasantly, scooting over to one side. His move was too precipitous. The long-legged blonde creature, pink and supine, hunched to a sitting position.
Watch it, Junior. You kicked sand all over my suntan lotion. Oh, sorry.
He sent a super gentle wave of vibratory energy out to wipe off the offending grains of silica.
Yipe! Why, you fresh punk!
Then the blonde discovered that the fresh punk was still 6 feet away. She turned to her henna-haired companion.
Ye gods, what a sensation! Gooseflesh yet!
She rubbed on some more lotion, turned over on her side, and dug her blue-clad hip into the sand under her blanket. The Syrian studied the shapely back and buttocks, for which in his brand-new orientation he seemed to possess a peculiar aesthetic appreciation. The intruder called Fred, in the act of spreading his blanket, noticed his stare and laughed. "She's not for the likes of you, super mouse." The idiomatic allusion escaped the Syrian. He had thought he had the language pattern mastered in his initial survey, but the item, Super Mouse, apparently had a remote significance. Instinctively, he lashed out a sub-etheric feeler to probe the man's brain, and just as instantly retrieved it. To his annoyance, he discovered an extremely sensitive and complex network of brainwaves encasing and protecting the frontal lobes of the man's thinking apparatus. Yes, his subconscious mind was easily available, and therein was stored a fabulous assortment of inconsequential intellectual debris, including a knowledge of the language. But to sift and sort that disorganized nest for one silly term seemed like more trouble than asking what it meant. So he did. Fred replied, "You don't know Super Mouse? You should go to the movies. Anyhow, I just meant you could use some meat in your bones, fellow." He turned and dropped beside the brown-haired female beside him. "What a character," he told her. The Syrian looked down at himself and understood the disparaging tone. This point in his intergalactic journey had found his energy store quite depleted, and the best he could condense into was a rather grotesque 5-foot caricature of the specimens surrounding him. His bony feet, knees, and elbows were the minimum allowable thicknesses of flesh, but what seemed to amuse the neighbors most was his very pale skin. This was by design rather than accident. Why pigment his skin to exclude the intoxicating solar energy that was flooding his pitiful earth form? If he had dared, he would have changed his translucent skin to complete transparency, but that would have been too noticeable. He became aware also that people were staring at the region of his groin. Before he had time to probe his mistake of attire, however, another couple moved into the shrinking bare spot of sand and challenged his right to 3 whole square yards. "Consolidate, will you, mister?" The male was huge, hairy, and small-eyed. The female was the opposite. The only visible hair was a rippling torrent of yellow golden that fell down her back in a graceful sweep. She was tiny, tanned, and, the Syrian fumbled with his new vocabulary, terrific. Again that peculiar sensation of pleasure sent bubbles of pressure into his throbbing temple veins. He had a name for the weird desire it inspired. Rut, it was called, but he had no experience from which to assess it. Unfortunately, the man before him assessed his emotion swiftly and accurately. "What you gaping at, squirt?"
"Why, you're female."
The man's face darkened, and the Syrian rushed on, searching for a more propitious term.
"I mean, your broad wife, sweetheart, girl, doll, honey."
Hampered by the sluggish mental equipment in this human format, he was unable to select a semantically acceptable synonym, so he blurted all he could think of. "Why, you—" He felt himself hoisted rudely by one thin arm, and suddenly the large, dark face was jammed into his own. "What do you mean, laying there in a broad's bikini bathing suit and calling my broad a broad? What kind of a queer are you, anyhow?"
"Oh, I'm very,"
the Syrian managed to strangle out. "Very what?"
"What you said. Queer."
He had no desire to offend these people, but their expression indicated that his progress was poor. "Are you trying to be insulting?" The man asked the question and seemed to arrive at an affirmative answer simultaneously. He balled a fist and pumped it solidly into the Syrian's midriff. Anticipating pain from the violent gesture, he blocked off the nerve endings, reinforced his stomach muscles at the expense of some bony tissue, and leaned into the blow. Transmuting the kinetic energy into assimilable light, the Syrian enjoyed the tiny tweak of power. The big man jerked back his wrist and stared at it. "Like a rock yet? Huh! Whip that smoke off, Mac."
"I beg your pardon?"
"Well, still snotty, huh?" The big fellow slammed 2 lefts and 2 rights to the body with no more effect. The gorgeous blonde said,
"Oh, stop, Tony. There's one of those, masochists. He likes to get slugged. Now stop it, I tell you, or the cops will—"
But Tony was unstoppable. Infuriated, he aimed a roundhouse right at the Syrian's chin, and that individual, fearing for the structural inadequacies of his neck, ducked. Tony launched himself at full length in the direction of the blue-buttocked blonde, but made it only as far as her upright bottle of suntan lotion. He crashed to the sand with considerable force. Twisting his neck to save his nose from the sand, Tony brought his temple in deadly line with a little rigid bottle. From the solid jam of humanity came voices.
"Wow, do you see the little guy counterpunch him? Just like lightning."
"Nah, the big guy stumbled. He hit his head."
"On the bottle?"
"The little guy, yeah, he chopped the big guy with the bottle. Dirty fighting, I call it, even if he's littler." Here they come! He's shot! Here come the cops! Better melt away quick! Things were out of focus for the Syrian. He lost the opportunity to melt away, and was shortly in custody. The hearing, and later the trial, was so farcical as to be fascinating. He hadn't intended an extensive study of the mores and morals of this primitive culture, but the Syrian couldn't resist the intriguing developments that piled one on top of the other. In the so-called court of law, not a single witness to the actual murder appeared, except the terrific blonde. Yet a sizable parade of strangers did appear to identify the accused and testify to his cold-blooded act of violence. It developed that A. Tony was a gangster politician of some note. B. Tony had mortal enemies in the underworld. C. Tony had been deliberately baited. D. The Syrian had carefully jabbed him in the temple. E. The crime was premeditated. F. The Syrian was a well-known judo killer named Mike Sledge of the opposing underworld, this last from the DA's office. The verdict was guilty. The penalty, death. As a last witness, the convicted man was granted the privilege of immediate execution rather than enduring the usual delay. This last threw the death house into quite an uproar, but the Syrian had no intention of languishing for weeks in confinement. Exactly at midnight he was led to the death chamber, sleeves and pant legs slit, head shaved and belly full of fried chicken to which he had taken a fancy. There was the priest, the press, and the other witnesses. The chair looked ugly and uncomfortable, but the crackling jolts of electricity were worth it. They sent trickles of pure ecstasy through the Syrian's power-thirsty being, but they were only trickles and comparatively short. They tried him at 30,000 volts, 40,000, 50,000. But then he deliberately lowered his body resistance in order to drink up more amperage and blew all the fuses. They held him 24 hours out of pure curiosity, while the doctors had a field day. But the press championed his cause, and he was set free. The blonde was waiting in a black Cadillac. The blonde had just collected Tony's insurance and was now obsessed with the thought that any guy who could soak up electricity like that must have shocking possibilities. The Syrian settled back in the leopard skin upholstery and sighed. As the vehicle moved off into the darkness, a soft, perfumed arm slipped around his neck. "Ah, poor Mike," the voice came, like the purr of a mink. "I'll bet he doesn't feel well. Please don't be angry with little me for testifying against you." "Don't mention it," Mike replied. "And I feel very well, thank you." This was the truth. With nearly 1,000,000 watts of pure 60-cycle AC under his belt, the Syrian had been able to expand his puny physique slightly. At least his red blood count was up to normal now. "Only one thing," he remarked. "I'm tired of being pestered with reporters. Where could we go to escape them?" "Oh dear, that is a problem." She looked out the rear window. "They are following, of course, and I'll have my penthouse staked out like sharks around a desert island." "That reminds me," Mike said. "This bikini I was wearing at the time of the crime." She giggled. "You did look silly. Well, what I want to know is why did they call my trunks by such a name? My understanding is that Bikini is the name of an island in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, I guess, where they popped the H-bomb." H-bomb? At last the hazy double meaning became clear to him. His subconscious survey of many human minds had found nuclear energy mixed up with females' scanty bathing attire, and the connection had evaded him until this moment. "Could we see one if we went there?" "One what?" "An H-bomb, of course." "Oh, naturally. The government would just love to show us how they shoot off an H-bomb," she said. He missed the sarcasm entirely. "Matter of fact, they're testing out there again this week. Why don't you call up the president?" "That won't be necessary," he said seriously. In the space of 8 microseconds, he volatilized, visited the Pentagon, stripped the exact location of the next nuclear bomb detonation from an agonized general, and returned to the Cadillac. The blonde, of course, was unaware of his brief absence. "Just as I thought," he told her. "It's a nice secluded spot where you and I can be all alone for a little while, and I can poke around and see what makes these bombs tick." "Fine, fine," she purred in his ear. "Let's go." She thought he was kidding. It was an hour before dawn on the atoll when he rematerialized the Cadillac, blonde and all, on the coral beach. Only the chauffeur had been left behind. "What's that sound?" she cried, a little startled. "Just the surf." "Be darned, I don't remember telling Smith to drive us to—"
Oh, well, it's quiet, isn't it, honey?
The Syrian sent out a probe and located the tower with the huge nuclear device suspended below it. He was about to close in and focus on the construction and composition when the voice in his ear hissed intimately.
Mike, darling, where are you?
Me? Why, I'm right here.
Had a feeling you were miles away.
Not at all, just about 25 yards is all. It's located right over there.
Part's located where?
The hydrogen bomb, just over that first hump. You can see the tower.
Don't be silly,
she said, giggling.
It's jet black out there, real dark and private. The Smith's gone off somewhere. We're all alone, darling, just like you wanted.
And now the Syrian, alias Mike Sledge, learned that there were other than visual methods of aesthetic appreciation. $100 a dram perfume assailed his olfactory tissues from her warm body, turning certain minuscule glands within him into busy chemical factories. Her fingertips trailed over his shaved head, and he almost threw out a nerve block before he realized that the sensation was psychophysical rather than electronic.
Show me,
she whispered.
Show you what? How you did it? How you fought back all that juice, all that terrible electricity?
I didn't fight it. I just soaked it up.
Soaked it?
She gasped, and the passion was vibrant in her voice.
It's all in you, now?
Of course.
Oh, my darling, kiss me.
The custom of kissing was known to the Syrian, but known only on the academic level, until this moment. Her lips were moist, and full, and demanding.
Fantastic,
she said in a flat voice. Well, thank you, he said, sitting back with a ridiculous feeling of smug pleasure at her response.
Fantastic how a guy can sweat out the hot seat and kiss like a high school sophomore.
Her tone of voice led him to delve into the idiomatic roots of her words, and he came away deflated. Let's try again, he suggested. He had been holding himself slightly aloof from the sensation thresholds of this primitive body, but now he let himself sink deeply into the full neuromuscular morass of feelings and emotions. The effect was astonishing, confusing, overwhelming. Tearing his lips loose, he demanded,
What is it? What's what? This, whatever we're doing?
Somehow they had become oddly entwined, and his tactile sensations were blossoming like a nova. Her head slipped past his face, and her sharp teeth nibbled at his ear.
You are a strange one, honey. It's kissing, it's love-making, and incidentally you're doing all right now. Kiss me again, honey. Oh, those volts. Make me feel it. Make me.
He piled his hastily contrived, but entirely functional, orbicular organs upon hers so hard that their teeth clashed. The nova inside him burgeoned and whirled as though feeding on some hidden hydrogen-helium infusion. Minutes flashed into eternity, then an hour, and the crazy crescendo of emotion was still mounting between them. Then at the first streak of dawn, his bony arms crushed her to him in a clasp that sent the universe exploding in one solid bath of pure, nutrient energy. His pores opened and he drank. For 1 microsecond, 2 microseconds, 3, 4, 5, and suddenly he found himself reeling into the stratosphere, up out of the cloying air into the comfortable naked void, trailing neutrons, extravagantly strewing protons, hiccoughing electrons. At last he stabilized his mass-energy ratio, drew in his peripheral photons, and shimmered to a trembling focus. Instantly he was surrounded with vegans, chittering with curiosity, dipping and oscillating their silvery discs in the raw, unfiltered light of the yellow sun.
Did you learn anything?
A little.
Did you metamorphose as a native?
They asked expectantly.
I did,
he admitted reluctantly.
Well, tell us about it, all about it. I was accused of murder, tried in a court of law, convicted, sentenced to death, and executed.
Irrelevant,
a vegan snapped.
Tell us about the 2 categories. Did you find out about that?
Yes.
Is there a significant difference?
They call it sex, the Syrian temporized.
Come, delete the alien terminology.
There are men, and there are women,
he said, striving to gather his thoughts and his dignity about him. It was no use. The patina of his vastly expanded corona was a dead, pink giveaway. "Just 1 minute ago," he confessed, "I was a man, juxtaposed with a woman, exploring the differences between the categories."
"Were the differences important? Significant?"
"To the humans, very." He tried to sound detached. The vegans wouldn't be put aside.
"Naturally they'd be important to the primitives, but how about to you, subjectively?"
"A few minor anatomical differences, that's all. Added up to very little." His words were belied by tiny streaks of badly polarized photons. The vegans radiated ripples of disappointment, losing what little patience they possessed. One blurted out angrily,
"Very well. If you can't explain sex, what about the nuclear reactions? You should be an expert on that subject. You appear to ascend from the very island where they just fused a lithium hydride bomb."
"Bomb?" the Syrian said dazedly. "What bomb?" The vegans circled him and vibrated with cynical laughter.
"So this mysterious sex had no impact upon you?"
The void was filled with their noxious, ill-mannered jeers, but the Syrian was still too disorganized to feel very embarrassed.
"What happened to the female, the woman you said were with? What happened to her?"
asked the vegan. The Syrian involuntarily phased his photons into a mental image of the voluptuous, golden-haired native girl, but without the primitive earth body with which to react endocrinologically, the vision failed to renew the corpuscular palpitations which were already damping out. "A woman," he repeatedly, wistfully turned toward his home star and vented a cosmic sigh. "You might say she met with a serious accident." End of story 4. Story 5 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cosmic Snare by Milton Lesser. Liddell stared expectantly at the blank screen of the transfer unit. It had been blank ever since he had arrived with his wife at the doorway, enigmatically, mysteriously, sometimes frighteningly blank. "See anything?" Linda asked. Liddell's wife of 1 month was a tall but trimly built girl in the uniform of the transfer service. She leaned anxiously over Liddell's shoulder now as he peered at the dazzling white screen. "Not yet," he said, licking his lips. "It was just a hunch, anyway." "What was just a hunch, darling?" "That we'd see anything now." "But you said—" "I know what I said, Linda. That we'd have enough time to get used to this transfer station. That we'd read all the instructions and advice left by a predecessor. That we'd—" "Then where's our first customer?" Linda demanded with a pout. Liddell grinned and craned his neck to peck a kiss at his young wife's cheek. "Don't tell me you're lonely already," he gasped, feigning amazement. "No, but—" Suddenly the lines of Liddell's gaunt face went serious. "The lighthouse keepers of last century had nothing on us," he said. Linda nodded. "They were practically in the middle of things by comparison. That's one thing I can't exactly get straight, sweetheart. Exactly where we are, I mean." Liddell shrugged and offered an expansive gesture, which was meant to take in the round globe of their living quarters and the transfer unit. "We're nowhere," he said. "Or we're everywhere. It depends on what subspace school you belong to. You see, subspace is either utterly nowhere, existing below the normal, endless but finite, self-contained space-time continuity, or else it is potentially everywhere, existing just below the warp and woof of space-time in 1,000,000 worlds." "Never mind, Lid," Linda grinned. "Once you get started on something like that, you'd keep a gal up all night." "Sleepy?" "A little. That is, as you would say, if there was such a thing as night here. But there's nothing outside the globe, nothing but that featureless grayness. It doesn't even swirl. If it just swirled a little, like smoke, that would be something. But it doesn't even do that." "Subspace," Liddell offered. "Absolute nothingness. It's funny, you always pick nothingness as being black. But it's not. It's gray. Plain, featureless, changeless gray." "Brother," Linda said, "can I ever see why they only take husband-wife teams in the transfer service?" "I'll bite. Why?" "Because a man alone could go off his rocker thinking the things you think. He needs a girl around." "Does he?" Liddell asked, then waited until Linda had begun to pout before he whirled around and took her in his arms, his back to the blank transfer screen. "Lid," Linda said. "Ah, Lid." But all at once she stiffened in his arms. He could feel her hands against his chest, trying to thrust him away. Her mouth was open, but she couldn't speak. With one hand, she managed to point at the surface of the transfer screen. "We're going to have company," Linda finally said. Linda was in the gallery, whipping up a quick meal. Aside from its complete necessity in making the switch over from normal space to subspace and back again, that was one of the functions of the transfer unit. Since many of the outworld colonies still depended entirely on food concentrates and vitashots, a final home-cooked meal would be much appreciated by the traveler through subspace. "Scared?" Liddell called over his shoulder. "You mean that they won't like my food?" "No, I mean with our first customer." "I'm too busy with Southern fried chicken to be scared." "Funny, isn't it?" Liddell mused. 50 years ago, if you asked a science writer to whip you up a piece about subspace, what would he have said? "Oh, something about a silver-hulled space liner, shimmering into normal space." Liddell nodded. "Well, they had the shimmering part right anyway, but it wouldn't have been a spaceship." "It wouldn't have been a spaceship," Linda agreed, "because there's no necessity to breathe or to carry out any of the normal biological functions in subspace. There isn't any heat in subspace, and there isn't any cold. There is only nothingness, and nothingness can have absolutely no effect on an organism. In short, my fried chicken is going to burn if I keep listening to you." "No spaceships, just people, shimmering in and out and spanning the chasm of light years instantly." "Have you any data on our visitors yet?" "Not visitors, just one traveler." "What does the screen say, Lid?" Liddell read what was there before him for the third time. "Single man, lunar outbound." "Destination?" "It doesn't say. Weight, 190, but we don't collect his fare, so why the business about his weight?" "Didn't you read the instructions, hun? Because it's forwarded from here, just like we'll forward Mr. Smith to his destination." "Smith? That's his name?" "John Smith," Liddell said. "I don't believe it. I never thought there actually was anybody named John Smith anywhere, any time." "We," said Liddell, "have a John Smith." "Darn this deep-well cooker. It isn't hot enough yet to put a good crust on." "A fine time to talk about cooking," Liddell shouted, hoping his voice would carry back into the galley over the click-clacking racket of the subspace communicator. "Hey, here's more from the lunar outbound station," he added as the transfer screen pulsed and flashed again. "Such as what?" "It's still blurry. Here it comes now." "Well?" "Hey, what the hell is this?" Liddell cried abruptly. "Such language." "It's still blurry. It's flashing on and off. Red on and then off to white blank. Red on again and off to white blank." "While you were studying the manuals, need I remind you I was trying to learn how to cook for an interstellar clientele? What does the flashing red signal mean?" "It means danger," Liddell said. "It means something's wrong, and Luna Out doesn't have time to tell us what. I don't want to scare you, but better drop your pots and pans and truck something up from the arsenal. I've got to stay by the screen." There was a clatter as Linda called. "He doesn't want to scare me, the man says. What is it, creatures from outer space or something?" "Very funny," Liddell said in a voice which clearly indicated he did not think it was particularly funny at all. There was nothing on the screen now but the flashing red and white signal. The complete fragility of their position struck Liddell all at once. The transfer station was a steelite globe 1/16 of a mile in diameter. It contained the subspace transfer machinery, complete living quarters for Liddell and his wife, and the private and public rooms of a small-sized hotel, as well as repair machinery, an arsenal, and a library of the 10,617 possible destinations for an outbound subspace traveler. If there was trouble, Liddell thought, any kind of serious trouble, he and Linda could do almost nothing about it. And if ever, for some reason, the nightmare thought came to him, unbidden, if ever they were set adrift from the transfer station, adrift in the featureless, less-than-vacuum of subspace, as had happened once or twice before in the brief history of the service, they would float in a changeless, insanity-ridden void forever, their bodily functions suspended indefinitely, only their minds working, fighting the sheer horror of nothingness. "There's the gun," Linda said. "Did you know you were covered with sweat, Lid?" "I was just thinking." He took the blaster and stuck it awkwardly in his belt. He felt suddenly foolish. The trouble could have been any number of things. It didn't necessarily mean gun trouble. He was on the point of removing the big clumsy weapon from his belt when the screen flashed again. "He's coming now," Linda said. He was coming all right. The screen flashed green for arrival. It was 7 feet high and 3 feet across, that screen, and whoever materialized at the station would materialize in the screen itself.
What about the danger signal?
Linda asked. I always follow it up with a verbal message, Little explained. It usually only takes a few minutes.
Here it comes,
Linda cried. Something was shimmering in the screen, pulsing, struggling to bridge the yawning chasm between the space which was not and the universe which was. It gradually took the shape of a man, floating in an unexpectedly fetus-like position.
Lid,
Linda said.
We're getting over the subtyper.
A message? Little asked, only a small part of his mind concentrating on what Linda had said. The rest of his being was riveted on the transfer screen as the figure there floated closer, still shadowy, but the shadow darkening, solidifying, bridging.
I'll read it to you as it comes. Urgent Luna outward to subspace way station. John Smith. That's strange. It's stopping.
It has to stop. Subspace can only take a certain number of verbal units at a time. Give it a couple of seconds.
How's our John Smith?
Still shimmering, but getting more solid all the time.
Here it comes again. Is escaped Luna prison. Condemned killer. Jason Short. Oh God, Lid.
There wasn't a station or budding colony in the galaxy which hadn't heard of Jason Short. His kind was a rarity in the 21st century. A strangely maladjusted, warped, sneering, conscienceless, professional killer. Before his capture, Short had hired out to governments, to private firms, to individuals if they had sufficient capital, as a killer. On capture, he had been condemned to death at the Luna Penal Colony, but the sentence had been delayed and postponed for several years, all the while Jason Short's notoriety growing, because sociologists and psychologists had insisted on studying Short exhaustively to see if they could prevent a recurrence of his mental sickness. And now all this, Little thought numbingly, had backfired. Now Jason Short had somehow managed to escape, was materializing here, a cold, ruthless killer. Little clawed at the blaster at his belt and brought it up and clear at the precise moment that Jason Short materialized fully in the screen. There was time for one wild shot, the raw energy searing into subspace through the screen. Then Jason Short became a solid, bulky but swift-moving figure. He lunged at Little, and they grappled for possession of the blaster. Linda screamed, but he might have been 100 parsecs away in subspace. For all his enormous size and heavily muscled body, Jason Short moved with surprising swiftness. He used his right forearm like a club, smashing it against Little's jaw, stunning him. Little went down, and Short came down on top of him, and the two of them rolled over and over away from the screen, their wildly thrashing arms and legs bringing Linda down on top of them. All at once, Short rolled clear of Little. Struggling for breath, Little climbed to his feet, bringing the blaster to bear on the killer, triumphantly.
"Hold it!"
Short cried.
"Oh, Lid, do what you have to do,"
Linda said, but Little let the blaster fall to the floor. For standing in front of him, waiting insolently, Jason Short had circled his arm about Linda's neck and was holding her in front of him as a shield. In his free hand, Short held a knife, the point barely touching the edge of Linda's ribcage. "Why," said Short in a pleasant voice, "don't we talk about where you're going to send me?" Later, Jason Short said, "I see they flashed a danger signal from Luna out. How do I know you won't do the same?" Short was a big man with immense shoulders and heavy limbs, but the fluid, graceful movements of the born athlete. Only his eyes, in an otherwise pleasant face, looked brutal. Little had never seen a killer's eyes before, but did not have to be told that Short's were killer's eyes. "You don't," Little said. "You don't know at all." "Okay, pal, have it your way. I guess I made a mistake at Luna out. I guess I should have killed them. Do you think it matters to me? Do you think it could possibly matter how many I kill now?" Little said nothing. Short licked his lips and studied Little's blaster, which he had retrieved while still holding Linda as a shield. "Are you going to kill us?" Linda said. "Lady, I'm not even thinking about it." "You're not?" "Yet. The important thing is, where am I going? Is there some way I can go off from here without you knowing where, or without these machines of yours recording it?" "The machines record nothing," Little said. "It's all up to us. Then all I have to do is kill you, and there'll be no way for them to trace me. Is that what you're saying, you sap?" "That's what I'm saying," Little admitted. Linda gave him a startled look but said nothing. There must be a catch to it somewhere, Short protested. He almost sounded indignant. There's a catch, Little said. Give. These stations. It's why they're manned. Don't you think the whole job could be done mechanically? Yes, but it's not, Mr. Short, because there are too many variables, because subspace is still unpredictable, and a thinking machine has not yet been built which can handle more than a few unpredictables. What are you getting at? Just this, Mr. Short. You can kill us if you want to. You can choose your destination. Wait while I plot it out on the dematerializer, and possibly verify it for yourself if you know anything about subspace. I don't know anything at all about subspace, Short admitted. But, Little went on, he'd be gambling, and gambling badly with the unpredictability factor. One subspace transfer out of two, according to statistics, is not routine, or not essentially dangerous as long as there's someone at the transfer unit station to correct any inconsistencies in transfer as they arise. But if there's no one, you'll float in subspace forever, not going hungry, not going thirsty, not growing older, but slowly going crazy with changelessness. So I can't kill you. Suit yourself. We'll get to that later, Short said. Now about where I can go. You got any ideas? There are 10,000 and some worlds connected by these subspace units, Mr. Short. What type of world did you have in mind? Not a new one or a small one. I'd stick out like a sore thumb. I want one plenty far from Earth, but still not a brand new, uncrowded colony. I want a far colony, but an established one. Deneb 12, Little said in a very businesslike voice. You couldn't possibly do better than Deneb 12. At the last census it had a population of over 100 million, but is more than 600 light-years from Earth, the 12th planet of a system in which 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14 are inhabited or habitable. All right, cut out the details. How do I know you're telling the truth about Deneb 12? You don't, but you can always check it in our library. If you say I can check it, then I don't have to. I believe you. But unfortunately, I know nothing about subspace. Little shrugged. But you're not going to trick me. I didn't say I would. I'm saying I know you're not. Again, Little shrugged. You want to know why? I'm listening, Little said. Because I'm going to take your wife with me, that's why. When we land on Deneb 12, I'll let her go. You can't take her, Little said. Can't I? Want to get started now, Little? Short asked, waving the blaster. I'm ready to get started if you are. Little stared mutely at his wife. Linda's face was drawn and white, and for several moments no one spoke. Then Linda said, You'd better do whatever he says, Lid. You know something? Short said, laughing. You'd better. Without a word, Little stalked toward the dematerializer. Sooner or later they're going to catch you, Short, Little said an hour later. Why don't you give yourself up now and get it over with? Don't make me laugh. Would you give yourself up? I'm a condemned killer, pal. Sure, maybe they'll catch me on Deneb or someplace, but every day I stay alive is an extra day of reprieve for me, and don't think I don't know it. Now are you ready with that dematerializer, whatever the hell you call it? Little nodded, and Short said, Then let's go. Little sat at the plotting table without moving. For a moment he stared defiantly at Short, but the escaped killer got up and placed a hand impersonally on Linda's shoulder. He closed the fingers, and Linda's face went chalk white. He looked at Little, challenging him with his eyes. Better do what he says, Lid, Linda told her husband. Little sat there and didn't answer. Linda turned to Short and said, Let me talk to him for a minute. Short shrugged and released her. She came over to Little and bent close to him and said, Listen to me, darling. Do everything he says. He's not going to take you with him, Little said fiercely. You've plotted his subspace pattern. He could take a chance and kill us both, try the transfer mechanism himself. You forget, he has absolutely nothing to lose. Don't you see the way he looks at you? He's not hiding it. He wants you, Linda. If we let him take you to Deneb 12, he can lose himself there, with you. It would take the law officers of a frontier world like Deneb 12 months to find you. I can't let him do that. I'll be all right, believe me. Linda, listen to me. I know you're saying that because you don't want Short to do anything violent here to both of us, but there's another way. I know. To refuse, to let him go alone, and probably kill us first. No, Little whispered, while Short watched them from across the room, unable to hear the words they spoke. There is another way. Do you trust me, Linda? You know you don't have to ask a question like that. I trust you, Lid. I trust you with my life. And listen, I'm going to send you. I don't want to say any more. I don't think he can hear us from where he's been sitting. But let's not chance it. You said if you took me to Deneb. I'll send you, said Little grimly, his voice fading until Linda could barely hear it. But not to Deneb. Trust me, darling. I trust you. and we don't have to worry about law officers. I'll come for you. But where?
Hey, you two, Short yelled suddenly. That's enough of that. I said I was ready to get started.
He crossed the room in half a dozen powerful strides and grasped Linda's arm. Little had time to kiss his wife briefly, quickly, then watched as she went to the transfer screen with Jason Short.
You sure you won't try any tricks? Short asked.
Instead of answering, Little said, You think I'm crazy? You have my wife, haven't you? Short laughed and said nothing. With Linda, he climbed the 3 steps up the transfer screen.
I still can't get used to the idea, he admitted. We stand here in this screen like this. You press a few buttons and what happens? We go sailing off into subspace, and the next thing we know, we're materializing on Deneb 12. It's like magic.
It's coldly scientific, Little assured him. Subspace is as real as the normal space-time continuum, as extensive. As a matter of fact, they're co-extensive. They exist together, side by side. But the laws of finite speed, the laws which say you would need all the mass in the universe to travel at the speed of light, do not apply in subspace. Travel is incredibly fast, almost instantaneous between any 2 points, without the need of acceleration.
I didn't ask for a lecture, Short said. Just you send us where we want to go.
Linda offered Little a wan smile. The smile said better than any words, You're spouting science, the science you love, even at a time like this. And you know something? I love you for it. I love you all the more for it. Now Short and Linda stood within the frame of the transfer screen. Wordless, Little took the data on weight and space shift which he had plotted at the plotting table and brought it to the simple bank of controls below the transfer screen. Automatically, he began to plot in the course by punching half a dozen tabs on one side of the control board. He was aware of Short standing above him, within the frame of the screen, scowling, one hand on Linda's shoulder and one holding Little's own blaster, aware of the almost serene smile of trust on Linda's face. It was better, Little knew all at once, far better, that he hadn't had the time to tell her, for then her trust would have been shattered by fear.
Well, what are we waiting for? Short wanted to know.
I'm ready now, Little told him.
Say so long to the old man, Short told Linda.
I trust you, darling, Linda said. I love you.
Now you know, Short chortled. There's a touching scene. But let's drop the curtain and get on with it, he added with a broad grin.
Short was enjoying himself, Little knew. Every moment he had was a moment of freedom he hadn't expected. He would be very dangerous as a consequence. Whatever he did, he knew he had nothing to lose. He had to be stopped. And Little was the only one who could stop him. Savagely, Little threw home the controls. For a split second, nothing happened. Then slowly, Linda and Jason Short began to shimmer. Watching them like that, it was eerie. Little knew the theory well enough, but this was the first actual transfer he had ever attempted, and Linda was part of it. The 2 figures in the screen above him, the woman he loved and the man who had come abruptly to shatter their lives, became no more tenuous than smoke. They seemed to swirl and shift like smoke, to grow thinner as if a wind had come following, blowing. Short's voice echoed strangely from the now almost shapeless fog in the transfer screen.
Deneb, his voice wailed ghost-like. Deneb, here we come.
Then the screen was empty. Little released the controls and stared for a moment at the blank whiteness. He got up and went to the communications board, where he tapped a code message to Central Subspace Station. The message read, This is Little at Subspace B11. Received your message and your John Smith. Trouble. Statin suspended until further notice. Send no one through, as there will be no one to receive them. The message sent, Little replotted the transfer unit, double-checking his previous findings. He then set the controls on automatic and climbed the steps to the screen. He didn't bother going to the arsenal for a weapon. Where he was going, weapons would be useless, he thought. Where he was going, no man had ever gone before. Well, 2 people had, but 2 only, and he had sent them. He was going after Linda and Jason Short. He took one more look at the mistake he had purposely plotted into the transfer pattern. The mistake which meant that Linda and her captor would never arrive on Deneb 12. Or anywhere. The mistake which left Jason Short and Little's wife stranded in subspace, in the nothingness continuum somewhere between the normal space-time of Station B11 and Deneb 12. It was, Little told himself for the 10th time, the only thing he could have done. Trap Short. Trap Linda with him, yes, but at least he could go after them. At least he knew exactly where they were. In subspace. at the exact point he had plotted on the control board, waiting forever if somehow he missed them when he sent himself through, waiting in timeless, spaceless, airless, temperatureless subspace, waiting. They would not miss oxygen. All their bodily functions were suspended, waiting, possibly to drift forever until their minds were shattered in the awful blank immensity. A chill possessed Little as the automatic machinery suddenly made him shimmer. From his viewpoint within the screen, it looked as if the room and the controls and the screen were themselves shimmering. He blinked and opened his eyes, and stared out on a featureless grey infinity, on subspace. "Linda!" he called. He hadn't meant to shout. He knew there was no air, no medium to carry his voice. But he heard it, loud, clear. "Linda!" he shouted again. It was his own voice booming out across the grey void. It was not his imagination. Then was science somehow wrong about subspace? He didn't think so, but it couldn't possibly be an audible projection of his voice. It had to be something else. Telepathy? It was something like that, he decided. An audible telepathy in a world which didn't obey the natural laws which governed our own universe. "We're over here, Lid," Linda's voice came to him. It was followed at once by a scream, a short shout. "Shut your trap if you know what's good for you." Little swam. The motion came to him unbidden, but he felt himself moving through the grey nothingness. He could see nothing except his own arms as he made the swimming motions and moved, swimming through nothingness. Swimming through nothingness? But there was no medium to push against. Another physical law, a law of our universe, Little knew, which went by the boards in subspace. "I'm coming, Linda." "He's got your blaster. I can see you now, Lid." There was a roar and a flash up ahead. Something streaked at Little through the grey void. Instinctively he moved aside. It was a beam of raw energy from the blaster, and he wondered what would have happened if it had struck him. He gasped in surprise. The blaster beam did not fade. It hovered near him. Wondering, he touched it. It was a jagged bolt 10 feet long and felt solid as a shaft of steel. Another natural law, Little thought. Snafu here, because the energy beam of the blaster had been transformed instantly into matter. Shrugging, Little grasped the beam, which, although it seemed as solid as steel, had utterly no weight. With it he swam through the changeless grey murk. All at once he could see them up ahead, Short and Linda, floating there, 2 tiny figures a few 100 yards in front of him. Short's blaster roared again, and the roaring was still another violation of natural law. Another beam streaked out and flashed by Little. Again it solidified. Ignoring it, Little swam forward with the first beam. He began to feel like Zeus wielding a thunderbolt. He waited until he was quite close to Short and Linda, until Short fired the blaster once more. Then he hurled his thunderbolt. Short howled with rage and darted away, triggering the blaster again. But this time Little was on him before he could take careful aim. Dimly, Little was aware of Linda hovering near, touching the thunderbolt gingerly. Then all his attention was centered on Jason Short. They were fighting for their lives, fighting tooth and nail, where fighting or any physical activity should have been impossible. But what did the edicts of science matter when Short slammed a hard left hook against Little's jaw, staggering him, spilling him backward through the grey murk? Short followed up his advantage and lunged after Little, straddling him weightlessly as they floated off, finding his throat with strong fingers, applying pressure. He drove Short off him with 2 left jabs, snapping the bigger man's head back. Short was like a bulldog, though. Slowly the fingers around Little's throat released their pressure. In a world with no air and where no air was necessary, the choking pressure hadn't damaged Little, but his throat ached from constriction alone. He drove Short off him now with lefts and rights to the head. They were weightless, but they hurt. He couldn't explain it, no more than he could explain the sudden transmutation of the blaster's energy beam to solid matter. It was one of the unknown natural laws of subspace. That was all. Presently he was aware that Short no longer fought, but hung there in subspace with his arms slack. He drove a few more left hooks and right crosses into the face, floating so near his own, then swam back and clear. Short hung there, suspended. "But how?" Linda gasped. "How did you ever—" "Automatic control. I came after you." "How will we ever get back?" Little looked at his wrist chrono. "In 15 minutes, the automatic control picks us up and brings us back. Are you all right?" He didn't hurt me. He didn't have time." They waited there in subspace, in each other's arms. When, 15 minutes later, they began to shimmer, Little grabbed the unconscious Short's hand, and the three of them shimmered together into normal space. Little went to the arsenal and secured Short with arm and leg irons. By the time he called through to Lunar Outbound with his explanatory message, the escaped killer had regained consciousness, but maintained a grim silence. "You know," Little told his wife, "one good thing's going to come of this. I mean, besides recapturing Short." "Such as what?" "Such as science always regarded subspace only as a medium of transfer, but with some of its unusual properties, I bet a few first-rate resorts can be built out there." You're crazy," Linda said, but smiled. "And what's more, let me finish for you, darling. What's more, if they're going to build any resorts out there, you're the man to build them. Right?" "Right," said Little, before he kissed her. End of story 5. Story 6 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meeting at the Summit by Ivor Jorgensen. It was quite late when the press secretary asked for an audience. He was one of the very few who made direct contact, a trusted friend of the president, as well as an able buffer between the chief executive and the Fourth Estate. The president said, "Why, certainly. If it's that important, come right up." As the line went dead, the president put down the phone and picked up the Western Story anthology he had been reading. He thumbed the pages pensively, then laid that down too and sat back in his chair. He closed his eyes. So darn seldom he got a chance to read any more, or to do anything else for that matter, except play a little golf once in a while, and spend the rest of the time trying to stem the world's mad dash to destruction. He smiled gently, his tired eyes still closed. He estimated it would take the press secretary a good 10 minutes to get to the White House. Good. The president had come to a point where he savored every precious moment of solitude. He let his mind drift, first to the state of the world. It wasn't so bad, really. Not in comparison. After all, a Cold War was better than a hot one, and even the Cold War was softening up a little. Enough to... The president's smile deepened. Enough to quit. That was his big secret. He hadn't told them yet. In deference to political strategy, responsibility to the party, and that sort of thing, he had held his peace. But his decision had been made. He would not run again. A man, he told himself, is entitled to a few blessed years as his own master, a time when he ceases to be a slave of duty. Why, just think. To grab the clubs and shoot 18 without having to make arrangements. To go out and catch a couple of fish without the Secret Service plotting the course, calling the tune, following, grim-face in his wake. The president's smile deepened. It was all so darned crazy. You go out to get a little relaxation, to catch a fish, but before you arrive the stream has to be stocked so thick you can almost walk on the beauties, because if the president failed to catch a trout in one of their mountain streams, the state involved gets a black eye and might lose a few thousand tourists that year. He wondered idly if they gave the fish a pep talk when they tossed them in. But that sort of thing would be finished soon. He was going to quit. He was going to tell them. "Mr. President," he jerked erect, blinked and gave the press secretary his famous smile, half apologetic now. "Sorry, I was napping, I guess. Didn't hear you. Sit down, sit down." The press secretary did as instructed, and the president was struck by the tight, stricken look on his grey face. "Good Lord, Jim, what happened? You look as though somebody just dropped a bomb on New York City." He could afford to speak lightly, because he knew any news of grave import would not come through the press secretary. The latter appeared to have difficulty with his reply. With the president's eye upon him, sharp but friendly, he floundered for a moment and then said, "I might as well give it to you straight, Mr. President. Then we can go from there." "An excellent idea." "All right, here goes. A man contacted me and requests that you come to the top of Mount Rainier for a conference." The president couldn't find any words. The silence was heavy. "And I think you'd better go," the press secretary finished in a voice charged with sheer misery. He sat mute, wondering what was going on through the president's mind. Finally, the chief executive said, "Jim, I really..." The press secretary leaned forward, his whole being tense. "Mr. President, please answer one question. Honestly, do you think I've lost my mind? Do you think I've suddenly gone crazy?" The reply was in a quiet tone. "No, Jim, I don't. I know you too well for that. I think you're saying something you have to say, doing a job you feel you have to do, even if it puts you in a position where you have to ask a question like that. Thank you. And now, why don't you just sit back and explain it? It'll be frank. It makes no sense to me, but I'm listening." A warm feeling swept the press secretary. This president we had. This solid rock of a guy. You just couldn't beat him. The homely, earnest ex-journalist leaned forward again. "The success of this mission, Mr. President, my visit here, hinges upon whether or not you believe I'm telling the truth. I'm going to tell you some strange things, and if you doubt my word," he shrugged, "well, I would just have wasted your time." "Go ahead with it, Jim." The words were almost sharp now. "All right, sir." He took a deep breath and plunged in. "I've just had a briefing such as no man on this globe ever went through. I've been to the top of Mount Rainier." "When?" "Tonight." "Go on." "I'll tell you step by step exactly what happened, or what seemed to happen. Then you can make your decision." The press secretary began to talk. He talked for a long time. The president listened, his face a mask giving no clue whatever to his inner thoughts. This was a trick he learned over conference tables through the years. His skill at this would have made him a great poker player, but he never cared for the game. When the press secretary stopped talking, he sat, looking at the president with question marks in his eyes. He had no idea what the latter would say or do. The possible extremes were in his mind. The president might smile and say, "You've done a good job, Jim," or he might reach for the phone and say, "Please send in 2 strong men in a straitjacket." The president did neither. He spoke very quietly. "I think I'd better go to Mount Rainier. Tell them I'm ready." The press secretary picked up the phone, dialed a number. When the party at the other end answered, he said, "The president agrees. He awaits your contact." He put down the phone and they sat looking at each other, waiting. There was nothing else to do now. The president's eyes were vague, as though he were looking through space and time. He said, "We've come a long way in a very short time, Jim. It's worth pondering." "A long way, Mr. President." "In a scant 50 years, we've gone practically straight up in matters of science, invention." The thought broke off as his mind went to some of the things his press secretary had told him, and regardless of the gravity of the situation, he found himself looking forward to seeing them for himself. He had not long to wait. A moment later, an odd red haze appeared in a far corner of the room. There was a crackling sound, as of high-voltage electricity jumping its bounds. The phenomenon vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and a young man was approaching the president's chair. So far as the president could see, he might have been one of the bright young career men who hurried about Washington these days, except that the eternal briefcase was missing, and the young man wore a one-piece coverall type of garment in pastel red. He was blond, pleasant, and had even white teeth. He was also respectful. He bowed and said, "Mr. President, I have been sent to conduct you and your assistant to the rendezvous." The president glanced quickly at the press secretary, then said, "Of course." "If you will be so kind as to move with me to the far corner of the room." The press secretary's expression said, "It's all right. This is just how it happened to me." And they followed the young man across the thick carpeting. In a corner, he arranged them precisely. "If you will stand just there." Then he stepped between them and looked pleasantly unconcerned. The president tensed himself for what was to come. But nothing came, except the crackling and the red light, the dissolving of the walls, and the young man saying, "You may sit down now, if you wish." No physical discomfort whatever. The president sat down and looked about. He was in a small, well-furnished room, pasteled in a light shade of green, complementing the young man's uniform, and he got the flash of an idea. That color was very important to the scheme of whatever science brought this transposition about. There was a soft whirring sound. The president said, "May I ask where we are?" "Certainly, sir. We are in a small ship. We are crossing your country at around 100,000 of your feet." "At what speed?" This gave the young man pause. "It would be very hard to translate into terms which you are familiar. I would say roughly the speed of light. The major time lapse is consumed in ascent and descent.
The President showed great interest.
Tell me this. We were moved from my study through some scientific process I won't ask you to explain. But why weren't we carried the entire distance to Rainier in that manner?
The young man pondered.
That is, of course, difficult for you to understand, and quite difficult for me to explain. So allow me to put it this way. When planning a trip from Washington to New York, you walk from your office to your car, and ride in the car from your residence to the airport. I see. A matter of slower speeds over short distances. In a way, but more so a matter of practicality. You could hardly bring the car into your office, nor the aircraft into your front lawn.
The President let it rest there. He said,
One more thing. Why was I not contacted directly in this matter?
This embarrassed the young man.
Wherever we go, sir, we attempt to conform to customs and manner existing in that place. We understood that to reach the President of the United States, one always proceeds through channels.
The President smiled. The humming sound ceased. The young man arose, forestalling further questions.
This way, if you'll be so kind.
The President and the Press Secretary followed the young man from the room into a low corridor. The walls of this passage were transparent, and the President caught his breath at the grandeur outside. He got the impression they were moving from the small ship to a larger one perched precariously on the edge of an abyss. Below, under bright moonlight, lay the snow-covered approaches to Rainier and her sister peaks. A view of overpowering majesty, such as few men had ever seen. One of the reasons, the President thought, why some men joined the Air Force. They entered another room, this one with a blue motif, through another door that opened automatically on approach, and into one of pastel green. The room was somewhat larger, but no more ornate, nor less efficiently furnished than the others. A streamlined oval desk sat in its center, from the far side of which a man arose and held forth his hand. He was slim as a reed and had snow-white hair. He gave the impression of ripe years, yet with no physical indications of this other than a head of beautiful snow-white hair. Perhaps, the President thought, this indication was an illusion, and perhaps the aura of power emanating from the man was also an illusion, but the President would not have been willing to bet on it. The man's smile was an odd mixture of friendliness and impersonality as they shook hands. He said, "My name is Rex, Mr. President. The fact that in one of your languages the word means king is purely coincidental. I am not a monarch in any sense. My title is Director of the 7th Sector." As Rex had got to his feet, the chair under him had swung under the desk out of his way. Now it moved back to its original position, and as the President took the seat Rex indicated beside the desk, he had a whimsical thought. I wonder how that chair knew he was ready to sit down again. Rex nodded to the young man in the pastel red uniform. The latter bowed slightly, turned, and left the room. Rex turned his dark eyes, almost feminine in their beauty, on the President. His quick smile was even more impersonal now. "Shall we get to the business at hand, or could you do with a little refreshment first?" "I'd prefer the former," the President said briefly. "Good. I imagine your aide told you some of it, but I'd better recap that and then go on." Rex nodded briefly in the Press Secretary's direction. It was the silvery-haired man's first acknowledgment of his presence. "You are probably curious as to who I am and just what the 7th Sector is. I'll tell you. The 7th Sector is a team denoting a certain part of the known universe. It contains approximately 900,000 solids of a 20-million-ton weight or over. 11 of these solids support animate life at around the evolutionary stage of your own, or higher. Do you follow me?" When the President was slow in answering, Rex said, "I suggest you lay aside any mental resistance and take all statements I make as fact." "Why should I do that?" "Because my deceiving you would be pointless, and because I must transfer a great deal of information to your mind in a very short time." The President said nothing, and Rex went on. "As director of this sector, it is my job to check the development on its various planets and make progress reports to the Council. And this Council is located many light years from here, at the hub of the known universe, but that is not important.
I thought perhaps we, or our representatives, might some day appear before it. I'm afraid not. I fear you are treading the path of those who once inhabited your neighbor planet, Mars. And life does exist, or did, on Mars? Oh, yes, but we were forced to eliminate it. The President spoke calmly. Then you are able to depopulate whole planets, whole systems if necessary. Let me explain. When conditions are right, life inevitably comes into existence upon a planet. The entities involved are always pretty much as you and I, physically, because conditions produce a ruling race of our structure or do not produce life at all. The problem, Mr. President, lies in the spiritual. Every race on every inhabited planet is given the intelligence and desire to evolve upward spiritually, but they do not always succeed. A time limit is set on this, so that the inhabitants of each planet arrive finally at an evolutionary crisis. The President thought of nuclear fission, the atom bomb, man's incredible progress of the last 200 years. And you have come to aid us in spiritual development. On the contrary, you have had all the guidance necessary, far more than those on most planets, more than did your neighbors on Mars. I have come to annihilate you. The President hid his shock well. If killing me will annihilate life on the planet, you see, Mr. President, there comes a time when each inhabited planet must join the Council, when it reaches a point at which its existence affects the great family of planets. If at that time its state of affairs and development are negative, its population is eradicated for the greater good. May I ask 2 questions? The President said. You may. Thank you. First, why did you contact only me with this news? I'm the titular head of only one nation on this planet. There are many others. I would rather reserve the answer to that question. Very well. The second, how can we affect a family of inhabited planets, the existence of which we are not even aware, planets with which we have no contact whatever? In a few short years you would know of their existence. You would not be able to contact them. You would visit them, and they would visit you. And just how would we affect them adversely? That should be apparent. Your present state of dwarfed spirituality is made clear by your background of violence and injustice. I refer to your planet rather than to your nation. Practically all your scientific progress has come as a result of war. Nations that lose a war on your planet study and invent and discover like demons possessed for tools with which to win the next one. Do you deny that at this moment your planet is little more than an armed camp? No, the President said sadly. I cannot deny this. Then you realize why we cannot let you move out into space, carrying with you the greed, the envy, the hatred, the violence that stalks the corridors of your history. There was no doubt in the President's mind that this remarkable man could back up his every word. His statements were not idle threats. The President said, But your accusations are not entirely just. You make no mention of our great progress towards spiritual goals in the past 100 years. Even the past 50 have seen marked changes in that direction. I have noted that. It is what caused me to make this contact with you. Ordinarily, no such contact would have been made. I would have checked the planet, reported it to the Council, and annihilation would have been automatic. Then there is hope for us? A look of skepticism was mirrored in Rex's eyes. A slim one, perhaps. A very slim one. He leaned suddenly forward. You asked me why I contacted you only. Because of all the nations on this planet, yours is the most powerful, the first powerful nation in the history of your planet that has fought no wars of aggression, that has subjugated no weaker nations. Certainly a hopeful overall sign. And greater progress will be made in the future. Progress comes slowly. We must have time. But progress has been too slow. There is little time left. Could you be more specific? In rare cases where planets have been found to be approaching a crest, so to speak, extensions have been granted. And you will grant us an extension? I'm not sure. There is nothing at the moment that justifies one, Rex pondered. Yet there are strong indications. The President waited. Rex gave his decision. But I am only one man. A powerful man, and I am very much afraid the fate of the planet lies with you and your nation. The President arose from his chair. Rex did likewise. The President said, "I will go personally to the United Nations, all together the heads of all the nations." Rex shook his head. "I'm sorry I can allow no such deviation from the channel of your present efforts. Telling your world of this meeting would put it in the nature of a threat. Thus any results achieved would come through fear of punishment and would not be permanent. There is one more point. Mine is an elective office. I may not be in the President's chair 5 years from now." Rex considered gravely. "I see. In that case, one of two things will happen, depending upon the man in your present office and the sincerity of his efforts. And they are? Perhaps we will contact him and give him our decision. Or—" Rex shrugged. "Perhaps we won't bother." He held out his hand. "Goodbye, Mr. President, and good luck." The President of the United States sat alone in his study. His face seemed wearier than usual. There was a sag in his shoulders that would have drawn comment in public. He was considering his future, the future of the world. There were, of course, many good men in both parties. In the privacy of his own thoughts, it was hard to judge which party had really done the nation greater service. At one time he himself had debated running for the presidency on the other ticket. The country would be in good hands regardless. Ordinarily. But now it came down to the man, rather than the party. Would he be able to convince an incoming president of what had occurred on Mount Rainier? Make him truly understand how little time remained? Would his predecessor have been able to convince him? No, of course not. Only he, the President of the United States, knew of the peril ahead. He pressed a button on his desk. The press secretary entered. The President straightened his shoulders. "When the right moment comes," he said, "tell them I will run again. And God grant I win," he added in his heart. End of Story 6. Story 7 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Voyage of Vanishing Men by Stanley Mullen. They still talk of Braun and the Fourth Intergalactic Survey. Other men before him had gone out into the far, dark places. 3 previous expeditions had gone out and vanished completely. Then the Venture 4 went out, and out, and out, countless miles and light years, and whatever else it is, and out there in the lonely darkness something happened. Nobody knew exactly what happened, but there was a lot of guessing. Only one man came back, Braun, and there was talk. Tending bar anywhere is better, they say, than an academic degree in psychology. Tending bar on one of the way stations to the stars, you see people, most of them human, as they really are, and in all stages of emotion. You see them coming and going, and a few already gone. By little signs, you can tell a lot about them and make a guess at what is wrong with the wrong ones. There was Braun. Angular as a stick bug, he stood at the bar, elbows digging into the polished mahogany, one foot cocked on the rail. He was drinking alone, as if it had become a habit, and the customers edged away from him, as if not wanting to make it too obvious. As usual, his go-to-hell face looked past you into the back bar mirror, and out again to cover the whole place. He was older and changed, though, as he would be. Deep lines furrowed the tight, tanned, leathery features, and his eyes still held some of that awful emptiness of space between the star packs. Nobody said anything at first. Braun watched them, a humorous, half-defiant glint in his eye. But there was pain in him, in his voice as he spoke. "What's the matter? Am I poison or something?" Somebody said it then, in a stage whisper. "I had friends on the Venture 4. "So did I," Braun answered quickly. "A lot of friends. So before somebody works up nerve to ask, I don't know." "Don't know?" A man named Cutter pursued the point coldly. "You were there." "I was there," admitted Braun. "I still say it. I don't know what happened to anybody. I've told the authorities that over and over. I've told anybody who'd listen. You don't have to believe me. I don't give a—" "Nobody told us anything," Cutter insisted. "We haven't heard a whisper about it. And speaking for all of us, we'd like to be sure about you before we go on drinking at the same bar." It was going to be like that as long as Braun lived. People will talk, and if there's a choice, they'll guess the ugly thing every time. Wherever he went, there would be people to ask that question, and somebody to smirk if he answered it. You could see trouble coming, whatever Bron answered. Bron was never a man to talk much about himself. It was always the places he had been and seen, or wanted to go. Like all old-time spacemen, he was a bird of passage. Between trips, he came in a few times, got to be a fixture, but it was always coming or going somewhere, never lighting or staying put. You don't learn too much about a man in a bar casually. Little things add up and hint at the bigger ones. You can call him by his first name casually and hash over mutual acquaintances. That's all. Maybe you talk about the things men talk about. Life and death. Men and spaceships. Life on distant worlds. Bron had knocked around the galaxy like a lot of people since the Dumont space-time drive came into general use. He had seen more than the ordinary man ever dreams about. There was always a restless and curious wondering about more distant stars and their planets. On one classic occasion, you even helped him wonder about other galaxies, and if the new drive would ever take men out into the far, dark spaces where ships never ventured. When Bron's big break came, you heard about it from someone else, since Bron was far away at a planet base circling a star that was just a number in a catalogue. There were no formal goodbyes out there, just technical admonitions. Then a speck diminished into nowhere, with no instruments to track an object accelerating into speeds so many times greater than light that mathematics became weird paradoxes, and nothing existing in normal dimensions even makes sense. Eventually the ship came back, and Bron with it. Nobody knew much more than that. No official announcements were made, no actual denials or accusations. Rumor hinted at ugliness and an investigation going on. People made the usual wild and extravagant guesses, and there were the formless whispers that start nowhere and end nowhere. Bron put his back to the bar and looked over the crowd soberly, one by one. This must have happened to him many times before, as it probably would again. Bron had his own way of dealing with such situations, and maybe he was right. "I don't know what happened," he said slowly. "I'll say it again. Just once. I don't know. If you don't like it, I'm here waiting. One at a time, or the whole rat pack of you. How do you want it?" In any real deadly brawl, voices are rarely raised. There is no loud and explosive discussion. Instead, all movement gels, crystallizes in utter silence. Something breaks it, something like a flung beer mug. Then comes a 5-ring circus of action. Bron ducked. The beer mug struck in foaming, splintering destruction. The back bar mirror dissolved in a chiming avalanche of glass. Cutter led the rush. Bron's back was braced to the bar. He seemed oddly relaxed, almost happy. Somebody heaved another beer mug. It missed, but most of the beer splashed into Bron's face and trickled slowly down him. "I like beer," he said, "but not that well." Like a spring letting go, Bron snapped out to meet them. His long arms caught Cutter and hoisted him high, then hurled him bodily over the stick and into the stacked glassware. By then, if not before, you eased toward the light switch and cut it. Darkness slammed down like a solid barrier, but other solids moved through it, colliding, grunting, swearing, shouting, sometimes groaning. Gradually, the tumult died out of itself. When the lights came on again, Bron still stood at the bar, though several places further down. The darkness had been kind to him. With everyone against him, he could work freely, and at saloon brawling he was a master craftsman. Casualties held to a minimum, but there were plenty of cotton and catgut, splint and plaster cases. Cutter was still out, cold, and went to the hospital with the others. Not everyone joins in a roughhouse, and enough clear-headed witnesses remained to spare Bron any risk of charges. His fists were red and raw, but he seemed unhurt, bodily. Somebody offered him a drink, but Bron just stood there and looked at it, then raised his head to glance up where the back bar mirror had been. "Someday they'll use stainless steel for that," he said. "Then half the fun will be gone." Slowly his face screwed up tight, the leathery skin wrinkling like a withered apple. Eyes closed, he hammered a raw fist on the bar till blood spurted. He was like a hurt child, trying to hurt himself more, to get even with fate. "I had friends on the Venture 4, he cried wildly. "A lot of good friends. What happened to them? Where are they? Calming down, he started talking. His voice was oddly detached, and so low you could hardly hear him. "I was the 9th man," he said. "The rest were all techs of one kind or another. I was the only space tramp aboard. I've often wondered why they picked me, but somebody must have had a good reason. Maybe I was the catalyst. Each of the others could do one job extremely well. I could take over and do anything in an emergency, not as well, but a scratch job to keep the show on the road. And when the Audiobooks developed friction, I was the lubricant. The guy with no axe to grind who kept the others' axes sharpened and tempered." Braun stopped and flung himself at the drink. He seemed to need it, but he was under control again, almost too much under control. "We were way out, somewhere," he continued, "about as far as the others ever got. You can't express it in miles or in time, because neither of them have the right meaning. Not out there." He stopped again. His eyes seemed to be staring beyond the outer limits of darkness, beyond the mystical barrier of the speed of light itself. "The ship came out of warp automatically. Robot machinery was set for that, to bring us out at intervals, though nobody could be sure just how it would function. Ordinary time intervals do not exist, and time itself is a random factor, out there. They tell me we were gone more than 5 years here. For us it was weeks. Most of the time we were in a suspended animation, of course, with automatic controls to handle the ship and rouse one or more of us at intervals. Usually the ship was out of the warp and stopped when we were awakened. Twice, both in the early stages, it was not like that. Those times we were awake and in motion together. It was weird. Space was like black, transparent cellophane, wrinkled and bunched together with the ship leaping from one wrinkle to another. We couldn't see it, but that was the way we imagined it. We could see, though. Stars thinned out and drew together, stars like luminous lights crawling on the black body of eternity. Velocity and acceleration needles met in the center of the gauge. No change in the relation of the ship to anything was apparent, and none would be. Out of the warp, the ship hung, unmoving, in a vastness of dark. Even the galaxies showed but faintly in the visiplates. Destination was the spiral M31 in Andromeda, but the rest of Andromeda lay far behind, and a faint smudge ahead seemed as far away as the home galaxy, which was exactly the case. Venture 4 had reached the halfway point, with 750,000 light-years of loneliness in either direction. Poets and writers have called it the point of no return, when a ship has reached a point in its voyage where the distance back is as far as that still ahead. "Well, this is it," said Charters wearily. "We'll have to decide now whether to go back, or if we think we can make it, push on ahead." Charters was captain pro tem, though on a technical ship, space formalities and titles were phantoms. Braun was unimpressed. "All right, it's the raw end of nowhere, and we're here. What does it prove?" Charters gave him a friendly slap. "It proves one thing, that we can make it next time. We could have made it this time if we'd known what to expect. We'll go back with our report, and the next ship will get there, and make it back to tell about it. We could get there this time, but not back. Sure, we're all disappointed, but don't take it so hard. We haven't really failed. We've made it easier to get the job done. Next time." "Yes," agreed Braun bitterly. "The job will be done, but not by us. We'll be too old before another ship is ready. And by the time the analysts are through with this one, it'll be a junk, just like us." Charters laughed. The two were alone in the control room. The other techs, for once all awake at the same time, were busily checking their instruments, each in his own department. Braun was suffering from reaction. In an emergency, he could function superbly. But with nothing to do, he brooded. It was definitely the raw end of nowhere, though the instruments and record tapes called it by a variety of mathematical equations. According to the figures, the Venture 4 had made an interesting voyage, turning itself completely inside out several times at irregular intervals, smashing all existing speed and distance records, and extending the tenuous boundaries of man's interstellar and intergalactic survey by 250,000 light-years. Other ships might have gone further, but if they had, no one knew about it. They had vanished into some limbo of space. Mass proximity alarms blared through the corridors and cubicles of the Venture 4. Nerves, already tensed, vibrated like thin glass, ready to disintegrate from resonance. There should have been no mass anywhere near, not even a grain of cosmic dust. Blackness stretched in all directions, relieved only by the distant, dimly glowing smudges of galaxies. Assembled in the control room, Venture 4's company discussed the mystery. No conclusion was possible. Whatever was affecting the mass detectors lay dead ahead, still out of vision range, and not even showing in the telescopic relays. By vote, it was decided to investigate. The Venture 4 operated on democratic principles. Responsibility, like risk, was shared equally, and Captain Charters had one vote. Atomic jets, still useful for short-range runs and for close maneuvering, nudged the ship gently into motion, which is a relative thing in deep space. In this case, relative to what? By instrument only, the Venture 4 groped blindly toward the unknown object. By instrument only was it possible to gauge the approach. Proximity needles wavered wildly, then settled down to indicate swiftly diminishing distance, as if the alien object were matching velocity with the Venture 4 on a collision course. At such speeds, collision was possible. Charters began to worry silently. Dubiously, he eyed his crew, picked men, all volunteers eager to challenge the unknown. But the unknown was still unknown, and responding almost too eagerly. "Could it be another spaceship?" asked Braun, voicing the thought in every mind. Charters just looked at him. "From there?" "From anywhere," Braun persisted. "Who knows about curves and orbits out here?" Topping, the astrophysicist smiled grimly. "Who knows about anything here? It wasn't until the mid-20th century that we even knew M31 was as big as our own galaxy and twice as far away as had been thought, or guessed at the truth behind the Doppler shift." "But a spaceship out here," scoffed Charters. Topping shrugged. "It could be. It could even be one of ours. From the future, perhaps. We've done some weird dabbling about in the space-time continuum, remember?" "It could be anything, then," said Braun. "Anything," echoed Topping. "Start deceleration," ordered Charters, concerned with the more practical aspects of a possible encounter in alien space. "Swing the controls over to manual. I'll feel better about the ship if it comes to dodging a collision. You have the practical piloting experience, Braun. Take over." Grinning, Braun seated himself at the manual keyboard and started pressing studs. Lights blinked off and on in patterns on the screen at vision level. He switched over to the visiplates mounted on the blunt bow. A sector of blackness dead ahead was projected onto the screen. There was nothing to see. Light in interstellar space is too feeble to reveal anything not self-luminous. "Try a radiolume beam," suggested Charters. The screen flickered, then resumed its blackness. With no dust, no anything to reflect light back to the ship, the beam lost itself in the immensity. Braun worked with the studs. "We're slowing," he announced. "Now what?" "Try a dead stop, but be ready to move out fast in case the alien continues a collision course." Braun nodded. In the artificial gravity field, no effect of deceleration was perceptible. The ship slowed and stopped as dead as a ship stops with no reference point to anything. What actually happened was a delicate balancing upon a number of mathematical equations, themselves unstable. Mass proximity needles, showing the expected increase by squares, indicated that the stranger also had come to a full stop by matching exactly at zero. It was an interesting fact that so far from home, the familiar laws of gravity seemed to hold their familiar relations. More interesting was the fact that the alien object or ship had stopped. "See anything?" asked Charters. "Not a thing," admitted Topping. "How about the telescopes?" McClure, the astrogator, reported then. Under the circumstances, his voice sounded curiously matter-of-fact. "A faint point of light, not enough disk to tell much of anything about it. We'll try with—" "Can't be more than a mile away, I'd guess," said Braun. "What do we do now? Just sit here and wait?" Topping grunted. "Reminds me of a pair of strange dogs meeting away from home and sniffing at each other with mutual curiosity and mistrust." "That's about the way it would be," Charters agreed weakly. "If that is an alien ship out there, what else could we do?" "We could try for contact, communicate with them somehow." "Morse code?" asked Braun bitterly. "There were humans in other parts of our own galaxy, some of them intelligent and highly civilized. We set up communications with them." "There was common basis with them," argued Braun, "and we found some non-human intelligent races. Communications don't do so well with them, and the Venture 4 is no warship. We came here to window shop, not to buy, and
and not to take over anything by force. We're not equipped for a row."
Charters broke in. "Topping is right. We'll try to set up communication with a modulated light beam."
"Go ahead and try," said Bourne. "I'll stand by just in case of trouble. And when your idea fails, we can start talking sense."
Charters and Topping left him at the controls and joined Tal Roberts in the communications office. Braun waited. When they returned, he could tell by the faces that their plan had fallen through.
"Struck a snag?" he asked amiably.
Charter's smile was weak. "We tried 2 messages. After a short wait, they repeated them. You might say we've established communications, but we're not getting anywhere."
"The same messages? Nothing else?"
"Nothing."
"Maybe they have no imagination. I have an idea if you're ready to listen."
Charters nodded. "Go ahead, if it's nothing that will endanger the ship."
"The ship isn't involved. We have 2 space lifeboats, though I can't figure where we'd escape to if anything went sour out here. I'll take one and slip away from the ship. With luck, I can sneak up on our friends, without lights. Keep your beam turned on, aimed right at the alien. I'll stay out of the beam, but it should give enough light to see by. If the thing looks like a real spaceship, and there's a chance the occupants are home, I'll try to make actual contact. If not, I'll scurry on back. How about it?"
"Could be dangerous. If anything happens."
"You won't be any worse off. Probably if it's another ship, the people are just as scared and curious as we are. As the show stands, you don't even dare try to run for it. I'm expendable."
"It's a matter of opinion. I won't rule on this, Braun. We'll call the gang together and decide by vote." Half an hour later, the lifeboat was ready. Served with air, food, and water for an indefinite time, the tiny craft lay in its cradle.
"Keep a light in the window for me," said Braun.
He climbed aboard through the miniature airlock, which closed behind him. Solenoid magnets conveyed the lifeboat through chutes into the valve of the main airlock. Doors opened and closed with automatic finality. Air hissed back into the ship as pumps emptied the valve. With pressure equalized, the outer door opened into space. Braun eased his tiny craft free, then turned and ran forward alongside the Venture 4. From outside, the explorer ship seemed tremendous. It was a small world in itself, complete, self-sustaining, but mass conversion was necessary to power the velocities far beyond the speed of light, and already the voyage had eaten away too much of the ship's mass. A phantom glow hovered about the food compartments as if the metallic shell caught and reflected faint light from a distant source. Braun wondered about that subconsciously, but in the midst of so many wonders, one more mystery meant little. There was no light beam to be seen. His instruments found a course parallel to the invisible beam and followed it for him, with the robot pilot in charge. But for the ship dwindling behind him, the vault of space seemed empty. In the blackness ahead, though he could not see it, was a single, small, luminous speck. Behind him, the light of the ship diminished slowly to infinity. It vanished. Braun was alone with his mission. With no visible reference point, Braun's senses became unreliable. Unlighted, the lifeboat seemed a mote of darkness lost in the greater immensities. Even in the brink of the last unknown, the man grew restless and depressed. With nothing to see, nothing to occupy the senses of his brain, he was bored. Braun groped blindly and gave himself the luxury of a cigarette. While it lasted, the red glow of the cigarette's coal gave comfort to his loneliness. It gave him something on which to concentrate. There was no up, no down, no sideways, only ahead and behind, with invisible dots of light to identify each. He felt oddly trapped, at the mercy of automatic instruments. Curious and unpleasant illusions crowded upon him. For a time he thought that all matter had vanished from the universe, that only he and his lifeboat existed in all the great void. Later he thought that light itself had vanished. Telescopically in any direction he could have found light, but to his unaided eyes all darkness was the same. Then came the weirder illusions of other senses, that his course followed no straight line or sane curves, but moved endlessly upon some infinite spiral. Time passed, and his eyes grew so accustomed to darkness that they did not see the light when it appeared. Ahead, just a faint point, steady, steel-hard, unwinking. It emerged from the blackness. Slowly it increased in radiance rather than in size. Then at last it was a disk, like a beacon set out to guide him in. There was a beam, invisible with nothing to reflect its tight radiance or diffuse it. But as before, when leaving his own ship, he avoided the beam. Cruising closer, Braun began to make out details. It was a ship, no doubt about that. A phantom glow hovered about its forward compartments, as if the metallic shell caught and reflected faint light from a distant source. It was a ship, all right. A ship painfully like the Venture 4. A philosopher might have meditated upon parallel evolutions, but Braun was too deeply shocked for delvings into the deeper relations between man and his environments. The alien ship was identical. Braun satisfied himself of that by circling, studying every aspect of the stranger. There was the same indefinable quality which stamped it as man-made. Almost hysterical with his discovery, Braun nerved himself to switch off the automatic pilot and take over manual controls. Then he eased in quickly beside an airlock which might have been the same one he had left. Magnetic grapnels reached out from the lifeboat, caught and dragged the lesser mass to the greater. At the controls, Braun guided his tiny craft to the airlock valve, and the outer doors slid shut and locked hermetically behind him. Some kind of atmosphere would be hissing into the valve now, building up pressure. It had to work like that. Almost beside himself, Braun crawled into a spacesuit, then settled back to wait impatiently. Light flooded the valve as the inner doors slid smoothly open. Braun made routine tests, then opened his cockleshell lifeboat hatch. Blinded by light, he climbed out. On rubbery legs, encased in the bulging suit of space armor, he walked to the gaping doorway and entered the alien ship. If a trap, it was a good one. Braun staggered backward. As his eyes became accustomed to the light, he stared. Disbelief in his senses and doubt of his sanity showed on his face. Opening the vent in his space helmet, he took a deep breath. Then he stared curiously at Charters and Topping.
"You weren't gone long," observed
Charters. The pair studied Braun, their expressions puzzled. "I guess I didn't get very far," admitted Braun uneasily. "Am I crazy, or is it everything else?" "That's anyone's guess," said Topping. "What happened?" "I'm not sure I know." They waited for explanations while Braun took a stiff slug of coffee laced with brandy. "Somehow I must have got turned around," admitted Braun ruefully. "I can understand that, but the lifeboat was set on automatic pilot. I thought I came straight across, and with the robot pilot I should have. What do you think happened?" Topping was sober. "There are several possible explanations. I don't like any of them. Maybe there's a flaw in space here. It could act like a mirror, reflecting back our own mass on the beam of our own light. Who knows, there may not even be an alien ship out there." "But there's nothing material out there," objected Braun. "I was there, and our instruments would show anything above the size of a speck of dust. For that matter, we can see the thing in our telescopes, and there's nothing we know that can distort the gravity effect of mass, let alone turn it around like light reflected from a mirror." "Whoever heard of 9 men sailed in an oversized can and set down halfway between home galaxy and M31, reproved Topping. "Light and gravity may not be functions only of our space-time continuum, but of others adjacent to, and even overlapping ours. We know very little about the nature of either, and some of our unexplained phenomena may be the result of actions and reactions outside our continuum." "That's getting too deep for me," said Braun. "I'm willing to try again, if only to prove I didn't funk out the first time. And this time I'll go across with the lights blazing. I want you to use radar and visual scanners on me all the way." Charters shook his head. "We're up against something we don't understand. I'm not sure I should permit—" "What's the harm?" pleaded Braun. "I came through without a scratch before. The worst that can happen is a repeat of the same farce. Besides, I just had a brainstorm. Suppose this is not the same ship I left. Suppose there really are 2 ships, exactly alike, even to the people on board. Suppose that there are 2 civilizations that developed identically." "Maybe you'd better go," laughed Charters. "If you keep on in that vein, you'll give us all nightmares." Braun's second try followed the same routine as the first. The difference was in Braun himself. Before he had been mildly excited, calm but overstrained, expecting almost anything. There was a grimness about his second venture. He felt moody and more depressed than before. This time, there was no boredom. Before leaving, he took a good look around, fixing the faces of his companions into his memory, engraving the ship and endless details of its structure and decoration into his brain. He felt as if he were leaving all of it behind him forever. The worst that can happen, he thought, is the same thing. He was wrong about that. Approaching the alien ship, he braced himself. There was the light, then the ship, with its metallic shimmer of reflected light, dimmed by distance. Again he circled, studying the contours of the immense fabrication. He remembered an old French proverb about the more a thing changes, the more it remains the same. The ship was the same. It was the Venture 4. He would stake his life and his sanity on it. No matter. In a way, he was relieved. Once inside the ship, he would let the experts explain it to him. At least, he had tried. Nobody could say this time that he funked the job. They would have had the scanners on him all the way. This time he knew, somehow, that he had not turned around from any confusion. Also, with the lights on, he had watched the automatic pilot. There had been no trick turns. He had it on the flight record tapes. If the lifeboat had returned to its point of departure, the only possible explanation was that a space warp or flaw in the space-time continuum had turned it inside out. "Into the line," Bond murmured contentedly. "Into the line again." Skillfully, he maneuvered the lifeboat up to the bulk of the Venture 4. He grappled it to the airlock valve and slipped it inside on the skids. The outer doors closed. This time he was so sure of where he was that he did not bother with the spacesuit. He waited till the inner doors opened to matched pressures and scuttled out of the lifeboat. The air was breathable. The usual hydroponic cycle stuff, just what he was used to. It smelled oddly of pumps, as it always does, pump packing and growing things. Air in the lifeboat had been too rich in ozone, and Braun was giddy with the sharp tang of it. Braun strode confidently into the ship. No one was around to greet him. It was a gag they had worked up, he figured. All right, he'd play along. Through the ship he went, calling out names. Echoes rang hollowly in the vast interior, but they were the only answer. He kept wondering and calling, wondering and crying out. Finally, he was screaming hysterically. It was a long time before the fact got through solidly to him. He was alone on the ship. So far as he could tell, it was the Venture 4. Everything about the ship was the same. It was his ship. Wherever he had been, he was back on his ship. He had to keep on assuring himself of that. It was either the Venture 4 or an exact duplicate. But the other duplicates had duplicated the people, too. "Where is everybody?" he screamed. He went on screaming for a long time. A very long time. Smoke curled up from Braun's cigarette to join the dense layers near the bar's ceiling. Light shone through the blued stratifications and blurred blobs, as through fog. "That's the story," said Braun huskily. "Not all of it," somebody murmured. "Not quite. The ship was mostly automatic. I knew then why I had been picked. As I said, in an emergency I could handle any job, or even all jobs, for as long as necessary. We had all the flight tapes from the long voyage out. Mainly it was a job for the computers. You couldn't just run the tapes through backward because nothing ever stands quite still in the universe. All I know is that we did it, the ship and I. The Venture 4 is the real hero, I guess. It brought me back."
What about the others?
Somebody persisted. "I don't know," Braun answered irritably. "All I know is what I've told you, what happened to me. About the rest of the bunch, even the experts are still guessing. There are several theories. There were things about the ship, odd differences. Nothing I could catch, but the experts found curiosities. They think I was tricked, that it's not really the same ship, but a clever, an almost miraculous duplicate."
But why? And how?
Braun laughed bitterly. "Your guess is as good as anybody's. Mine is that I wasn't wanted. The rest of the crew were all specialists, trained technicians, each one the best in his field. If somebody out there wanted some samples of the best brains in the human race, he really got the top quality. They were all educated to the hilt, trained for a particular job. Maybe they were picked because they were ready for something else. They had the entrance qualifications. I hadn't. That may not be the only explanation. It's probably the best one." Braun poured himself another drink and drank it. His eyes stared blankly as if the essential part of him was back out on the raw frontiers of the dark unknown. Braun poured himself another drink and drank it. His eyes stared blankly as if the essential part of him was back out on the raw frontiers of the dark unknown. Somebody dragged him back to the bar with a final question. "But surely you must have some ideas of your own. What do you think happened to the others?" Braun smiled soberly. His voice was tired, and it sounded as empty as those black spaces where no sun ever shines. "What I think doesn't matter. There may be another world out there, or something in hyperspace. It may be a point of contact. It may be a barrier against all man's dreams of further expansion and exploration into the unknown. You've asked what I think happened to the others, and it's a good question. People are going to keep asking me that. I don't know the true answer. Maybe I'll never know." Braun hesitated, glanced round him at the ring of strained and questioning faces. He saw the disbelief registered on them, the thinly veiled anger that seemed to shout out to him, "Why don't you tell us what really happened? Tell us the truth!" Braun sighed resignedly. It was always the same. It would always be the same, wherever he went, and he would have to keep moving. Alone, apart from other men. He walked past the silent, questioning faces and through the door, and down the street to the next bar. End of Story 7. Story 8 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Problem Planet by Russ Winterbottom.
Quibblers may shove dictionaries in my face till the end of the universe, and I will always maintain that almost anything you can name is a matter of good luck or bad. Every great man owes his success to luck of some sort. What made him great is what he did with his luck after he got it. Had I been born 11 years before Senator Clive Littlebrook, I might have been brilliant to the point of stupidity, as he was. Nobody planned that I should be 24 when he was 35, and a space pilot instead of a senator. He had 11 years to get smarter than me. But all of his brilliance and all of my youthful innocence couldn't have prevented our being space-wrecked on a lonely, uninhabited planet. We knew it was lonely and thought it was uninhabited, as it almost was. It was the second planet of an unimportant sun, Yuga 16, which lay unexpectedly in our path through hyperspace, while I drove him to an important committee meeting on Arcturus 3. As a result, I had to dump our fuel to alter our mass in order to avoid a direct collision, and naturally there was nothing else to do but land on 2 Yuga 16. So we were marooned, and even if our radio had been powerful enough to send out an SOS, it would take years for a message to get anywhere. Clive was philosophical about it. After cussing me for 3 hours, he decided that we'd better make the best of our situation. He could fight when we had less important things to do.
"I've always maintained,"
he said,
"that even in the smallest detail, a human settlement must be political, and I've also believed that politics must be designed to fit environment."
He always talked like that, so I wasn't particularly impressed till he had talked a good few minutes more, expanding his point.
"So on this planet, we will have a one-party, autocratic rule. I will be the head of the government, and you will be my constituency."
"Huh?"
"It is perfectly clear, Dave," said Clive. "I've had experience in political matters, therefore I'm more suited to governing a planet. You follow my orders and do all the work, and I'll do the planning and thinking."
These might not have been his exact words, but that was what he said. I was mad enough to want to sock him right there. But I knew that we might get rescued some day, and he could throw his weight around almost anywhere. The only time I had the authority to shove Clive Littlebrook around was when he was a passenger on my spaceship, which he certainly wasn't now.
"The first thing to do will be to find shelter, food and water," he said.
"Don't be silly," I said. "We've got all those things on our spaceship."
"We don't know how long we'll be here," said Clive. "Since the supplies on our ship are limited, we must try to be self-supporting."
I've always liked that fable about the oak and the willow trees. One was big and strong, the other wasn't. But the willow tree lasted longest because it bent and swayed before the wind. So, with Senator Clive Littlebrook, I made like a willow tree. I humoured him. I started out to explore the spot where our ship landed. A couple of miles away were some rolling hills covered with trees. Since we had seen a number of small animals, I figured there would be game there, probably water, too. Clive came with me, not to explore, but because he couldn't order me around at long distance,
And there's nothing worse to a politician than not being able to do any politicking. I was stuck with him. We hit a jackpot. Not only was there a clear stream running through a valley in the hills, but there was an abundance of small game, and there was a ruined city. Sometime in the past, this planet had been inhabited. Then something happened. Epidemic, war, famine, drought, or something we didn't know about had wiped out the intelligent life to a man. This had happened so long ago that even the bones had turned to dust, but the shell of his cities remained.
"Too bad," said Clive. "This is going to make your task more difficult."
"Why?"
"You'll have the added duties of being the police force, the sanitary commission, and the city council," he said.
"But there's no need for those things," I protested. "There's nobody to govern."
"You will also have to be the populace."
I could see that I was going to have the splittingest personality in the galaxy.
"We'll have to establish a monetary system," Clive went on. "Unless there's trade, our city will perish."
"That's one thing we don't have to do," I said. We had been standing in the stone framework of a building, and I had kicked a pile of dust with the toe of my boot. Under the dust was a mound of square, flat objects of gold. Coins. "We've already got money." Clive pounced on them.
"My word," he explained. "We're wealthy."
"Nuts," I said. "What can you buy with it?"
"It's gold," he said. "There may be a bank in these ruins."
"You were talking a while ago about food, shelter, and water," I said. "We've got the shelter and water, but we've still got to have food, unless we want those little rabbits for a steady diet." The animals weren't rabbits, but they were about rabbit size.
"We've got to have economics," said Clive. "I'll pay for all the food you bring in, and you can buy your food from me."
It sounded crazy, but I made like a willow again. In order for him to have enough money to pay me to work, I had to find a bank. A good candidate seemed to be a building larger than the others that nestled against a hillside, surrounded by trees. It had a facade supported by fluted columns, and it was in pretty good shape, since the hill probably sheltered it from a lot of the weather that had taken such a toll from the other buildings. With Clive at my heels, I went inside. It was light, since the roof had rotted away. It was a temple, with a hollow, square sacrificial altar in the center of a large hall, and it was better than a bank. Scattered everywhere were gold coins, such as we had already found. In addition, there were bars of blackened silver, glass jugs filled with precious stones, solid gold candlesticks, ornaments and jewelry.
"You will be well paid, my subject," said Clive. "People of every planet in the universe will envy the people of this planet."
"What's the name of our planet, by the way?" I asked. The answer came in a different voice.
"Up to now, it's been lonesome."
I had my hands full of coins, but as I heard the voice, they slipped out of my fingers and fell to the stone floor with a clanking sound. I wheeled around, and in the red sunlight that streamed through the broken roof, I saw a human figure. A woman. At first I thought she was smiling, and then I saw that her lips were grim and tense. What made her look more formidable than anything was what she held in her hand. A large-size, old-fashioned .38 and a .45 frame. She wasn't the ghost of a vanished race. She was real, from the top of her wavy black hair to the crude handmade sandals on her feet. Her eyes were soft and brown, but they glinted like the flash of polished steel. Her figure was well-proportioned and graceful in its curves, but there was no mistaking hardened muscles. Her clothing, which included shorts and a sack-like blouse, seemed to have been woven from grass fibers and animal skins. I got tired of trying to watch the gun and her curves at the same time, so I forgot about the gun, since she wasn't pulling the trigger. "Yes," she said, "it used to be lonesome, but now it looks like we'll have to call it the Problem Planet."
"Good heavens," said
Dave.
"A 50% increase in population."
"Let's not talk about increasing the population just yet," said the girl. "Let's get acquainted." She smiled, and it made her look lots nicer than when she was grim. She spoke to me. "Drop your pistol holster on the floor, and then frisk your friend." I'd been so used to acting like a willow that it was no trouble at all to obey. Besides, I figured it was only custom that made a king outrank a queen. On a new planet, a little change might work wonders. "My name's Rosemary," she said when I had finished. "This is my planet, and you're trespassing."
"Fiddlesticks," said Clive. "This is not your planet. I'll admit you might have squatters' rights on a limited portion of it, but you can't possibly claim it all."
"Here's my deed," she said, waving the gun. "Who are you?"
He's Senator Clive Littlebrook, I explained. I'm Dave Kempton, a space pilot.
I'm also the Supreme Court on this planet, said Clive, and I'm handing down a decision right now. Your claim to the whole planet is invalid.
While Rosemary looked as if she wanted to pull the trigger,
He turned to me. You're the clerk of the court, so write down my decision, State versus Rosemary. What's your last name, my dear?
None of your business, said Rosemary.
Oh, well, said Clive. Adam and Eve didn't have last names, and until the population is heavier, we won't need last names here.
Here it's going to be Eve and Adam, if things progress that far, said Rosemary.
My dear, said Clive, you must realize it belongs to the minority party. It will give us a chance to practice democracy in its simplest form. The first thing we'll vote on is disarmament. All in favor, say aye.
Aye, I said.
All opposed, signify by the usual sign.
No, said Rosemary.
I shall have to cast the deciding vote, said Clive. In view of peaceful relations, I shall have to vote aye.
He smiled and extended his hand. Give me the gun, my dear.
No, said Rosemary. My dear, you are establishing a bad precedent. Your stand may lead to war later on. You wouldn't want the blood of millions to be on your head.
I don't want my blood to be on yours either, said Rosemary.
Clive turned to me. Dave, as chief of the police, it is your duty to disarm the woman. She is violating the law by possessing firearms.
We won't harm you, Rosemary, I said. I could see her point of view, but on the other hand, nobody likes to have a gun pointed at him.
No, said Rosemary.
Listen to reason, I said. There are two of us and only one of you. Sooner or later you're going to have to sleep, while we can take turns sleeping. You can't keep that gun pointed at us forever, so you might as well be a good sport.
Said Rosemary. My dear, said Clive, you are an earthling. Certainly your instincts must be for the democratic way of life. A gun speaks of tyranny.
It wasn't hard to figure she was an earthling. She spoke perfect English, and a 38 on a 45 frame isn't found on other planets, unless Earthmen brought them there. While I was curious about her origin, I figured that at the moment there were more important problems to solve. This one looked near solution. As I recovered from my initial shock of seeing a beautiful girl pointing a gun at me, I noticed the gun more than I did at first. There were unmistakable signs of rust, and a rusty gun is often more dangerous to the shooter than to the shootee. It was so rusty, in fact, that I doubted if it would fire, so I simply stepped forward and grabbed it. She seemed to have been waiting for this move. No sooner had I jerked the gun out of her hand than she seized my wrists, turned and pulled me over her shoulder in a snap mare. The next thing I knew, I had landed in a heap. Want to try 2 falls out of 3? She asked. No thanks, I said. I got up and examined my bruises.
As long as Rosemary is disarmed, said Clive, we'll go ahead with our plans for democracy. The first step is a free election. I'll nominate myself for president and general manager of the planet.
I'll nominate,
Rosemary began. Sorry, said Clive. Nominations are closed. Since there is no opposition, I'll move and second that I am elected unanimously. I congratulate you on your wisdom, since I'm the only one of our group who has had political experience.
Hey, I said, aren't you pushing this thing a little fast?
It is necessary to establish a civilized government quickly, said Clive, and I assure you I'll be bipartisan in my government. I'll appoint you, Dave, as Secretary of State, and you, Rosemary, as the Secretary of... let's see, how about Secretary of Labor?
No,
said Rosemary. Clive didn't seem to be upset. Well, we must expect opposition from the minority party. It's your privilege to refuse the nomination.
Comes the revolution, said Rosemary.
I was hoping we'd have no subversion, said Clive, but if there is, it will be dealt with promptly. He turned to me. Now I think we'd better go about checking our national resources.
He leaned over and picked up a handful of gold coins and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he helped himself to some diamonds, emeralds, and rubies.
Rosemary turned on her heel and walked toward the door.
When she reached it, she turned a moment. When you get hungry or need me, I'll be around.
Then she was gone. That reminds me, said Clive. We'd better look for food.
He stooped and picked his gun off the floor. I said. You ruled against armament.
Clive hesitated. But we should protect ourselves against wild animals.
Rosemary's been living here for quite a while, I said. She admitted her gun was useless, so I don't think there are any dangerous animals. And I'm certainly not going to let her laugh at me by carrying a gun to protect myself from her, even if she is a lady wrestler.
Clive nodded. I see your point, but if we leave the guns here, she may get them.
I'll take care of that. I picked up both weapons and hunted till I found what probably had been a well. I dropped them into it, albeit with misgivings. Still, a woman's laughter is something that masculine pride would rather die than face. Women do laugh at men, but they do it politely, or where men can't hear them. Maybe Rosemary was laughing now. Without the guns, though, we had a more difficult food problem. We would have to trap animals or depend on fish, if fish existed in the stream that ran through the ruined city. And there were. I sharpened a couple of sticks with my knife, and we tried spearing fish. We decided that it would take a lot of skill and probably days of practice. We'd have to weave some nets, and this would take time too. I was about to suggest that we go back to the spaceship and live on what we had, when Clive found a clam. It was different from the terrestrial clam in that it was almost egg-shaped, but there was no mistaking what it was. Presently Clive had dug up quite a pile of them from the stream, and I had a little fire glowing under some stones. On top of the stones I piled wet moss to steam the clams, and I was just about ready to have a clam bake when Clive started to groan. "What's the matter?" I asked. "I ate a clam," he said. "Raw! It's poisoning me." Presently he was lying on the ground, writhing. I was trying to stick my fingers down his throat when Rosemary appeared. "He won't die," she said, "but I won't advise eating those clams. Nearly all the fish are poisonous. He'll be all right in a few minutes." "What are we going to eat?" I asked. "Not that we're starving, but the supply of food on our spaceship won't last forever." "I have a garden," said Rosemary, "and I've domesticated some livestock."
"My dear," said Clive between groans, "I appoint you Secretary of Agriculture."
"Let's get some things straight," said Rosemary. "This planet is not going to be like the Earth."
"But a democracy, my dear."
"Okay, it's a democracy. I'm not opposed to freedom of government, but there are a lot of things outside government that need changing. Back on Earth, man is the dominant sex. On this planet, women will be."
"But there are 2 men, only 1 woman,"
Clive said. He was breathing a little easier now, and I judged he was recovering. "All the more reason why women should be dominant," said Rosemary. "I'm more valuable."
"We're stronger. Women must have men to protect them."
"Any time you want to test your theory that you're stronger than I am, I'm willing," said Rosemary, and she looked perfectly able to take care of herself. I didn't know then how long she'd been on the planet, but she was hard as a rock. She had taken care of herself in all kinds of weather, done everything a man could do in fighting against nature. Being a spaceman is no way to develop your biceps, and neither is being a senator.
Said Clive. "Perhaps there should be more equality between the sexes. But most of the things that women misinterpret are not discrimination, but adoration."
"I don't care what it was," said Rosemary, "and I didn't say anything about equality. Starting tomorrow, you boys will do what I tell you to."
"But I'm the president," Clive protested.
"And I'm the boss," said Rosemary. We fixed up some of the better preserved buildings into houses. We made tools out of sticks, stones, gold, and silver. We trapped animals and domesticated them, and we planted gardens and wove clothing out of grass and fur. Rosemary showed us how to do most of the things, and then left us to do them while she explored the ruins and dug up items that told how the vanished race lived. "They were humanoid," she told us once. "I found a frieze that pictured the inhabitants. While the art was primitive, it was easy to see that they were a great deal like men. Probably their civilization will compare favourably with that of Rome in Caesar's time, although I haven't found much bronze. Probably they had iron, which has rusted away. I still haven't found what killed them. But for that matter, no one really knows what killed the dinosaur. It's probably due to the fact that there's a critical point in the development of any species. When that point is reached, the species dies." "But man went farther on Earth than here," I said. "Sure, because the critical point on the Earth is higher than on Problem Planet." She paused and added, At least that's what my father thought." "Your father?" "Yes, he was an astroarchaeologist," she explained. "He brought me here when I was a little girl, only 12 years old, and he died here. I've lived alone in this ruined city ever since." "Didn't he have a spaceship?" "Sure, but I didn't know how to run it." "You mean it's still here? Can it operate?" "I suppose so. I don't know anything about spaceships." I almost yelled, "Why didn't you say so? We could have been on our way to civilization long ago." She nodded toward Clive. "He's so happy here, being the president of everything."
Good heavens, girl, I said. Clive's a politician. He's got to have people. A whole planet full of people to really be happy. Right now he's— I stopped. Rosemary had tears in her eyes. Clive had been busy grinding some nuts into a sort of flour, and when he noticed Rosemary wiping her eyes, he rose and came over to where I'd been weaving while I talked to her. "What's the matter?" he asked. I decided to break the news by easy stages. Supposing we had a way to get off this planet, to go to the Earth, or 3 Arcturus, or somewhere we could live like human beings again. Wouldn't you want to go? Clive laughed. "I've never had so much fun in my life," he said. "Here I'm everything I wanted to be. I've got a nice political boss, and I'm the chief executive of a whole planet. I'm also the Supreme Court, and 1/3 of the voters. I've got more wealth than a nabob, and no pressing appointments with people I don't like." Rosemary looked up at him. "You like me?" "Certainly," Clive said. "Woman has always been the dominant sex, the stronger sex, if you like. On Earth she invented the idea that man was the big shot, but that was to keep man from being discontented. Equality of the sexes always has been a myth, but I didn't realize it until civilization was reduced to its simplest form." "What about you, Dave?" Rosemary asked. "Personally, I like life on easier terms," I said. "Not that it isn't pleasant here, but we have to work so hard, and we've been lucky not to have had any real sickness, except for the time Clive ate a clam, and that wasn't serious. But sooner or later we're going to need the science of medicine, and if we don't need that, we're going to have something else that civilization has, and we haven't. Furthermore, man is a gregarious animal. He may kid himself about how nice it would be to live on a desert island, but no matter how antisocial he is, he doesn't feel right without others around him, even if it's only to be disagreeable with them." "Isn't civilization a lot like the gold and precious stones in the temple?" asked Clive. "The stuff is no good unless we need it." "But it's wrong to have useful things and not use them," I said. "It's miserly." "Okay," said Clive, "but we have no other choice." "But we have," Rosemary broke in. "I just told Dave that I have a spaceship. You can go away if you wish, or stay. It's up to you. I didn't tell you before, because I hadn't made up my own mind. Now I have." "It's my mind that has to be made up," I said. "I'm the only one of us who can pilot a spaceship. No matter what you want to do, I've got quite a say in the matter." Clive sat down on the ground beside me. "So you're the most important one. You're the king for a day. If we want to go back to civilization, you're the only one who can take us." "Right," I said. "When we landed, you were top man, because you were a big wheel. Right away, Rosemary took the scepter because she was a woman, and women are scarce. Now I'm president of everything." "It's a democracy," said Rosemary. "We'll vote on it."
"In view of the importance of the occasion, we should have a debate first," said Clive.
"You first, Dave," said Rosemary. "Okay," I said. "We've shared everything, and since you've both probably guessed it anyhow, I'll admit that I'm in love with Rosemary. She hasn't given me the chance to tell her alone, so I'll tell the world. Here, I've got a 50-50 chance of getting her, maybe better, because I'm nearer her own age. But away from here, the odds go down. I'll go if Rosemary goes, and if she'll have me. Otherwise, we'll stay. Maybe Clive and I will have to fight for you, Rosemary." "You next, Clive," said Rosemary.
"If Rosemary goes with you, Dave," said Clive, "we'll fight. We're about evenly matched. Perhaps you're a little younger, but I'm still in my prime, and I've got experience. If Rosemary stays with me and lets you go away, there'll be no fight. In either event, it looks like I'm stuck here because I can't imagine you taking Rosemary and I back to civilization if you lost her."
I looked at Rosemary. "Your vote," I said. "You see, Dave," she said, "I'm still the most important person on this planet. I can have almost anything happen just by the decision I make."
"What is your decision?" asked Clive.
She looked at me, then at Clive. "You started out playing politics," she said, "and it all comes back to the same old thing. Man and woman. Maybe that's politics, because nations are based on the family. But we have proved one thing, anyhow. Even in a civilization of only 3 people, each one has his moments of supremacy, and there must always be compromise or bloodshed. If we stay, the compromise must be polyandry. I must accept both of you as mates. If we go, one of you must be compensated for losing me. Supposing one takes all the gold we can carry away, the other takes me." "If Clive will take the gold," I said.
"If Dave will take the gold," said Clive.
"See," she smiled, "gold isn't the most important thing in the world. I'm much more valuable than all the gold you can ever use."
There must be other women in the galaxy that Dave can console himself with, Clive said. That gold would certainly help him find her.
I was just about to suggest the same thing pertaining to you, I said. But as far as I'm concerned, Rosemary is my choice. She doesn't care whether I'm wealthy or not.
There must be a solution to this problem, Clive said.
There is,
said Rosemary. Clive rose to his feet, and I did too. Rosemary didn't seem to expect this, and she was late getting up. In politics, said Clive, it is known as the coup d'etat.
He swung, and I swung. Then we both swung, while Rosemary screamed. Suddenly everything got black. When I woke up, I thought I had underestimated Clive, but I saw him sleeping peacefully, and I also observed he had a lump on his head, like I had. Rosemary was sitting on a chunk of marble, watching us, holding a small stout club in her hand. As soon as you feel strong enough, she said, you can start loading gold onto my spaceship. It's over in the next valley. We're all going back to civilization. The wars there are more impersonal. You've made your choice? I asked. I have, she said, but to avoid bloodshed, I'll not reveal it till we get home, unless one of you figures it out. What happens then? The loser gets locked up or placed under guard. I don't think if you're the loser you'd do anything silly like cracking up the spaceship. After all, there'll be a fortune in gold and consolation with another girl. I'm sure there is another girl in the universe. At the time, no, I didn't think there was. When we landed on Earth, we divided the spoils 3 ways, because Rosemary decided not to take either of us. Neither of you asked me to choose between you, she said, and that was the way to decide. You should have said, take one of us and the other will abide by your decision. That is what is known as compromise, even if it doesn't seem that way. The problem with men is that few of them can lose gracefully. They've got to start a war rather than a compromise. But losing isn't compromising, I pointed out. If you give up something and gain something, that's a compromise. How do you know you haven't gained by losing me? She said. I often wonder which of us she preferred back on Problem Planet, but considering the fact that we were probably the first men she got to know after her father died, I think she made a wise choice. Clive married a woman lawyer, and I married a chorus girl. Rosemary, she married a wrestler that could throw her.
End of story 8. Story 9 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Plunge by S.J. Sackett. When you're only about 90 degrees from absolute zero, it is not hot, despite the fact that the sun is shining down on you 24 hours a day. The answer to this riddle is that you are on Uranus, in the Arctic Circle, where the sun is a bright star almost directly overhead. And what are you doing on Uranus? You need the money. Niels Borgman, however, was sweating, and the reason was that the heating unit on his spacesuit, like the heating units on almost all spacesuits, was not functioning properly. The breathing mechanism was in good shape, however, and the oxygenator on the raft pumped in fresh air in satisfying amounts. Niels needed money badly, for he had a wife and 7 children. So he said, "Let me down a little further," for he saw a big, white shape dimly through the murk. An air lion. Up on the raft, where they heard the message, the drum went round and paid out another 20 feet of the cable by which Niels Borgman was suspended in the Uranian atmosphere. Borgman took aim and fired. The shape kept moving. An air lion's head is so tough that you have to hit it right under the ribs or through the eye in order to kill it, and Niels could not see that one clearly enough, despite the headlamp on his helmet. "Get it?" came the voice on his earphones. "I'll tell you when I've got one," Niels said. "We're sending down Patron. How about running the harpoon down to where I am?" "Okay, Niels, sorry," the voice said. The radio was very comforting to Niels Borgman. Through it he felt close to the surface, as if he had friends ready to help him at any moment. It made him forget the real dangers of his situation. Niels saw the harpoon come jerking down into his reach. He grabbed it with his left hand, then held out his right for another shot at the air lion. "Take it easy," Patron's voice came into his eardrums. "Don't get me with that thing. Can you see it? It's getting away from me." "I think so," Patron said. "I think it's coming my way." "Oh," Niels said. That was one more bonus he wouldn't get. He looked around, hoping to sight another lion. The sound of a muffled report came in over Nils' earphones. Then Patron swore in Italian. Nils always had to laugh because Patron would never swear in English. And then the white shape came looming through the murkiness, right at Nils' pistol. He could even see the animal's eye, whereas usually you were lucky if you could distinguish the head. He raised his gun and fired, and had the satisfaction of seeing the lion flounder and thrash, and finally subside, floating aimlessly in the air. "Got it," Nils said, grinning. That was another bonus, and each time Nils got a bonus, one of his kids had enough money to get through college. He threw the harpoon and snagged the beast just behind its right foreflipper. Pulling in the harpoon cable, he made certain that the weapon was firmly embedded in the lion's flesh. "Pull away," he said. "We think you'd better come up too," they said on the raft. "Okay," Nils said. There was only one more child to earn an education for, and then he was going to quit. He and the dead lion were pulled up through the atmosphere slowly and gently, but side by side, so that he could look closely at the beast he had killed. Evolution had been kind to the airline of Uranus, to the only animal inhabitant of a planet whose surface temperature is minus 180 degrees centigrade. Evolution had granted the thickest fur coat of any animal known to man, and a cold-blooded circulatory system. To the inhabitant of a planet whose atmosphere is mostly hydrogen and methane, evolution had given a complicated respiratory apparatus that breathed in hydrogen and exhaled hydrogen sulfide. To retain the balance of Uranian chemistry, evolution had provided a brittle, yellow, rootless plant life that inhaled hydrogen sulfide and exhaled hydrogen. To the inhabitant of a planet where most of the atmosphere was in a liquid state, evolution had seen to it that the airline was perfectly capable of living entirely in a liquid environment. A thick skin and heavy bone structure enabled the airline to withstand the heavy pressures of the Uranian depths. Gills made it possible for him to breathe liquids, and his powerful flippers made him the strongest swimmer in the solar system. One would say that a bountiful providence had been good to the airline. Granted the inconvenience of its environment, certainly the airline was efficiently equipped by nature to live on its home planet, but providence also provided the airline with a natural enemy, which bade fair to exterminate the species. And that enemy was women. The same women, or rather their descendants, caused the extermination of the egret. Women on Earth had taken a fancy to airline coats, and despite the high cost of these coats, between $40,000 and $50,000, the number of airlines was decreasing more rapidly than any species could withstand. To begin with, airlines were limited to the northern hemisphere of Uranus. Uranus is a topsy-turvy planet, tipped on its axis and rolling around the sun in the plane of its equator. The northern hemisphere, then, is that side of the planet which is always turned toward the sun, for which the sun is the pole star. This restriction on the area in which airlines may thrive imposed a natural limitation on the number of animals which there were in the first place. The demand for airline pelts, despite the fact that the beasts were so large that an entire coat might be made from one of them, caused a dangerous depletion. Nils' helmet broke atmosphere, and then hands were grappling him, helping him up the ladder and pulling him aboard the raft. The raft actually was a well-constructed metal vessel, but as it did not need a powerful engine, its motor was so weak that it hardly counted. Its gunwales rose only a few feet out of the air. Nils, as usual, fell to the deck with a clatter. One of the space-suited men on the raft knelt down to look at him. "Aye, Borgman," the man said. "Congratulations." His name was Kerr. Nils smiled. Yes, it was worth congratulations. He was now only one lion, only one bonus away from his goal, and then he could quit, and he'd be glad to quit. Dangling by a cable in liquid atmosphere is not safe work, and Borgman was getting old for that kind of thing. Another man squatted down and said, "Yeah, Nils, happy birthday." Birthday? Nils had forgotten all about it. That was right. He was 35 today. Realizing that he must have looked puzzled, he laughed. "It slipped my mind completely," he explained. "When you're on another planet, Earth dates get all mixed up." Kerr said, "Captain's ordered you aloft for a physical checkup. Came over the radio while you were down." Niels Borgman stopped laughing. That could mean he'd never get a chance to make another plunge, never have another crack at an airline, never collect that 7th bonus. They'd rotate him, putting on the mothership and fill in on the raft with a substitute. Niels clambered to his feet, helped by Kerr and the other man, and walked over to take a look at the airline he had just killed. It was a good, big beast, its fur still that faint yellowish color that was bleached out on Earth. It looked something like a walrus, but without any tusks. "Just one more," Niels said, "and I'm going to quit. I've got $30,000 in bonuses on top of my pay." Kerr said, "That's almost enough to buy your wife an airline coat. That'd be a nice present so that you could be reminded of your happy days on Uranus every time she wore it." Niels laughed and said, "Go to hell." He was feeling pretty good again. Kerr always perked him up. After all, a physical examination might be just routine. They might find out that he could go on hunting airlines for 5 more years if he wanted to. The Scout came roaring over the horizon, but no one could hear it in the airlessness. Somebody saw it and said, "Here comes Erskine," and everybody turned to watch. The Scout was a gaudy red and came in low over the surface of the atmosphere. It put out its pontoons and came to a landing near the raft. Then it taxied over slowly, its jets running at their lowest speed. When it got very close, it cut its motors, and men in clumsy spacesuits grappled it and made it fast with ropes. Erskine hopped out of the Scout. You could tell who he was from the cocky stride and the colourfully decorated suit, which he spent hours in painting and shining. "Who's Niels Borgman?" he asked. "The lucky man gets a trip upstairs for tonight. You scowled jockeys will have to sleep out in the cold again." Actually, the raftsman lived in an air-filled bubble in the centre of the raft, which was comfortable and warm. But it was a standing joke that the men upstairs in the ship that wheeled idly in its orbit around Uranus slept in feather beds every night, with all the comforts of home, except women, and some rumours even gave them that advantage. "Here I am," Borgman said. "Let's go," Erskine said. "This smell offends my nostrils. I just don't know how you guys stand it down here." Somebody guffawed, and somebody else began singing, "Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home." Borgman walked to Erskine's side and let the Scout pilot boost him into the cabin. "So long, suckers," Erskine said as he climbed into the Scout and clanged the door shut behind him. He pressed a button which cleared out the faint traces of Uranian atmosphere in the cabin and pumped in an Earth-type mixture. Then he unscrewed his helmet and grinned at Niels, who by then was struggling with his own. "I hear you got your 6th one today," he said, starting up the jets. "That's right," Niels answered self-consciously. "Well, that's good. There aren't many men with 6 lions to their credit." He took off, and Niels could feel the Scout rising, heading out into space. Erskine was busy with his navigation, and Niels was glad that there was little time for conversation. He leaned back and closed his eyes. He was always tired after a plunge, but sleep would not come, and he roused himself and peered out of the porthole. By this time the raft had dwindled to a speck on the vast, featureless surface, and the Scout had climbed high above it. The sky was black, even though it was a region of eternal day. On the raft far below, little sparkles of light moved in a random dance, the headlamps of the men. But out and away the Scout moved until the horizon lay between it and the raft. High and higher it went, until the planet was a smooth grey ball beneath and behind it. And then out of the black daylight sky, a pattern of red and green lights seemed to take shape above them and ahead. It was Persephone, their ship. The Scout and the ship fell toward each other at tremendous speeds. The ship loomed huge, like a giant silver cigar, then like a curved wall, then like a metal hand someone was holding up just outside the portholes, so that you couldn't see out. It seemed to Niels that it was inevitable that they'd crash. Erskine flipped the ship over, but there was no discomfort because neither he nor Niels had any weight to be displaced. And then Niels saw him flip the toggle that turned on the Scout's magnetic grapple. There was a scrape and a jarring bump that sent Niels floating out into weightlessness, and the Scout had arrived home. The Scout was swung into the ship by powerful motors, and after the ringing of the bell which signified that the Scout's berth was filled with air, the 2 men emerged from the small craft and went into the ship. Captain Davis was there to greet them. "Good trip," he told Erskine. "Borgman, I bet you're happy to get aboard ship again." He shook hands vigorously. "We have a good hot dinner waiting for you, and then a bath and a soft bed. You'll see Dr. Carpenter in the morning." And after months on the raft, life on board Persephone was a luxury. The food was good, even though it, like that on the raft, came from cans. It was prepared with more artistry. There were no facilities for bathing on the raft, and the streaming water of the shower and rich suds of the soap was a real sensuous delight. And the beds, well, the bunks on the raft were good, but there was something about the beds on the ship that were so eminently sleepable that Nils dropped off immediately, not even thinking about the physical examination. It was the first thing he thought of, however, when he woke up in the morning, and he was worried. It seemed, today, very real and inescapable. Last night, the idea had been so new that he hadn't really been fully aware of what it might mean. And immediately after breakfast, he was subjected to it. The doctor was thorough. Nils had to give him credit for that. And at the end he said, "Well, Borgman, it looks like a vacation for you." Nils had been dreading those words so much that they were really not much of a surprise to him. But still there was a dejection that he could not overcome. He said, "What are the chances of my getting one more line before I have to quit?" The doctor was surprised. "Generally the men are glad enough to get off Uranus. We'll have enough trouble getting one of Persephone's crewmen to go down there and take your place." "I know," Nils said, "but with me it's different. I want one more chance at the line." "Well," the doctor said, "you'll have to take that up with Captain Davis, but my recommendation is that you stay up here in Persephone until we go home." And so Nils took up the matter with Captain Davis. The captain was also surprised. "I can't understand it, Nils. You have $30,000 in bonuses already, on top of your salary of $6,000 for the year. Why do you want to go down again and take all those chances?" Nils was not a man for making speeches, but he did his best to explain to the captain that he had 7 children, and it took one airline to get each of them a college education. He had one child unprovided for, little Siegfried, and he didn't want to quit until he had taken care of them all. "Well, that's very commendable, Nils, and I can appreciate your point, but why are you so certain that it will take exactly $5,000 to get each one through college? There are state universities, you know, and they aren't very expensive. And if they ran short, they could make their own way for part of the time, you know. Why don't you just divide the money you have now among the 7 kids?" "You see, I'm not explaining this so good," Nils said, "but they're my kids, Captain, and I want to do right for each of them in my own way." The image of Eric, the oldest and his favorite, came into his mind, and his eyes grew warm and moist. "Yes, I understand that, Nils, but—" "No, sir, you don't understand. I have a dream, and I'm just about to have it come true. You can't make me stop short now and change the dream." He wanted to go on, but the words would not come to him. "Well," Captain Davis said more seriously now, "maybe you're right." He nodded soberly. "Nils, you've been on Uranus about 6 Earth months now. The doctor says you shouldn't take even one more plunge. It's hard work and it's a strain and you're wearing out. You're wearing out gradually, but still faster, much faster than a man would on Earth, no matter what he did. But this isn't something that just happened yesterday, Nils. It's been going on since you got here. You were lucky we let you sign on, close as you were to the age limit. Who can say when you finally crossed the danger line? Maybe a month, maybe 2 months ago. You've been on borrowed time since then, whenever it was. You shouldn't have taken that plunge yesterday, or perhaps the last 50 plunges. Do you realize that?" "I guess so." "And we're doing you a favor. Instead of gambling with your life, you could knock off now, take your $30,000 and call yourself the winner." "Captain, I don't care what you say. It's my dream and I want to get that 7th line." "Nils, you're a stubborn cuss. All right, but the minute you get that line on your harpoon, we're hauling you up." Nils grinned happily. "That's a deal," he said. And so Erskine took Nils back down to the raft. On Uranus, there is no sense trying to make a man adapt to any of the natural divisions of time there, such as the rotation of the moons or the position of the sun. And as long as man is attuned to the artificial 24-hour day anyway, that is the most convenient unit of time. You have 16 hours to yourself for whatever you want to do, sleeping, reading, playing the visitapes, or anything else that strikes your fancy in the limited space of the air bubble, half of which is always dark, and the other half always light. But the other 8 hours belong to the company. For 6 of them you man the pumps or the radio equipment or the cable drum, while the other men plunge, and you make your plunges in the other 2. When Nils went on duty that day, he was on the radio, and Kerr was down below. The optimism he had felt after his talk with the captain was dissipated. He realized that, after all, the airlines were a disappearing species. He had been here hunting them for 6 months, and had bagged only 6, 1 a month. yet that was the best record of any of the men, and here he was expecting to get his 7th in the next day or so. Kerr was calling for more cable. Niels reassured him absently and signalled the crew at the drum. The hunter said, "What's the matter, Niels? You don't sound happy." Niels said into the microphone, "Don't worry about me. You watch out for those lions." He glanced at his watch. He had been on duty now only 20 minutes. An hour and 40 minutes to go before his plunge. Usually you took it first, in order to be in your best condition, rested and untired. But because Niels had gotten out of order owing to his trip upstairs, he had to take his plunge after he had already been on duty for 2 hours. That was bad. He would be just a little tired. He wouldn't be quite in the right condition. His responses would be just a shade off. The work would be just that much more dangerous. And then he thought, what if I don't go back? What if it's my last plunge? What if I don't get that airline? What if I die down there, Siegfried unprovided for? Kerr's voice sounded. "I think I see one." "Need anything?" Niels asked. "Not so far, but I think there's something moving down there." "Good luck," Niels said. But his voice was empty. He was thinking of himself. There were so many things that might happen to him down there, and he had only now begun to think of them. An airline was a big creature. If one charged you, it could rip you right away from any one or all 3 of the vital strands that connected you with the surface: cable, air hose, or radio wire. Actually, the loss of the radio wire was nothing. When there was a total deadness in his earphones, the radio man signalled frantically, and the driver was hauled up. But loss of either of the other 2 was fatal. If your air hose was cut, you died right away, not of lack of oxygen, but of the liquid methane and ammonium that got into your breathing apparatus. If your cable was torn loose, there was a faint chance. You hung on, if you could, until the old cable could be taken off the drum and a new one put on. Then they sent it down and the other diver snapped it to your suit. But the air hose alone might not be capable of sustaining the heavy suit, and if it gave way before the new cable was attached, you were dead. "That's one!" Kerr's voice was excited in his earphones. "I can see him now. If he gets a little closer, I can get a shot at him." "We'll send down Newcomb," Niels said. He stood up and waved to the installation, where Newcomb was sitting placidly, already hooked up to cable, hose, and wire. Immediately Newcomb rose and clambered over the side, down the ladder. Niels glanced at his watch again. Well, only an hour and 10 minutes to go. If an airline didn't get you, there was always the chance that your cable would wear loose, or that your air hose would get snarled. The air hose, after all, was rubberoid and came down loose, not taut. You could get a kink in it very easily and not be aware of it until that sudden drowsiness that was oxygen starvation hit you. Then, if you could stay conscious long enough, you could gasp it into the microphone. "My airline's fouled," and if they could get you to the surface fast enough, or even just get the kink high enough to straighten it out, then you were saved. If it took too long, you were gone. Kerr said, "Missed him, damn it." "Do you see him, Newcomb?" Niels asked. "Not yet," came the cheerful reply. "He's a big one," Kerr said. 45 minutes to go. Well, at least there was a big airline down there, if he hadn't been frightened off by Kerr's shot, and maybe he would still be down there when Niels made his plunge. So there was a chance, not a big one, but a chance all the same, that Niels could pick up his 7th lion today. But even if the lion was down there, it wasn't at all positive that Niels would get him. That went without saying. After all, when you went down every weekday for 6 months and got only 6 lions, then it was pretty obvious that you couldn't always bag one when you wanted it. There were, how many now? 24 men on the raft, and so far they'd got only 40 pellets, about one every 4 days. Sometimes weeks went by without a catch. "I think I see him now," said Newcomb. "He is a big fellow. I don't think I've seen a bigger one." "Can you get a shot at him?" Niels asked. "I'll try," Newcomb said. "He's coming straight for me. Lord, what a monster, I think. No, damn it, I missed. Here, let me. Damn it, he's—" And then came that peculiar deadness in Niels' eardrums that meant the radio wire had been severed. Niels jumped to his feet and waved wildly to the crew at the drums. They began frantically to pull Newcomb up. Soon he broke surface and was helped up the ladder. He stood, bewildered, until one of the men led him into the bubble. "His radio wire snapped," Niels explained to Kerr. They wouldn't send Newcomb down again today. Not after a narrow shave like that. His nerve would be gone. Niels stood up. "I'm going down after that baby," he told their crewman. He began to work his way out with the complicated radio equipment, which snapped on over his helmet to take advantage of the built-in radio in his suit. "Patron, you take the radio." Patron came lumbering over and accepted the rig. Nils sat on the ready bench and let the other crewman adjust the equipment he needed. The rope hooked into the back of his suit. The air hose was connected to the suit oxygenator, which was strong enough to support a man in airlessness, but could not stand the pressure of the Uranian atmosphere, and thus needed assistance from the powerful pump on the raft, and the radio wire attached to his light helmet rig. And then he was going over the side. He went down, way, way down, and then he saw Kerr. "How is it?" Neil asked. Kerr gestured.
"He's off that way. He took a swipe at me and tried to get a shot at him. I think I took his ear off, but that's all. Anyway, he lit out like a jet. I expect he'll be back, though. Probably he's too mad to think straight."
While they watched, the harpoon was lowered to them. Minutes passed, dragging by with interminable slowness, while their eyes searched their murky depths, the headlamps making strange patterns, looking for the airline. And then Nils spotted him. Too late. "Look out behind you!" he shouted desperately. But he was too late. The airline's powerful flippers forced him through the atmosphere with astonishing speed, and he struck Kerr with tremendous force and impact before the other diver could even turn around. "God!" Nils muttered into his mouthpiece, horrified as the lines snapped with the lion's onslaught, and Kerr began to hurtle down toward the bottom of the sea of atmosphere, down to where the Uranian air was frozen solid.
"Did it get him?"
Patron's voice sounded in the earphones. "Cut him off like a knife," Nils said.
"We're going to pull you up. That baby's too rough to handle."
"I'm staying down," Nils said, and the tone of his voice showed that he meant it.
"Well, we'll send Newcomb down again,"
Patron said. "Let him get his rest," Nils said. "I just got here." The lion, meanwhile, had seen Nils with his weak eyes and was coming toward him. Nils held up his pistol and took steady aim. He waited until he could quite easily see that the lion did, in fact, lack an ear. And then he pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. This occasionally occurred. The pistols were very intricate mechanisms, designed so that none of the liquid atmosphere could get into them at the same time that the bullet got out. And like all intricate mechanisms, occasionally they went wrong. The airline was coming closer, hurtling through the liquid air now with strong beats of his powerful flippers. Nils pulled the trigger again, and again nothing happened. He could feel the sweat running down his face. The lion was looming larger now, and was almost upon him. Nils could see the creature's ugly yellow eyes. He pulled the trigger a third time. One of the eyes suddenly disappeared, to be replaced by a hole from which a yellow fluid poured. But the impact of the bullet had not stopped the momentum of the lion. The body fell into Nils with a sudden jerk. Nils dropped suddenly, then stopped with a wrenching snap. "What's the matter?" Patron said in his earphones. Nils assessed the damage. "I've broken my cable," he said. "I've still got the air hose and radio wire." Patron swore softly in Italian. Nils changed the subject. "Get the harpoon about 4 feet lower, quick. I don't want to lose this baby." The harpoon came down within his grasp, and he impaled the dead airline on it. "Okay," Nils said. "Haul him up." The pale shape of the lion began to rise above him. The idea came to him of attempting to grab hold of the lion, so as to be pulled up with it. One of the men in his predicament had tried that once. The harpoon cable had broken, and both man and lion had been lost. No, there was nothing to do but wait and pray. Nils dangled there in the atmosphere, like a marionette on a single string. Well, he thought, this may be the end. He tried to puzzle out why he wasn't frightened. Was it because he was still full of triumph from getting that 7th lion? Perhaps, but more likely it was because there was still a chance that he could be saved, and a man never gives up hope until he thinks that there isn't a chance anymore. "Hold on, Nils," Patrone's voice said. "Everything's coming all right. We have to put a new cable on Kerr's drum too, you know, but we'll have them both ready at about the same time, so that won't slow us down." "I think I'll drop my gun," Nils said. "It doesn't weigh very much, but it may make a difference." "And lose the company 500 smackers?" Patrone asked. "Okay, it's your salary they'll duck. I'd rather let the airlines get me." Nils chuckled. He worked the gun loose from his gauntleted hand, rather an awkward process, for the guns were designed to be held securely by heavy gloves. Then he released it and watched it plunge down. Down. Would he be following it? Would his last plunge end that way? For the first time he began to feel a twinge of fear. The sweat started out on his forehead, and he could feel it under his arms. He loved his wife and every one of those 7 kids. He wished he could see just one of those kids again, especially Eric. His memory showed him Eric's grinning face, and he bit back a sob. But to die out here, millions of miles, hundreds of millions of miles away from them, so that they wouldn't even know it for months, that was too much. "We're ready to start," Patron said. "I'm coming down myself to get you." Niels didn't answer. He was thinking, how long have I been here already? How much longer can I hold out? "Niels, I'm okay," he managed to mutter. What would it be like? How fast would you go? And what would you see down there on the bottom of the liquid layer of the Uranian atmosphere? There would probably be more of those funny, brittle yellow plants that sometimes floated even this high, but no man had ever explored the floor of the liquid air. Would it be smooth, like a ball? Kerr would be down there to keep him company. Damn it, he liked Kerr. Was it his imagination, or was he really starting to slip? The trouble was that there wasn't anything he could use to measure by, no fixed point to tell whether he was already going down or not. But once the airline broke, he'd be dead like that. He'd never see the bottom, even when he got there. Hundreds of millions of miles. "Eric," Patron's voice said. "What?" But Niels ignored him. What would it be like to die like that? Would he even know it? Or would he strangle and gasp and shriek? He was sweating heavily now. Just once, oh Lord, just once more, just to see them. Well, this was his last plunge, either way. He was going to quit as soon as he had his 7th line. He had it now, and he was through, one way or another. "Gotcha!" It was Patron's voice. Niels couldn't hear the new cable click into place in his back, but he felt it. And then he felt the slow and steady pull as he was drawn up out of the depths. End of story 9. Story 10 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Planet of Doom by Stephen Marlowe. Less than an hour after the last spaceship made touchdown on manned Mura, Jane Crowley stood before a scowling, head-shaking public information officer. "My company sent me 50 light-years from its nearest base in the Danebian system, Colonel," Jane said. "I'm sorry, but it's impossible for me to return to Deneb without my story."
"This office has issued press releases, my dear Miss Crowley, which—"
"Press releases." The way Jane uttered those 2 words made the Colonel wince. "I didn't come 50 light-years for press releases. I came—" She watched the Colonel's face and let her voice trail off. This approach was having absolutely no effect. But Jane Crowley was a woman, young and quite pretty, and it was quite likely, she thought, that where the straightforward man-to-man approach might fail, the ways of a woman might succeed. "But, Colonel," she pouted, then let her composed face fall apart as if she were going to cry. "But, Colonel, my job depends on this story. My whole career. You see," she sniffled.
"There now, Miss Crowley,"
the Colonel said, looking very uncomfortable.
"There now, Miss, please."
"Then you'll let me go out there among the Manmura?"
"Sorry, Miss, out of question. Definitely out. We've evacuated all the Manmura who want to go. What remains is a hard core of Manmorian fanatics who refuse to leave their native planet under any circumstances. They've got an island just offshore here, you see. The sun worshippers. Ironical, isn't it? Sun worshippers. About to go nova on them, boiling all the oceans of this water world and killing every speck of life on Manmora. And they're sun worshippers. They just won't go. They want to stay. They say we can make them go, and they're right. We can't. Poor devils. They'll be boiled and broiled alive. All 3,000 of them. But this headquarters can't send men out to their island after them. They'd resist, and it would mean bloodshed on both sides. We won't have it."
The Colonel's haggard face brightened, and he went on.
"There's your story, Miss Crowley. 3,000 die-hard sun worshippers, facing certain death at the altar of the very deity they adore. Finally, that story from Deneb, Miss Crowley."
"It's been filed 100 times already," Jane said, shaking her head. You know it has. The Colonel shrugged.
I refuse to authorize you going out to Manmore Island. Be reasonable, miss, can't you? We have evacuated 100 million Manmorans in history's greatest mass exodus. 3,000 fanatics don't want out. 3,000 fanatics will broil with their world then. That's all.
But if they could be led to understand.
I thought you wanted a story. A human interest story, wasn't it?
I was only thinking out loud.
I've given you the only story you'll get here. Why should your video service accept more than the others?
No reason, I guess. Jane knew now that the answer was definitely no. She was hardly listening to the Colonel as he went on. There had to be another way. Somewhere, somehow. It was the story of the century, and there wasn't another newsman in Manmora with a chance to scoop her. Which also meant that if Jane didn't get the story, the rest of the civilized galaxy wouldn't, either, except for watered-down public information releases.
Otherwise, the Colonel was saying, the press people have said we're more than fair, miss. We let them set up headquarters beyond the Manmorian Sun's 8th planet. Our experts said the Nova won't explode that far, you know. Headquarters will be safe there. We've even agreed to let the last ship out stop at press headquarters for an interview before it goes subspace for the dash to Deneb. What could be fairer?
Nothing, I guess, Jane said. Well, thank you for your time, Colonel.
Not at all, young lady.
The Colonel touched something on his desk, and a door at the other end of the office opened, irising with a faint hissing sound. Through it, Jane could hear the sounds of office machinery, ThinkWriters and duplex, and a subspace ticker coming in with the news from the rest of the galaxy. A woman, thought Jane. Maybe if I was a man it would have been different, but they wanted a woman's viewpoint because it's a heartstring-plucking story. She recalled the Colonel's first incredulous outburst. But I can't send a woman out there, Miss Crowley. A woman. As she reached the door, impulse became idea, and idea came to the surface for execution. Thank you very much, Colonel, she said in a clear, loud voice. Interstellar News Alliance knew it could count on you.
What's that?
Demanded the Colonel in a voice barely audible across the large room. He was busy now with a mountain of last-minute paperwork, and was listening only with one ear, the rest of him already hard at work. Thanks again, Colonel, Jane said and stepped through the irised shutter of a door. She turned to show her best smile to the Sergeant Major at the desk immediately outside the door. There, Sergeant, she said, smiling. You see, I told you the Colonel would give me an unlimited pass. I never would have believed it, the Sergeant said, looking at the smile and daring a glance at the rest of Jane Crowley, which was every bit as delightful as the pretty way she showed her teeth. An unlimited pass, Sergeant. Make one out for me, please. The Sergeant Major nodded and took a book of forms from a drawer in his desk. He wrote out for a while and said, That's C-R-O-W-L-E-Y, ma'am. Right. Any time limit on the pass? Not at all, Jane said, still amazed that her ruse, her show of elation, had actually worked. The Sergeant Major applied the finishing touches to the pass with an ink stamp duplicate of the Colonel's signature and handed the stiff plastic rectangle to Jane. There you are, ma'am, he said. But watch your step, Miss Crowley. The last ship's blasting off in 20 hours with or without the Manmorans. 20 hours, ma'am, so please don't get lost. Jane thanked him, smiled again, and got out of there. 5 minutes later, the Colonel buzzed for his Sergeant Major. Yes, sir, the Sergeant asked, poking his head in through the irising door.
Well, I see the lady reporter didn't give much trouble after I made clear the answer was no. Now about that Sabogan file. Sabogan, that is the name.
Yeah, Sabogan, for Mulhoshan name. What did you say, sir?
Sabogan file should...
No, about the reporter. You told her no? Your answer was no, sir?
Naturally. We couldn't let her put a pretty head in the lion's mouth.
Oh, Lord, sir, the Sergeant Major said. I gave her an unlimited pass.
Sergeant.
She said you had... Sir.
An unlimited pass, Sergeant. Sound out an alarm for that girl. We're all right as long as she doesn't leave the mainland. But if she goes to the Manmoran Island, where those holdout sun worshippers are...
She'll make tracks for there, all right, the Sergeant Major predicted.
Stop her before she gets that far, because when she crosses the island there isn't a thing we can do about it. You can't tell a Nova to wait, Sergeant.
I'll try to stop her, sir.
Make it a general alarm, Sergeant. You've got to stop her.
Moments later, Jane Crowley's description was being radioed to every marshal checkpoint in the city of Northport. It was very hot and sultry on the tarry streets of Northport. It had been an exotic city, Really exotic, Jane thought. You could tell by the out-of-this-world architecture, but oddly, with nothing but the uniformed figures of the Interstellar Rescue Organization to be seen on the streets, Northport lost most of its charm. For the charm of any alien place, of any exotic world, lies in its people. Jane had once made a broadcast to that effect, and it had been very well received. It would be nothing, though, absolutely nothing, compared to what Jane almost had in her grasp now, a final interview with the diehards, with the Mandalorians, who refused to leave their planet because they had faith in the sun, which would soon, in hardly more than hours, destroy them. The docks were crowded, littered with the worldly belongings of a few score Mandalorians who had changed their mind and had paddled over from the island. A squad of soldiers was busy processing them, and the Mandalorians, big, muscular, purple-skinned men with shocks of stiff, lemon-yellow hair, and smaller women, brittle-looking women with strange, wasp-waisted figures, glanced up frequently at the sky. Their sun, a faintly bluish-white star, seemed somehow swollen. It actually seemed larger to Jane than it had been when she had landed several hours ago. Probably, she told herself, that's imagination. On the other hand, the Mandalorians would certainly have been able to see a change in solar size by this time, for the Mandalorian sun had doubled its apparent size in the past 10 days. Jane had been told at the PI office. The only result so far was the sweltering heat on Mandalore. The heat, though, was not lethal. There had been hot summers before. The die-hard sun-worshippers had said. So they had told Jane at the PIO. The natives said nothing, could be made to say nothing, about the swollen appearance of the sun they worshipped. In 20 hours their last chance for rescue would be gone. In 30 hours, Manmora's sun would go nova, bursting to 1,000,000 times its former luminosity in microseconds, sending out a shell of intensely hot gases, which, when it reached Mandamora, would instantly destroy all life on the planet, including 3,000 sun-worshippers waiting devoutly for their deity to prove the interstellar interlopers wrong. "Hey, miss!" someone cried suddenly. It was an army corporal running toward her, bullying his way through a knot of Mandmoran refugees. "You're Jake Crowley, aren't you?" He was only a dozen strides away now and shouting, "Because I got orders to—" Jane didn't hear the rest of it. She turned and ran down the length of the deserted quay adjacent to the one strewn with Mandmoran belongings. She reached the end of the quay and whirled. The corporal was trotting confidently toward her, in no great hurry now, for she had trapped herself on the quay. She was very angry with herself. A fine news hen you are, she thought. First chance you have, you let yourself get caught. A fine. Something gave her a raucous razzing, something out over the water. She whirled and faced it. A runabout whizzed in across the blue water toward her. Someone was waving. She waved back frantically, suddenly recognizing him. It was Sid Masters. She had met Sid on the ship which had taken both of them to Mandamora. Sid was with the electronics outfit, setting up camera equipment on Mandamora, equipment which would transmit through subspace the pictures of a sun going nova, seen from the surface of its only inhabited planet. She had struck up a quick friendship with Sid on the space liner. Making up her mind suddenly, Jane didn't wait for the running corporal to reach her. Instead, she turned and jumped off the quay. She came up, sputtering. The water was tepid, was typical harbor water, fouled with gasoline and debris. Master's gas turbine-driven boat was very close now. The sound of its motor almost drowned out the corporal's shouts as Jane treaded water.
"Going to the island?" Master shouted. "You?"
"They don't want me to, Sid."
He smiled. She couldn't hear all of what he said, but she got the last part of it.
"Want me to either? Hop in, beautiful."
There was a splash behind her. Jane turned and saw the corporal break surface, yelling and waving his arms. She stroked for Sid Master's runabout. The electronics technician shouted his encouragement, but as she got one hand on the gunwale of the idling runabout, Jane felt something grab and tug at her leg. She lashed out with her free leg, churning water, but the corporal clung grimly to her ankle. Then an old, half-rotted oar appeared alongside Jane's heel, and with it, guiding it, Sid Master's arms. The oar went out over the water and probed, and a moment later the corporal shouted and Jane felt the pressure leave her ankle.
"Up aboard and be quick about it,"
Masters yelled. Jane needed no urging. She scrambled ungracefully over the gunwale. She was dripping wet, thought she looked a mess, but Masters merely said,
"Pleasure to have you aboard, beautiful."
And a runabout roared and headed out across the harbour to the island, to the last readout of the 3,000 sun-worshipping Man-Morans who waited for a miracle which would not come to save them.
"Simple,"
Sid Masters said, in answer to Jane's question half an hour later.
"I thought it would be a good idea to set up camera equipment on the island itself, to show the galaxy the last sun-worshipping rites of the Man-Morans before their god killed them. Maybe it's heartless, but it's good journalism. Besides, it isn't up to me to get the Man-Morans off their island. I'd gladly film their exodus instead, and first-hand, not with automatic equipment. Anyhow, Colonel, what's-his-name at PIO said no."
"And you didn't take no for an answer?"
"I didn't take no for an answer. Hell, all I have to do is set up the equipment so the Man-Morans don't see it and get off the island. It shouldn't be hard."
"I want to get a final impression of the Man-Moran sun-worshippers as they wait for the end," Jane said. "As you said, Sid, it isn't pretty, but it's good journalism. Sure, I'd rather not get my story and see them saved."
"But if they're going to die, you want the story, right?"
"Yeah," Jane said. Then, "I want to thank you, Sid." He grinned.
"You looked so helpless there on the end of the quay. You were wringing your hands, did you know it?"
"What a sight that must have been, Sid," Jane cried abruptly. "Sid, we're being followed, that boat."
"Of course we're being followed, but this runabout's got good speed. They won't catch us before we reach the island, and once we reach it, they probably have orders not to land under any circumstances. Hey, wait a minute, look behind them."
At first Jane didn't get it. She looked ahead and saw the green smear of the sun-worshippers' island expanding out from the horizon toward them. They'd be beaching the lightweight lithium alloy runabout in a matter of minutes, she thought. Then, after that...
"No, Jane, I said behind them, behind the boat following us."
At first she saw nothing but the dazzling sun track across the water back there. Then, dancing on the sun track, as if belonging to it, scores of silver midges. But a while ago, the single boat pursuing them had looked like a silver midge. "Boats," Jane said.
"Boats, a whole fleet of them."
"What can it mean, Sid?"
"Beats me. I can guess, though, Jane. Maybe we're going to be on the kind of ending we'd rather see."
"I don't understand."
"It's a fleet of evacuation craft, probably, making a last attempt to get the Man-Morans off their island. Maybe they had some word from the sun-worshipping chief out there, I don't know."
"Should we wait until they land?"
"Not in your life," Sid said. "We've broken a law, Jane. They'd take us into custody until the whole operation was over. We'll beach this boat like we planned, and then my equipment."
"And my pad and pencil," Jane said.
"Go to work."
Moments later they could see a throng of the Man-Morans waiting on the beach for them, the brilliant purple of their bodies gleaming metallically against the dead white sands. The Man-Moran chief was a big fellow, 6.5 feet tall. He was old. The shock of stiff yellow hair had faded to a corn silk color. The purple skin was wrinkle-creased and had lost some of its sheen. But he carried himself straight and tall, and he looked every inch a chieftain. "We stay here," he told Sid in English. "Lord, son, no kills worship people. You tell soldiers."
"They're coming," Sid said. "See? We have nothing to do with that."
"You not with them?"
"Not us," Sid said.
"What then you want?" Sid looked at Jane, who shrugged. Words and phrases were already forming in her mind. The sad, proud look on the old chief's face. The gleaming, healthy, royal purple Man-Morans. The dried, withered vegetation all around them, scorched by the swollen sun. The angry, resentful look on some of the Man-Moran faces behind the chief. The distant, wailing chant of the sun-worshipping priests.
"Cameras," Sid was saying. "That's for the lady. She only wants to talk with you and look around some. All right?"
"Twice," the chief said slowly. "Your soldiers tried to trick us. Third time now." Sid shrugged.
"We're not soldiers."
"You have nothing to do with them."
"We have nothing to do with them."
"Third trick make people angry."
"If there's a third trick, we're no part of it."
The chief nodded solemnly and turned to face the water. Ahead of the flotilla, A single runabout was quite close to land now. Jane recognized the corporal who had chased her out on the quay. With him were 2 other soldiers. "Halloa!" the corporal shouted. "Halloa, Miss Crowley! It won't do you no good to try and hide. We got orders to take you back. Mr. Masters with you, ma'am. You'll come peacefully?"
"We won't come anywhere at all," Sid said defiantly. "Not until we're good and ready."
The chief suddenly strolled forward to the edge of the water, and then ankle-deep in the surf.
"Wait,"
he said, lifting both hands solemnly.
"You and these 2 people, you know one another."
"They're Miss Crowley and Mr. Masters," the corporal shouted back.
"And you know they come here?"
"Heck yes," said the corporal. "It's why we came, following them."
"Otherwise you know have come."
"That's right."
"Then you go,"
the chief said in a strong, solemn voice.
"Tell others. Go. You come close, we hurt these 2 people. You try to land, take us off, we kill them. We stay here. Our right is to stay. Our Lord's son no hurt man Morans. Lord's son for life and growing of crops, not for death. You go."
"You can't keep them for hostages," the corporal shouted across the water. "You can't do that." The chief let his right hand fall. A line of spearmen trotted up behind him and let fly with a fusillade of long-shafted spears. The spears fell around the military runabout, but none of them touched it.
"They stay," the chief said. "You take 100 million Mamorans off Mamora. We keep 2 Earth people here to see nothing happens to Lord's son. Now go."
"Sid," Jane said. "Sid, they're going to keep us here. And Sid, is there any chance the sun won't go over?"
Sid shook his head. His face looked suddenly bleak.
"No chance at all, kid. I guess we should have listened."
"Sid, I'm scared."
There was a roaring sound as the runabout, instead of retreating, came bucketing toward the beach. "Come on down to the water," the corporal bawled at the top of his voice. "We'll get you." The chief raised his hand. Another line of spearmen came trotting forward.
"Go back," Sid shouted. "They'll kill you."
But the runabout came toward them on the heaving surf. Before the chief could raise his hand a second time, the corporal stood up in the prow of the runabout and fired a blaster toward the beach. He had fired it high, and he waited for it to disperse the spearmen. When it did not, he fired again, lower. The chief lifted his hand and brought it down. A volley of spears leaped from muscular arms, arching in the sunlight, dropping toward the runabout. The corporal fired again, and a figure near the chief slumped to the sand. Then the runabout, riddled by 50 spears at the waterline, began to sink.
"Take them," the chief said.
A score of Manmorans swarmed out through the surf toward the sinking boat. Jane watched as they surrounded it and brought the 3 soldiers back with them quickly. By then the runabout had gone under, but the flotilla of rescue craft was now only a few hundred yards offshore and coming fast.
5 hostages,
the chief said.
"Tell them go."
Voices shouted back and forth across the water, but Jane saw that the chief wasn't listening. Instead, he went to the man who had fallen before the corporal's blaster. He knelt and took the yellow shucked head on his knees and murmured to it. The young Manmora's right arm had been all but blasted off at the elbow. Blood was gushing and pumping from severed arteries. The chief raised his head and waved.
"Grow a healer, Lord's son. Save the princeling of your people. Grow a healer, Lord's son,"
he chanted, repeating it.
"Grow a..." "Princeling," Sid said. "The old boy's son, you think?"
"If they just keep chanting and leave him like that, the poor boy will bleed to death. Can't we do something?"
Just then an amplified voice came across the water toward them, metallic and somehow unreal. "Masters, Miss Crowley, we'll stay here. We won't budge until it's too late, until we have to leave. But we can't come after you. The Manmorans would fight. There would be death on both sides. And I'm sorry, masters, Miss Crowley, we are positively forbidden to use force of arms here. You understand?" It was a rhetorical question. It did not matter if they understood or not. The flotilla would wait, hopelessly. The flotilla would leave when it had to, and the corporal and his companions, along with Sid Masters and Jane, would be left with the sun-trusting Manmorans. The Manmoran prince's face was ashen with pain and loss of blood. The chief cradled his head and mumbled and chanted, and the blood pumped from the severed arteries. A ring of Mandmoran guards surrounded Jane, Sid Masters, and the 3 soldiers, but when Jane walked through the ring, quite close to 2 of the spearmen, they did not try to stop her. It was because of the Mandmoran women, she decided. The Mandmoran women were so small and fragile-looking that their men would never take the guarding of a woman seriously. Jane went over to where the chief was kneeling by his stricken son. "Unless you stop the bleeding," she said quietly, "he's going to die. Don't you know that?" "Healer, son, stop bleeding, Lord's son." Jane shook her head. "The son is a slow healer. The son can't perform medical miracles. I have no argument with your religion, Chief, but we can save your boy's life, if you let us." At first, Jane thought she had failed. The chief continued chanting over his son, not looking at the Earth Girl. Then, slowly, he looked up, not at Jane, not immediately at Jane. He let his gaze come to rest on the Mandmoran sun, faintly bluish and clearly swollen now, egg-shaped almost, as its internal forces gathered themselves for the final cataclysmic explosion, which, in hours, would all but tear the star apart. Even a fanatic sun-worshipper would know now that something was wrong with their deity. On the other hand, a fanatic sun-worshipper might regard the change, Jane realized, as a manifestation of displeasure. Hadn't all but an infinitesimal fraction of the Mandmorans deserted their god? Wasn't that reason enough for the wrath of the Lord Sun? But then the chief looked at Jane. His eyes were sad and old, and suddenly and unexpectedly very wise. He said, "You can help. You can save his life." "You're not trying," Jane said. "I can try." Carefully the chief stood up, making a mound of sand and letting his son's head rest there. "Then save him," he said finally. "Save him, and you can return to your people." A very old Mandmoran, far older than the chief, a skin-puckered, limping, hunchbacked, rheumy-eyed, grey-skinned Mandmoran approached the chief and jabbered excitedly in their own language. The chief jabbered back at him, and the old man raised his voice. The chief shouted him down. Shrugging but smiling, the old man wandered off to a hillock of sand, threw his arms up at the Lord's Sun, and began a weird wailing chant. "Shaman say," the chief told Jane, "yours is bad medicine." Jane didn't answer. She went down on one knee near the injured prince. It almost made her ill to stare at his torn, mangled arm. She was no nurse. She knew first aid, but that was all. Still, anything was better than the fatalistic Mandmoran attitude. "Shaman say," the chief went on, "we offer sacrifice to wrath of Lord Sun. For a long time our people not offer sacrifice in human form. Human sacrifice now, at moment of trial work. So say shaman." Turning, the chief shouted something. 3 spearmen stalked within the circle around the Earthmen, and came out with the uniformed figure of the corporal. The ancient shaman jabbered excitedly, but the chief did not look happy. Sid Masters came brawling through the ring of spearmen, fighting clear with flailing arms and legs.
"Wait a minute, Chief," he cried. "Who's running the show round here? You or that magician?"
The shaman jabbered, but the chief silenced him with a gesture.
"I am Chief of the Mandmora," he said slowly. "The girl is trying to save your son's life. Is that the thanks we get? What you going to do with the corporal?"
The chief was silent for a few moments, meditating. Then, "Let him go until the girl has succeeded or failed." The shaman jabbered again. He didn't like it, but he returned, grumbling, to his hillock. Jane was already going to work on a stricken prince. First, she tore off a strip from her jumper and used it to bind the prince's upper arm. The bleeding was first. She had to stop the bleeding. Twisting a pencil in the knotted tourniquet, she tightened it until the blood had stopped flowing. She felt anything but calm. She actually felt queasy. But somehow, her fingers worked quickly and surely, and before long a few score of the Mandmorans came to watch. "He's lost an awful lot of blood," Jane told Sid Masters. "I've stopped the bleeding now, but he needs a transfusion if he's going to have a real chance. And look at the wound, will you? It's dirty. He needs antibiotics, and he needs them fast."
"And the flotilla out there?" Sid asked. "They ought to have antibiotics."
"Get them then," Jane said, and turned to the chief. "My companion needs strong medicine from the boats which wait."
"Stay. All stay.
"Then your son dies." The chief looked at her. It was very quiet. The shaman wailed louder now. "Go," said the chief, and Sid Masters went splashing out into the water. 5 minutes later, Swimming hard, he returned to the beach. He produced a waterproof packet of antibiotic powders, and Jane opened it and let the powders sift down on the prince's wound.
"Listen," Sid whispered. "We're in trouble, all right. They can't be sure what the sun is going to nova, you see. They figure it ought to be about 17 hours, but nobody's going to make book with his life. They're giving us 15 minutes, then they're pulling out. They're sorry, but they're pulling out. You can't blame them, Jane, especially since interstellar law won't permit them the use of force."
"But you came back, Sid," Jane said.
"We're trying to help the boy. Besides, I couldn't leave you holding the bag like this, alone with those soldiers and 3,000 fanatic Manmorans."
Jane smiled at him. There was something else she could offer him now. Their deaths seemed almost a certainty. They would be, had to be, deserted. They would be left to the Manmora and the novering sun.
"Is the boy going to live?"
Sid asked. "For a while. I've done all that first aid can do. The bleeding stopped. The antibiotics will take care of any possibility of infection, but he's lost blood. If he doesn't get a transfusion soon, I'm afraid he won't pull through."
"Then tell the chief."
Jane nodded and found the chief near the shaman's hillock, gazing on his medicine man with a troubled expression, as if he couldn't decide between the old way and the new.
"Your boy," Jane said. "The boy lives?"
"For now, he lives. He needs the kind of medical care I can't give him, the kind of care he can get aboard the Exodus ships. Let him go, Chief. Let us take him back. We can save his life." The shaman leaped from the hillock, and for all his bag of bones appearance, alighted athletically beside them. "I heard," he cackled, showing a toothless black hole of a mouth. "I heard! A trick to leave our island! A trick to leave our planet! A trick!" "Just the boy, then," Jane said. "If you want him to live, but you'll never know about it, because if you stay here, you'll all be killed." "You see, a trick," protested the shaman. The chief shook his head slowly. "Life blood flow from boy. Boy would have died. She's saved boy. If she wish, let the boy go with them." "But they stay here," the shaman shrieked. "They must stay. Sacrifice all to Lord Sun. Lord Sun shrink again, otherwise." He showed the palms of his hands in a hopeless gesture. "Bring small boat," the chief said, making up his mind. "The girl goes, with Princeling, to her people." But Jane shook her head. "Not alone, I don't. I go with this man here and with the 3 soldiers, or I don't go at all, and neither does your son. We can save his life, Chief, but we don't intend to if you—" "Tricks, deceit," screamed the shaman, jumping up and down. "Kill them all! Kill them! Kill them all!" An uncertain line of spearmen appeared, but the chief lifted his hand and they remained perfectly still, as if with a small motion of his arm he had somehow frozen them in their tracks. The spearmen seemed content. They had come forward at the shaman's summons without great resolution. All at once, the shaman leaped to Jane. He came so suddenly that she had time only for a quick look. Still, she had not missed the gleam of something in his hand, and she threw herself sideways as the hand came down. She heard the chief shout, heard Sid Master's startled oath as she fell to the sand with the old medicine man. Something burned against her shoulder, and she knew it was his knife, knew it had pierced her flesh there. She felt a wave of giddiness, but after that the pain wasn't so bad. She could see Sid lifting the shaman bodily and flinging him away across the sand like an empty sack. Could see Sid's face, grave with concern, swim close to her through the suddenly shimmering range of vision before her eyes.
"Bleeding pretty bad," Sid said. "Ought to be able to control it with the pressure point in your neck. Hurt much?"
Jane shook her head.
"Here goes then."
"Wait!" Jane pushed his hand away. She could feel the warm wetness of her blood streaming down across her breast from the shoulder wound. She turned to the chief.
"I stopped your son's bleeding,"
she said calmly.
"I saved his life. Stop my bleeding, Chief. Save my life in return."
The chief looked at her without answering. Then he looked at the shaman, who had climbed to hands and knees, but made no move to get up.
"Don't do it,"
Sid pleaded.
"He can't save you and you know it. You'll bleed to death."
Jane asked the chief.
"You want to help me?"
"Girl, save Princeling's life. I want to help."
"And stop the bleeding. I've lost a lot of blood, Chief. I'm growing weak. You have to stop the bleeding."
The chief seemed confused. He looked first at the medicine man, then at Jane, then at the flotilla of Exodus ships, which even while Jane spoke was turning and heading out to sea. back to the mainland just beyond the horizon. He looked at Jane again. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came. Then finally, in a soft voice, he said, "Your people save my people. Millions of them. Take to new home, because old home, old world, die. Some, us, you come. Final transform and Mora. Boy hurt and you save him. Man go to ships for good medicine. Could stay, but come back to help boy. You save boy. Princeling, I have no faith in your medicine, but he live. Then you hurt. You bleed. Life blood run out. You bleed. You have faith. Faith in Chief of Mandmora to heal you. You have much faith." He raised his voice suddenly, shouting, "I can no heal. You die if you do not heal yourself. I can no heal. Faith, your faith in me kill you. Faith, if Sun Lord fail us. Faith," he wailed, a broken man. Sid Masters said, "Keep your faith, Chief. There are other symbols, other suns. Your mistake was placing all your faith in one physical symbol." "Enough," the chief said. "The girl is right. I should save her as she saved Princeling. I no can heal. The girl is right. All your people's threats, all offers, all bribes, all speech and science explains, all fail. The girl alone win. Faith alone no good. Faith and deeds. Girl show deeds, but I no can heal. I no can heal. Stop bleeding, Earthman. Heal her." Sid looked at Jane. She smiled up at him weakly. She had almost lost consciousness. She had lost much blood and, like the Prince of the Mandmora, would need a transfusion when they returned to the mainland and the final ship of the Exodus space fleet. But they had won, because the chief said, "Girl, teach us, Earth girl. We all go." The soldiers gave a wild whoop of joy as Sid rushed down to the surf, hailed the flotilla. Jane was barely aware of the fleet turning around to come back for the Mandmora's final 3,000 holdouts. The whole planet would be evacuated after all, she thought. It was hard to hold the thought. She was almost delirious with weakness, with lack of blood. She felt Sid's hand applying pressure to the pulse in the curve of her neck. She heard his words. Bleeding stopped. Then, for a long time, there was a gentle, rocking moment, and a vision, half-remembered, of the 3,000 holdouts splashing out across the surf toward the rescue flotilla. Then, after that, a slow drifting off toward sleep. She knew they would make it, knew not a human being, Earthman or Mandmoran, would be on Mandmora when the sun's blow-up occurred. She knew she would not see the blow-up from deep space. She would be aboard the spaceship in a hospital room. She regretted that. It was a once-in-a-lifetime story, the kind of story a reporter didn't want to miss. But she had seen another story, a far greater story, the story of the final Mandmoran exodus, the story of life triumphant in the face of superstition and death. She knew that was a far better story, and besides, she had lived it. End of story 10. Story 11 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed reads Short Sci-Fi Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beware the Star Gods by S.J. Byrne. Kuru paused, his stone knife poised above the half-skinned kill. He listened at the same time, twitching his sensitive nostrils in an effort to read the messages of the wind. But there was nothing in the air for his nose to read. Rather, it was sound that gave him warning. He stood up and looked through the trees at the small valley beyond the ridge on which he stood. He could hear the raucous cry of birds and the tree people. Kuru wanted very much to run to his people, but if he should do so, what would he tell them? That he was running from that which he had not even looked upon with his own eyes? That Kuru ran from the cry of birds and tree people? Now the tree people saw him, and they paused in their flight, concentrating their numbers in the trees over his head, looking down at him and chattering and gesticulating with their busy little furry arms. He was aware that they recognized him as a hunter and the enemy of the murder beast, and he was proud, knowing that they were appealing to him now in the face of this new and greater enemy, whatever it was. He could see that they were pointing at the sky. The sky. Only the gods lived in the sky. He felt the hair along the base of his neck stand out stiffly. Something great and terrible was coming out of the sky. The thing was long and rounded and shone brightly like the stars. It sparkled in the blue-white light of the triple suns, like a lovestone brought from the faraway caves beyond the great river, and it was floating down on pillars of fire toward the valley. It was becoming bigger and bigger, as were Kuru's large black eyes. Fear began to give place to Kuru's wonder. How had such a thing ever come to be? And what was it doing in the sky? What was it? It was big, far bigger than Kuru could have imagined. When it came to the ground, it crushed and burned dozens of great trees, and there it sat, motionlessly and without sound, as though a mountain had dropped from the sky to stay there forever. Suddenly, in the shining surface of the great sky jewel, a long black hole appeared, and even as he watched, something glittering began to emerge from it. At first, it seemed that this was some sort of gigantic cocoon, breaking open to release the wing of an unimaginable insect. But in another moment, he received the biggest surprise of all.
"Men!" he gasped. "What are men doing at that sky jewel? They could not have made it and come out of the sky, unless they are gods."
The man-gods wore strange garments. They were amazingly frail and beautiful-looking people, like women in their fairness of skin and their almost complete lack of hair on their bodies. Kuru felt that he could have broken one of them with each hand. But what strange strength of magic did they possess to make this shining cave that brought them from the sky? He heard a ferocious roar which emanated from the region of the sky cave. It was a murder beast. He saw several of the man-gods run to the gleaming sort of fence at the edge of the wing that had extended itself out of the black hole. They were looking downward. Now here was something Kuru could understand. In the face of the terrifying murder beast, he would be able to tell whether or not these people were weaklings. He saw one of them extract a small object from his garments. When this small object was pointed downward in the direction of the roaring murder beast, a thin, bright line of light appeared below it, and the murder beast's roar was cut off. Kuru's teeth chattered slightly. Undoubtedly, he was looking upon the representatives of a race of gods. They could command the powers of lightning. Still, he could not run away even now, because only a female would come screaming home to tell of what she had merely seen from afar. A hunter like Kuru, who was already a respected member of the family council, would investigate and have something more to tell, other than how frightened he was. On the contrary, he must show how brave he could be. He must get closer to the sky cave of the gods and watch them for a while. Infrared picked it up. It's something pretty big, over in that tall tree. Been there since before sundown. Patience, cunning, warm-blooded, large-sized, do you think? Now don't let's get back on that again. But Henderson said he saw one with his binoculars up on that ridge early this afternoon. Good God, Frank, can't you realize you're being victimized by an old complex? Why is it we have to find human beings on other worlds? We've been searching the stars unsuccessfully for more than a millennium. This is our farthest reach out into the galaxy. Yeah, by God, it's almost 600 light years, 20 years by chronology, and 2 for us even under trans-sea time contraction. That, my friend, is some traveling. It's a beautiful planet, just like Earth was supposed to be once. You know, sometimes I think civilization is a disease. That's a great idea. So we're microbes infesting the universe. That night, Kuru returned to his family, which consisted of his father, his mother, his father's 3 other wives, his 2 sisters, his 5 younger brothers, half-sisters, half-brothers, and dozens of uncles and aunts and scores of cousins, numbering 122 males and females. Council members from 3 neighbouring families had already gathered on Council Rock because some had seen the shining thing descend out of the sky, but only Kuru could tell them facts about it, which added tremendously to his prestige. "It's a flying cave they have built," he concluded. "They are gods in the country of the sky." "This must be true," said Bartu, his father. "You say they killed a murder beast with lightning, as though it were a crawly bug under your feet." The elder members of the council and the younger hunters all looked at Kuru in silent admiration, but admiration was mixed with fear. The stars above them were big with mystery and wonder. Why had the gods come down to visit their world?
What do they want?
Asked Gurgo, the father chief of the Snake Lake family. "I don't know. I heard them talking among each other, but it is some strange twist of tongue that makes no meaning." Now Fulkuru, father chief of the Cloud Valley family, rose to speak. He had thrown the sacred white fur of the river cat over his shoulder, which meant that his was an official decision.
"We must appease these gods," he announced. "We must show them at once that we are friendly to them. A sacrifice must be presented."
Whereupon he sat down again and was silent. The rest of them remained silent too, because this recommendation gave rise to a much more important question. If the other father chiefs agreed with Fulkuru, then someone would have to go to those powerful gods and present the sacrifice. No one wished to be embarrassed by having to confess his fear. Who would be brave enough to take the sacrifice to them? As though by common accord, all council members slowly concentrated their attention upon Kuru. Words were unnecessary to express the general idea. Kuru was a very brave hunter. He alone knew more about the gods who had come from the sky than any other among them. Kuru looked into the eyes of his father and saw the message written there. He had made his father proud. To back out now was to lose all the prestige so far gained. Kuru thought of the thin bolt of lightning that had killed the murder beast, and he fought to keep his teeth from chattering. Slowly he stood up, throwing his own white fur over his brawny shoulder. "I will present the sacrifice," he said, and his own voice sounded strange to him. It was hard to believe he had said such a brave thing as this. "Durla!" Kuru exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" He lowered the heavy, horny-head beast to the ground and looked at his sister in amazement. She was almost his own age, and the prettiest female in the family, with her long black hair and her large black eyes and firm young breasts. He himself had killed the murder beast, whose fur encircled her shapely hips. "I would be with you in this danger," she answered pleadingly. "None of the other males dared to go with you. Our father's pride would be complete if a female of the great cliffs were as brave as Kuru. But you must go back. I do not know what these gods will do. They may kill me." Durla ran forward to her brother's side, placing her hands on one of his hairy arms. "And this is a greater reason for me to be with you, brother, so that your spirit will not travel alone into the sky country." Kuru looked down into his sister's eyes and grinned. "You are my favourite sister," he said. "Come, perhaps when they see you, they will not think of killing." He shouldered the horny-head beast again, and the two of them continued across the floor of the valley toward the shining sky cave of the gods. "Mother of God, Frank, what is it? Seeing is believing. Look down there in that small clearing. Oh, no, it can't be. Well, you were the guy that was saying they might be here. What I need is witnesses then. I'll signal General Call. You get cameras and the recorders out." "By God, it's incredible. Yet it's true. The first extraterrestrial humans ever discovered in over 1,000 years of space exploration. This will be something to stir up their blood back home. People were beginning to lose interest even in galactic exploration. This is it, boys. We finally discovered our own kind." "I wouldn't go far as to say that. Those are obviously primordials. That male is half hair, and the other half is all brawn. The female is surprisingly clear-skinned. For a primordial gal, she isn't bad." "What are they doing down there? Looks like they're waiting for us to do something." "Don't you get it? We're from the stars, therefore we're gods. That quadruple-horned goat-like animal at their feet is a sacrifice. We're supposed to accept it." "Hell, we'll accept them all. Let's get them on board." "Hold it a minute, man. Keep your voices down. You're gods now, not monkeys. Take it easy. Can't you see how the female cringes behind the male? Both of them are half scared out of their wits.
By their own evaluation, they are braving death to do us honor. We have to gain their confidence. Well, if they're defying death itself, maybe they'd come on board if we lowered the ladder to them. We can try it, but let it down slowly, and smile. Remember, you are benevolent gods. If they intended to kill us, Durla, they would have done so by now. See, they smile at us. Look, something is coming down. It is a shiny fence. It is like the vine steps for climbing cliffs. That's it, Darla. Either they're coming down or, Kuru, they want us to come up. The two of them stood there in the small clearing, looking at the vertical, shiny fence that had come down to them from the great ledge, where the man-god stood, up at the top of their sky cave. Again, Kuru's great muscles twitched with the instinct to run. Had he been alone, he might have done so, but in the eyes of his brave sister, he could not do this, even though it might cost him his life. Still, the godmen looked very friendly. They were beckoning to him to come up. Gritting his teeth and emitting a low growl to give himself courage, Kuru threw the horny-haired beast across his shoulder and approached the shiny fence.
You stay here, he told his sister. No, Kuru, I'll come behind you, no matter what happens. He shrugged, ashamed of his own fear in the presence of her surprising courage. He grabbed cross pieces of the shiny fence and began to climb, knowing that Durla was close at his heels. The great, smooth ledge, with the shiny fence around it, was larger than he had expected. A group of 12 man-guards stood there, waiting for him. None of them, he noticed carefully, had a lightning stick in his hand, though at least 5 of them carried the terrible weapons at their sides. After pausing once to make sure that he was not to be attacked, Kuru climbed up onto the ledge and threw his sacrifice down. Then he turned to help Durla up. The two of them stood facing the people from the sky. Finally, Kuru said to them, We bring you sacrifice and make peace. The gods are welcome to this land. Durla tugged at his arm. We should bow down, she advised. Brother and sister fell to their knees with bowed heads. That ought to make a good picture for you, Henderson. They're eating out of our hand already. Here, fellow, get to your feet. You too, Black Eyes. Don't forget the sacrifice. Better accept it so they won't be offended. Besides, maybe it's edible. We could do with some fresh meat. Maybe. Maybe is right. I don't think my system could get used to real steaks again. That looks like some sort of goat. Maybe just like mutton. Hey, Frank, that cave girl sure goes for you. Look at her take you in with those big eyes. Guess that's because Frank's more their size. Open your shirt a little more, Frankie, old boy. Show 'em the hair on your chest. Shut up, you guys. Do you realize what this means? Yeah, love at first sight. Men, pipe down. Whether you like it or not, this is quite a historical moment. Now, the first problem is one of the communication and contact with the rest of their people. We could get out the flyer and take them home. That's right. We'll do that when we've tried talking to them and taken some more pictures and recordings. What do you make of that fellow's language, Ken? Primitive, but with a pretty good smattering of syntax. There were some definite inflections. I'd say they're about ready for writing. By God, that guy must have the strength of a gorilla. This sacrifice animal weighs a ton. Give me a hand, Mike.
Well, I come from that expression he's wearing as a snarl, but I guess he's trying to smile. Well, who's going to shake his hands? Okay, Frank, you be the hero.
You think you've never seen a hand before? He's afraid to touch you. Now he's going to... Ah! Yipes. If he can hurt Frank, then I'm not shaking hands with him. I'll shake hers, though. They say women used to go around like that in Bali. Now, just take it easy, men. I think that hairy fellow is doing a splendid job as it is. Can't you see how nervous he is? He's broken out into a sweat. He's watching us like a wild animal. Instinct is struggling with intelligence. Don't make any quick moves. You'll notice he keeps watching our guns as though he knew what they were for. That's pretty good observation. He'll probably jump the first one who draws, so just remember that. They're getting in because they saw you two get in, but they may not know it's a flyer. The minute you take to the air, they may get panicky, so watch yourselves, or follow in the other 2 rigs. Take it slow, because you want to catch some aerial photos of the terrain.
Say, listen, Frank, these people have been entertaining us all for a week. We found a perfect, utterly peaceful world that has never known war or privation. It's the biggest find in history, and here you sit moping. Haven't seen you smile once since we got here. What's eating you?
I think you just hit the nail on the head.
What do you mean? We found a perfect, utterly peaceful world that has never known privation. So? Remember what I said about civilization being a disease. Oh, so that's it. Well, they don't seem to object to the contamination. How could they? We're wonder gods, and our gadgets are magic toys. What do they know about the rest of it? In 40 or 50 years, the colony ships will arrive here and set up shop. There'll be scientific development, mass production, regimentation. Just consider the implications of bringing an alarm clock to this world. That's pretty good squeezing they make out of those roots, but don't let it make you morbid, old boy. Within 2 generations, those rugged brutes will be helping us build factories here. They'll be wearing work clothes and numbers. Our society is necessarily collective because of past history and possible future dangers of aggression among ourselves. What do these people need collective security for, and mass production, only to feed us as we came in among them and spawn more millions who will soon make it necessary to expand again and find another world like this to spoil? Frank, you're going off your rockers. Oh, here's something to take your mind off of social philosophy. Look at this. What cooks? Looks like a delegation of all the best-looking women in the tribe. Guess they're going to dance for us or something. There's Dark Eyes again. She's got you picked out already. Picked out? Sure. Ken said he thought this would happen. I've made several overtures before. What are you talking about? Children of paradise, pal. They think this is the truest form of hospitality. And in a way, you mean? Yeah, that's what I mean, and Dearborn says we shouldn't offend them. So what am I going to do? But don't keep Dear Eyes waiting, pal. You're only supposed to please the gods, not fall in love with them, Durla. I love only one. I know, it's the big one who never smiles, except when he looks at you and me. Then he smiles with sadness. But he is not liked by the other gods. I've seen him argue with the others and shout at them and wave his arms about, and they've stopped smiling at him. If he's in disfavour, it is dangerous to have anything to do with him. He carries his lightning stick at all times, and I know it's because he fears attack from his own kind, not from us. You must stay away from him. He does not seek me. I failed to please him. He is a god, and you are a woman. But Sigala and Bulbini. I know, some of the gods have been lonelier than the others. That is the only reason. The big one, who is called Fronk, has not yet... It's just as well. Not even that night when we first... Durla, you'll have to forget about him and stay away from him. But he was kind. And he is not liked by the other gods. Your father forbids it. Frank, this obsession of yours is getting serious. The men have asked me to talk with you. If you don't get hold of yourself, it might even mean the big man. I want you to tell me just what's behind all this. Well, sir, it's just that I think we're dead wrong in coming here at all. What we ought to do is protect these people from civilization. We discovered them. When we go back and report it, they will be the property of modern materialism. Our supposed gifts to them will be nothing short of exploitation. They say we erase a discovery from the records. What? I can see now why a couple of the boys had a fight with you. It's insane. For over 10 centuries we have looked for other humans. And now that we've found them, we plan to force them into our own way of life, as though we had found the only answer. Frank, I'm sorry to put it this way, but this is an order. Keep your personal opinions to yourself. You're on probation and you're going to be watched. Dismissed. The big one has stones in his head, Durla. Look at him up there on the cliff top. He's grown a beard. Each day he looks less like a god and more a man. But he drinks carol juice too much. He stays away from us, and he stays away from the other gods. What is the matter with him? I do not know, Kuru. He is very strange. Beautiful things make him sad. I know when he is sad, because then he really drinks and goes away to sleep it off somewhere. What do you mean, beautiful things? Well, it's when we are happiest in the mornings, when the suns are still too low in the sky to drink the dew from the leaves and grasses, when we bathe in the river and laugh and play, or when many of us sit around the great fires at night and listen to the old one's stories. He watches us then, and he drinks, and after a while he goes away. He's very sad. Soon they'll all be gone. I saw them bringing many things to the sky cave. I'll be sad to see them go. You'll be sad to see the crazy big one go. Yes, but there's something in his eyes, a kindness that is for all of us, and there is even something in his eyes for me. You believe in the things you wish for, but that does not make them true. Kuru, where do you think they go? Now that is a question for women to ask. Is it not obvious? They go into the sky, whence they came. One morning the large families of the Great Cliffs, Snake Lake and Cloud Valley, were startled out of their sleep by a shaking of the ground and a blinding light in the sky. Before they could rub the sleep out of their eyes, a giant invisible hand swept over the country, bending trees almost to the ground. And then a terrible roar smote their ears. They did not know if the gods of the mountains had spoken, or if this was some new manifestation of powers on the part of the sky gods, who were soon to depart. When they saw the angry cloud and the fire in the sky, they fell to the ground, trembling with fear and praying. They did not know how they had angered these strange new gods, but there could be no doubt that they were angered. Hours later, when the angry cloud began to fade away in the sky above that valley where the sky cave was located, the father chiefs and hunters gathered at Council Rock.
"Our bravest hunters must go to appease them with great sacrifices," announced Boratu. "They must go at once, and my son Kuru will lead them."
So it was decided. The fattiest, horny-haired beasts were killed and skinned. Kuru and 9 other hunters shouldered their sacrifices and started toward the Valley of the Gods, as it was now called. Over 300 members of the 3 great families stood on the great cliffs and watched them go, hoping that the gods would not destroy them in their mysterious wrath. Suddenly a great cry of alarm arose from the watchers. The hunters paused on the edge of the forest. Before them stood the sky god, the big crazy one with the beard, the one called Frunk. In his hand was a lightning stick, and he pointed it at the hunters. He made signs to them which were unmistakable. They were not to approach the Valley of the Gods. Durla could not help it. She ran across the intervening space and stood beside her brother Kuru, staring at the god she loved in desperation and amazement. He was crying. His face and his beard were streaked with tears. He was crying, almost screaming at them, but he would not let them pass.
"I didn't mean to kill them. Mother of God, why didn't you take me instead? I only wanted to cripple the power so they'd be stranded." "All right, keep back, you too, Dark Eyes. Those sacrifices mean nothing now, boys. Just a smoking pit back there filled with radiation. But what would you know about that? Thank God, now you'll never know. That's the first and the last mushroom cloud you'll ever see. Go on back to your paradise. Maybe you'll never know I saved it for you. Go on, beat it."
"He killed all the other gods, Durla. In his madness he destroyed the great sky cave, and now not even he can return to the country of the sky. I don't think he meant to kill the others. He cried for days about it, and he got terribly drunk. We had to stop giving him Carol juice. It was making him sick, so that he could not eat, and he grew thin. But he has been gone for many, many suns. You think he is dead? He is a god. Perhaps he will never die. He went away because he knew we were afraid of him. In fact, he is not welcome in any of the families. He is a lonely god. I have made up my mind, my brother. I am sad, because he is sad. If our people will not comfort him, then I must. I am going to him. I will try and make him a happy god once more." Durla turned away from Kuru then and walked into the dark forest. Kuru watched her go and then shook his head. "You are a strange one, my sister, but go to your god. You will never be happy unless you do." He shrugged then and turned his thoughts to other more important matters. And Durla went to find her god. She was eager and happy. End of story 11. Story 12 of Great Explorers in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rocket Summer by Ray Bradbury. The crowd gathered to make a curious noise this cold grey morning before the scheduled birth. They arrived in gleaming scarlet tumblebugs and yellow plastic beetles, yawning and singing and ready. The birth was a big thing for them. He stood alone up in his high office tower window, watching them with a sad impatience in his grey eyes. His name was William Stanley, president of the company that owned this building, and all those other work hangars down on the tarmac, and all that landing field stretching 2 miles off into the Jersey mists. William Stanley was thinking about the birth. The birth of what? Stanley's large, finely sculpted head felt heavier, older. Science, with a scalpel of intense flame, would slash wide the skulls of engineers, chemists, mechanics in a titanic cesarean, and out would come the rocket. "Yes, sir, yes, sir," he heard the far-off faint and raucous declarations of the vendors and hawkers. "Buy your rocket toys, buy your rocket games, rocket pictures, rocket soap, rocket teasers for the tiny tot. Rocket, 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 hey!" Shutting the open glassite frame before him, his thin lips drew tight. Morning after morning, America sent her pilgrims to this shrine. They peered in over the translucent restraint barrier, as if the rocket were a caged beast. He saw one small girl drop her rocket toy. It shattered and was folded under by the moving crowd's feet.
Mr. Stanley? Oh, Captain Greenwald, sorry, forgot you were here. Stanley measured his slow, thoughtful steps to his clean-topped desk. Captain, he sighed wearily, you're looking at the unhappiest man alive. He looked at Greenwald across the desk. That rocket is the gift of a too generous science to a civilization of adult children who fiddled with dynamite ever since Nobel invented it. He got no further. The office door burst inward. A tall, work-grimed man strode swiftly in, all oil, all heat, all sunburnt, wrinkled leather skin. Rocket flame burnt in his dark, glaring eyes. He stopped short at Stanley's desk, breathing heavily, leaning into it. Stanley noticed the wrench in the man's fist. Hello, Simpson. Simpson swore bitterly.
What's all this guff about you stopping the rocket tomorrow?
He demanded. Stanley nodded. This isn't a good time for it to go up. Simpson snorted.
This isn't a good time,
he mimicked. Then he swore again.
By George, it's like telling a woman her baby's been stillborn.
I know it's hard to understand.
Hard hell,
shouted the man.
I'm head mechanic. I've worked 2 years. The others have worked too. And the rocket will travel tomorrow, or we'll know why.
Stanley crushed out his cigar and sighed his fist. The room swayed imperceptibly in his vision. Sometimes one wanted to use a gun. He shook away the thought. He kept his tongue. Simpson raged on.
Mr. Stanley, you have until 3 this afternoon to change your mind. We'll pull strings and you'll be out of your job by the weekend. If not,
and he said the next words very slowly,
how would your wife look with her head bashed in, Mr. Stanley?
You can't threaten me. The door slammed in Stanley's face. Simpson was gone. Captain Greenwald put out a manicured hand. On one slender finger shone a diamond ring. His wrist was circled by an expensive watch. His shiny brown eyes were invisibly cupped by contact lenses. Greenwald was past 50 inside. Outside, he seemed barely 30.
I advise you to forget it, Stanley. Man's waited 1,000,000 years for tomorrow.
Stanley's hand shook, lighting a cigarette. Look here, Captain. Where are you going?
To the stars, of course.
Stanley snapped out the alcohol match. In the name of heaven, stop the melodrama and inferior semantics. What kind of thing is this you're handing the people? What'll it do to races, morals, men and women? Greenwald laughed.
I'm only interested in reaching the moon. Then I'll come back to Earth and retire, happily, and die.
Stanley stood there, tall and very grey. Does the effect of the introduction of the crossbow to English and French history interest you?
Can't say I know much about it.
You recall what gunpowder's invention did to civilization?
That's irrelevant.
You must admit, if there'd been some subjective planning with the auto and airplane, millions of lives would have been saved and many wars prevented. An ethical code should have been written for all such inventions and strictly observed, or else the invention forfeited. Greenwald shook his head, grinning.
I'll let you handle that half of it. I'll do the traveling. I'm willing to abide by any such rules, if you'll draw them up and enforce them. All I want is to reach the moon first. I've got to get downstairs now. We're still loading the ship, you know, in spite of your decree. We expect to get around you somehow. I'm sympathetic, of course, to your beliefs. I'll do anything you say except ground the rocket. I won't get violent, but I can't vouch for Simpson. He's a tough man with strong notions.
They walked from the office to the dropper. Compression sloped them down to ground level, where they stepped out, Stanley still re-emphasizing his beliefs. For centuries, science has given humanity play toys, ships, machines, guns, cars, and now a rocket, all with supreme disregard for man's needs.
Science,
announced Greenwald as they emerged onto the tarmac,
has produced, via private enterprise, greater amount of goods than ever in history. Why consider the medical developments?
Yes, said Stanley doggedly. We cure man's cancer and preserve his greed in a special serum. They used to say, starve a cold, stuff a fever. Today's fever is materialism. All the things science has produced only touch the body. When science invents something to touch the mind, I'll give it its due. No, you cloak your voyage with romantic terminology. Outward to the stars, you cry. Words. What's the fact? Why? Why this rocket? Greater production. We have that. Adventure. Poor excuse to uproot Earth. Exploration. It could wait a few years. Lebensraum. Hardly.
Why then, Captain?" "Eh?" murmured Greenwald distractedly. "Ah, here's the rocket now."
They walked in the incredible rocket shadow. Stanley looked at the crowd beyond the barrier.
Look at them. The sex still a mixture of Victorian voodoo and clabbered Freud, with education needing reorientation, with wars threatening, with religion and philosophy confused. You want to jump off into space?"
Stanley shook his head.
"Oh, I don't doubt your sincerity, Captain. I just say your timing's poor. If we gave them a rocket toy to play with, do we honestly think they'll solve war, education, unity, thought? Why, they propel themselves away from it so quickly your head'd swim. Wars would be fought between worlds. But if we want more wars, let's have them here, where we can get at their sources before we leap to the asteroids, seeking our lost pride of race. What little unity we do have will be broken by countries and individuals clamoring and cutthroating for planets and satellites."
Pausing, Stanley saw the mechanics standing in the rocket shadow, hating him. Outside the barrier, the crowd recognized him. Their murmur grew to a roar of disapproval. Greenwald indicated them.
"They're wondering why you waited so long before deciding to stop the rocket."
"Tell them I thought there'd be laws controlling it. Tell them the corporations played along, smiling and bobbing to me until the rocket was completed. Then they threw off their false faces and withdrew the legislation only this morning. Tell them that, Captain, and tell them the legislation I planned would have meant a slow, intelligent rocket expansion over an era of 3 centuries. Then ask them if they think any businessman could wait even 5 minutes.
Captain Greenwald scowled.
"All I want to do is prove it can be done. After I come back down, if I can help in any way to control the rocket, I'm your man, Stanley. After I prove it's possible, I don't care what in hell happens."
Stanley slid into his copter, waved morosely at the captain. The crowd shouted, waved its fists at him over the barrier. He sat watching their distorted, sullen faces. They detested him. The rocket balloon man, the rocket soap man, the tourists detested him. What was more, when his son Tommy found out, Tommy would hate him too. He took his time heading home. He let the green hills slide under. He set the automatic pilot and sank back into the sponge softness, suspended in a humming, blissful dream. Music played. Cigarettes and whiskey were in reach if he desired them. Soft music. He could lapse back into the dreaming tide, dissolve worry, smoke, drink, chortle, luxuriously, sleep, forget, pull a shell of synthetic, hypnotizing objects in about himself, and wake 10 years from today, with his wife disintegrating swiftly in his arms, and one day see his son's skull shattered against a plastic wall. And his own heart whirled and burst by some vast atom power of a starship passing Earth far out in space. He dumped the whiskey over the side, followed it with the cigarettes. Finally, he clicked off the soft music. There was his home. His eyes kindled. It lay out upon a green meadow, far from the villages and towns, salt white and surrounded by tapered sycamores. As he watched, lowering his copter, he saw the blonde streak across the lawn. That was his daughter, Alice. Somewhere else on the premises his son gambled. Neither of them feared the dark. Angrily, Stanley poured on full speed. The landscape jerked and vanished behind him. He wanted to be alone. He couldn't face them, yet. Speed was the answer. Wind whistled, roared, rushed by the hurtling copter. He rammed it on. Colour rose in his cheeks. There was music in the garden as he parked his copter in the fine blue plastic garage. Oh, beautiful garage, he thought, you contribute to my peacefulness. Oh, wonderful garage, in moments of torment, I think of you, and I am glad I own you. Like hell. In the kitchen, Althea was whipping food with mechanisms. Her mother sat with one withered ear to the latest audio drama. He glanced up, pleased.
"Darling, so early,"
she cried, kissing him.
"How's the rocket?"
Piped mother-in-law.
"My, I bet you're proud."
Stanley said nothing.
"Just imagine."
The old woman's eyes glowed like little bulbs.
"Soon we'll breakfast in New York and supper on Mars."
Stanley watched her for a long moment, then turned hopefully to Althea. What do you think? She sensed a trap.
Well,
It would be different, wouldn't it? Vacationing our summers on Venus, winters on Mars, wouldn't it?
Oh, good Lord, he groaned. He shut his eyes and pounded the table softly. Good Lord.
Now what's wrong? What did I say? Demanded Althea, bewildered.
He told them about his order preventing the flight. Althea stared at him. Mother reached and snapped off the audio.
What did you say, young man?
He repeated it. Into the waiting silence came a distant rushing in from the dining room. Flinging the kitchen door wide, his son ran in, waving a bright red rocket in one grimy fist.
I'm a rocket! Gangway! Hi, Dad!
He swung the ship in a quick arc.
Gonna be a pilot when I'm 16. Hey!
He stopped.
What's everyone standing around for?
He looked at Grandma.
Grammy?
He looked at his mother.
Mom?
And finally at his father.
Dad?
His hands sank slowly. He read the look in his father's eyes.
Oh, gosh.
By 3 o'clock that afternoon, he had showered and dressed in clean clothes. The house was very silent. Althea came and sat down in the living room and looked at him with hurt, stricken eyes. He thought of quoting a few figures at her. 5 million people killed in auto accidents since the year 1920. 50,000 people killed every year, now, in copters and jet planes. But it wasn't in the figures. It was in a feeling he had to make her feel. Maybe he could illustrate it to her. He picked up the hand audio, dialed a number. "Hello, Smitty," the voice on the other end said clearly. "Oh, Mr. Stanley." "Smitty, you're a good average man, a pleasant neighbor, a fine farmer. I'd like your opinion. Smitty, if you knew a war was coming, would you help prevent it?" Althea was watching and listening. Smitty said, "Oh, yeah, sure." "Thanks, Smitty. One more thing. What's your opinion of the rocket?" "Greatest thing in history. Say, I heard you were going to—" Stanley did not want to get involved. He hurriedly excused himself and hung up. He looked directly at his wife. "Did you notice the separation of means from end? Smitty thinks 2 things. He thinks he can prevent war. That's 1. He thinks the rocket is a great thing. That's number 2. But they don't match, unfortunately. The rocket isn't a means to happiness the way it'll be used. It's the wrong means. And with a wrong means, you invariably wind up with a wrong end. A criminal seeks wealth. Does he get it? Temporarily. In the end, he suffers. All because he took the wrong means." Stanley held his hands out uselessly. "How can I make you understand?" Tears were in her eyes. "I understand nothing. I don't need to understand. Your job. They'll take it away from you and fly the rocket anyway." "I'll work on the legislation again, then." "And perhaps be killed?" "No, please, Will." "Killed?" He looked at his watch. Exactly 3. He answered the audio when it buzzed. "Stanley talking." "Stanley, this is Cross, a Caltech." "Cross, good Lord, it's good to hear you." "I just heard the new flash," said Cross. He had the same clipped, exact voice it had years ago. Stanley realized. "You're really on the spot this time, aren't you, Will? That's why I called. I like your ideas of machinery. I've always thought of machines myself as nothing but extensions of man's frustrations and emotions, his losses and compensations in life. We agree. But you're wrong this time, Will. You made a mistake today." "Now don't you start on me. You're my last friend," retorted Stanley tiredly. "What else could I do? Destroy the rocket?" "That would be negative. No good. Give him something positive. Tell him to go ahead," advised Cross, pleasantly enough. "Warn them, like a kindly father, of the consequences. Then when their fingers are burnt—" "Humanity might go down the drain," finished Stanley abruptly. "Not if you play your cards right. Control the variables. There must be some way around them without getting yourself mangled. I'm ready to help when you have a plan. Think it over." "I still think blowing the dang thing up would be—" "They build a bigger one, and they'll persecute you and your family the rest of your life," exclaimed Cross logically. "You and I may know that science hasn't contributed 1 whit to man's mental progress, but Mr. Everyman likes his babies diapered in disposable tissues and likes to travel from Siberia to Johnstown like an infuriated bullet. You can't stop him. You can only divert them a bit." Stanley grasped the hand audio tightly. He listened. A great roar of copters sounded out in the afternoon sky, directly overhead. The house shook. Althea sprang up lithely and ran to look out.
I can't take any more, Cross. I'll call you back. There, outside, waiting for me now.
Cross's voice faded like a dream. Remember what I tell you. Let him go ahead. Stanley walked to the door, opened it, stepped half through. A radio voice boomed out of the bright blue sky.
"Stanley!"
It shouted. It was Simpson's voice.
"Stanley, come out and talk! Come out and tell us! Stanley! Stanley!"
Althea would not stay in. She walked with him out onto the moist green lawn, in the open. The heavens were flooded with copters whirling. The sun shook in its place. Copters hung everywhere, like huge hummingbirds, swiveling, whirring. 500 of them, at least, shadowing the lawns and shaking the housetops.
"Oh, there you are, Stanley!"
Stanley shaded his eyes. His lips drew away from his teeth in a grimace as he stared upward, tense and afraid.
"It's after 3 o'clock, Stanley!"
Came the dull boom of words. In this moment, with the spiraling copters suspended over his lawn, over his wife and children and house, over himself and his beliefs, Stanley swallowed, stepped back, put his hands down and let the idea grow within him. Yes, he would give them the rocket. He would give it to them. You cannot fight the children, he thought. They must have their green apples. If you refuse them, they will find a way around you. Go along with their illogical tide and make logic of it. Let the children eat their fill of green apples. Many, many green apples to swell their vast stomach into sickness. Yes, a slow smile touched the corners of his mouth. Vanished. The plan was complete. The voice from the sky fell on him like an iron fist.
"Stanley, what is your word now? How will you speak now, with 1,000 pounds of nitroglycerin over your house? How will you talk?"
The copter sank malignantly. Thunder swept the lawn. Althea's brilliant amber skirt flared in the wash of it.
"Will the rocket fly, Stanley?"
From the corners of his aching, straining eyes, Stanley saw his son poised in the window, watching him.
"Raise your right hand and wave it,"
thundered the sky voice.
"if the answer is yes."
Stanley made them wait for it. He wetted his lips with a slow tongue, and gradually, very casually, he raised his right hand, palm up, and waved it to the thundering sky. A torrent of exultation poured in a Niagara from the heavens. 500 audios blasted, cheered, exulted. The trees ripped and tore in the cyclone of energy and explosion. The noise continued as Stanley turned, took Althea's elbow, and steered her blindly back to the door. The little black jet plane dropped after the midnight stars. Moments later, Cross was getting out of it, crossing the dark lawn, grasping Stanley's hand warmly. Made good time, eh? Inside they downed their glasses of brandy first, then got to business. Stanley outlined his plan, his contacts, his psychology. He was pleased and excited to see an extraordinary smile of approval come to Cross's pink, round face. "Excellent, now you're talking," said Cross. "I like your plan, Stanley. Places the blame right back on the people. They won't be able to persecute you." Stanley refilled the glasses. "I'll see to it you're on the rocket tomorrow. Greenwald, he's the captain, will cooperate. I'm certain, when the trip is over. It's up to you and Greenwald, then." They raised their glasses. "And when it's all over," observed Cross, slowly, "we'll have the long, hard struggle to revise our educational system, to begin to apply the scientific method to man's thinking instead of just to his machines. And when we've built a logical, subjective world, then it'll be safe to make machines of all and any kinds. Here's to our plan. May it be completed." They drank. The next day, 2 million people spread over the rolling hills, through the tiny Jersey towns, sitting atop bugs and plastic beetles. An excitement pervaded the day. The sky was a blue vacuum. The copters grounded by law. The rocket lay gleaming and monstrous and silent. At night, the crew ambled across the tarmac, Captain Greenwald leading, Cross walking among them. The huge metal doors slammed, and with a blast of gargantuan flame, the rocket heaved upward and vanished. People cheered and laughed and cried. Stanley watched his son and daughter and mother-in-law do likewise. He was deeply pleased to see that Althea did not join them. Hand in hand, they watched the sky dazzlement fade. The first rocket to the moon was gone. The world was drunkenly happy in its delirium. 2 weeks passed slowly. Astronomers were unable to keep an eye on the rocket. It was so small and unaccountable in the void between Earth and Luna's surface. Stanley slept little in the passing of the 14 days. He was constantly attacked by fears and confusions of thought. He dreamed of the rocket going up. He had seen men month on month walking in the metal shadow of their wonderful rocket, patting it with their greasy, calloused hands, loving it with their quick, appreciative eyes. If for one moment you let yourself think of it, you loved it too, for even though it symbolized wars and destruction, you had to admire its balance and slenderness of structure. With it, you could rub away the fog cosmetic of Venus, redelineate its prehistorically shy face. And there was Mars, too. Man had been imprisoned 1,000,000 years. Why not freedom now, at last? Then he labeled all these fantasies by their correct name, escape, and settled back to wait the return of the rocket.
The moon rocket is returning. It will land this morning at 9 o'clock.
Everybody's audio was blatting. Like a yellow seed, the rocket dropped down the sky to sprout roots of flame on which to cushion itself. It fried the tarmac, and a vast deluge of warm air rushed across the country for miles. People sweltered amidst a sudden rocket summer. In his tower room, William Stanley watched, solemn and wordless. The rocket shimmered. Across the cooling tarmac, the crowd rioted, bursting through the barrier, sweeping the police aside in elation. The tide halted and boiled and changed form, layer upon layer. A vast hush came upon it. Now the round airlock door of the rocket jetted out air in a compressed sigh. The thick door, sandwiched into the ship hull, took 2 minutes to come outward and pull aside on its oiled hingework. The crowd pressed closer, flesh to flesh. Eyes widened. The door was now open completely. A great cheer went up. The crew of the moon rocket stood in the airlock. The cheer faded almost instantly. The crew of the rocket were not exactly standing. They were hunched over. The captain stepped forward. Well, he didn't exactly step. He sort of dragged his feet and shambled. He made a speech. But it all sounded like, coming from his twisted, swollen lips, as,
"Also, oh God, this is unknown."
He held out his grey-green fingers, raw, bleeding for all to see. He lifted his face. Those red things, were they actually eyes? That depression, that fallen socket, had it been a nose? And where were the teeth in that gagging, hissing mouth? His hair was thin and grey and infected. He stank. The hypnotic silence was shattered. The first line of people turned and clawed at the second line. The second turned instinctively to claw the third, and so on. The television cameras caught it all. Screams, yelling, shouting. Many fell and were trampled, crushed under. The captain and his crew came out, gesturing, calling them to come back. But who would heed their rotting movements? The ridiculous souvenir-seekers trampled each other, ripping the clothes from one another's backs. Souvenir? A scab of crawling flesh? A drop of yellow fluid from their gaping wounds? Souvenirs for Earth? Buy them right here. Get them while they last. We mail anywhere in the United States. The characters in order of appearance. The captain, the astrogator, held sagging between 2 astronomers, who were followed by 16 mathematicians, technicians, chemists, biologists, radiomen, geographers, and machinists. Shamble forth, gentlemen, and bring the brave new future with you. The balloon vendor, in flight, jettisoned his entire stock. Rubber rockets floated wildly, crazily bobbling, bouncing the river of rioting heads until they were devoured, exploded, and crumpled underfoot. Sirens sounded, Police beetles rushed to the field exits. 10 minutes later, the tarmac was empty. No sign of captain or crew. A few shreds of their fetid clothing were found, partially disintegrated. An audio report 5 minutes later stated simply, "The captain and crew were destroyed on orders of the Health Bureau. An epidemic was feared." The sounds of riot faded. The door to Stanley's office opened. Someone entered and stood behind him, and closed the door. Stanley did not turn from the window for a moment. 50 people injured, 5 of them critically. I'm sorry for that. But it was a small price for the world's security. He turned slowly. A horrible creature stood diseased and swollen before him. The captain's uniform, filthy and torn, tattered from the disgusting flesh. The creature opened its bleeding mouth.
How was it?
Asked the creature, muffledly. Fine, said Stanley. Did you reach the moon?
Yes,
replied the creature.
Captain Greenwald sends his regards to you. He says he knows we can do it again and again any time we want, now, and that's all he wanted to know. He wishes you luck and tells you to go ahead. We landed the rocket on the way back from the moon. First of all, up at Fairbanks, Alaska, outside the settlement. Naturally, during the night. Things worked as you planned them. We changed crews there. It was a minor sight. Simpson and the original crew, including Captain Greenwald, are still up there, under psychohypnosis. They'll live out their lives happily, unaware, with new names. They won't remember anything. We took off from Fairbanks again this morning with a new crew, and our act all rehearsed. I think we did all right.
Where's the substitute crew now? Inquired Stanley.
Downstairs,
said the creature.
Getting cycled themselves, getting mental blocks inserted so they'll forget they ever fooled the world today. Then they'll send them back to their regular jobs. Can I use your shower?
Stanley pressed a button. A panel slid aside. Go ahead. The creature pulled its face around the edges until it shed off into its hands, a green-grey pallid mask of plastic rubber. The sweating pink face of Cross appeared. He wriggled his fingers next until the green-grey, chemically bleeding horror gloves sucked off. He tossed these into a wall incinerator. The day of the rocket is over, he said quietly. They'll be putting your bill up before the World Legislature tomorrow, or I miss my guess. Carefulness, thought, and intellect will now get a start. Humanity is saved from itself. Stanley watched Cross walk into the shadow cube, peel, and switch on the spray. He turned to the window again. 2 billion people were thinking tonight. He knew what they were thinking. Outside, he heard the explosion as the health department blew up the great rocket. That was all. The sound of water in the shower towels was a good, clean sound. End of Story 12. End of Great Explorers in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 1. Recorded by Edmund Bloxam in Glasgow, UK.